Temp, thank you for getting first. Who's going to get second? Yo, Neon, thank you for getting second. Here's your 500,000. I got to put you in the timer. Thank you, Justice, for the daily check-in, brother. Thank you, Jared, for the daily check-in, brother. Yojin, thank you for the daily check-in, brother. Thank you, Quack, for the daily check-in, brother. Choo Choo, thank you for the daily check-in, brother. Hope you guys are down to stick around. For real, for real. Juicy Joni, thank you for the daily check-in, brother. Hope you're doing good. Brady, thank you for the daily check-in. Microsoft, hope you're feeling better. You should do the daily check-in. I really appreciate it. Akuma, thank you for the daily check-in. Robax, thank you for the daily check-in. The Dark Elite, thank you for the daily check-in. Static, thank you for the daily check-in. And we are going to now... Nerd! Thank you, I love being a nerd. I'm the biggest nerd there ever was. The biggest nerd! Yes, that's right. That's me. I'm the naenaes spotted duck. And I'm here to naenae. We've been streaming for 8 days now. This is the 8th day completed. 8th day completed! Let's motherfucking go! Let's motherfucking go! Dante, daily check-in. Did you do the daily check-in? Brother Royce! Let's go! Dante, thank you for the daily check-in. Big Wayne, thank you for the daily check-in. I appreciate that, guys. We're about to get the games going in a moment. And I hope everybody's having a great day. We are still grinding to partner. Microsoft, how are you doing? Let me just start by saying I hope you guys are having an amazing day. Yojin, how are you doing today? Temp, how are you doing today? Static, I hope you're doing good. How are you doing today, man? Peace. Peace, Nate. Hope you're doing good, man. Thank you for joining. Nis Manny, thank you for being here. Hope you're doing good, man. Neon Mexican, hope you're doing good, brother. Noah, I hope you're doing good today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining, everybody. Microsoft, you were sick last time. Hope you're doing better. Thank you for joining. Juicy Joni, thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. I hope you guys are having an amazing day. Dante, thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Cloaked, thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Choo Choo, thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Brady, thank you for joining. Thank you for being here, guys. I really appreciate it. Akuma, thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Jared, thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. I really, really appreciate it. For real, for real. Feeling alive. Me too. Me too. Boo Poo, thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Hope you guys are doing amazing. Today's the greatest day ever. We got another one. We got another one. Hell yeah. That's my brother Royce. That's my alt account. If anybody doesn't know that. But we just stopped that. We're about to queue up the games in a moment. Hope you guys are down to stick around and hang out. For real, for real. It would really mean a lot. Appreciate the company. Everybody who hasn't already done the daily check-in, it would be very much appreciated. Alrighty. K-Dot, you can do another daily check-in. How are you, K-Dot? Should let you. I'll give you 100,000. And I think we're going to get the games going in a moment. How many hours is 8 days? How many hours is 8 days? Let's see. Eight times 24. 192. This brother just asked me what rank he is. He's about to fuck around and find out.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, let's fucking go. They can't hear you yet. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm giving people points for doing the daily check-in. The most we've had in one stream is 151 daily check-ins. And we're about to lock. Let's go! They're about to hear you in a second. Ask me what rank I am again.
What rank are you?
I got a command for that. Exclamation rank. You gotta check that out. Let's see it. Let's see it. Somebody do it in chat. Would appreciate it.
You get this, no, that's not you.
Somebody exclamation rank quickly! That's how you motherfucking win! I am Ruby 4000!
Let's go!
I have never lost! Not once in my whole life! Let's motherfucking go! That is how you win. That is how you naenaes. I am Ruby 4000, brother. I have never lost. Not once in my whole life. Thank you for the first time chat. I hope you decide to stick around. You didn't see that above you? Somebody already did it above you. Right before you. Really put the quick match in there. Really put... What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What the fuck does that even mean? Don't stop believing. We're about to lock. I will never stop believing. It's my 8-day streaming straight. And I'm going crazy, motherfucker. But thank you for the follow, brother. You put us at 3,555 members in our community. It really means a lot. Thank you so much, dude. everybody who's here right now taking the time out of your day, you have no idea how much it means to me for taking that time. It could be our last day. It was like a minute of gameplay. Indeed it was. Indeed it was. They put me into the end of the game. So what can we do? But OG is an OG. He is an OG. OG Big Stepper. For real, for real. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm... What is up, Swayze? What the fuck is up? Redbeard is an OG. Speaking of Redbeard, we have a command for Redbeard. Great mod. Great guy. And one of our community members, grandma has cancer. That's another support link if anybody wants to. Went from 27.7 to 27.3. Do you know how an average concurrent works? It is over 30 days. And so that means that there were days that were 30 days ago that I averaged 22, and yesterday we averaged 19. So it all depends on who sticks around and who stays. And we have this command right here that's super cool. Check this out. Check this out, guys. I'd really appreciate it if you check this command out. I spent a long time on this. Anybody who is not on here but yet could be on the rank, just let me know. And we have 2 people already who could be on here. We need 5 before I update it. And I'm going to update it every day, once a day. But if you want me to update it today, we need 3 other people who could be on here. You got to look for yourself, brother. You got to look for yourself. It's easy, bro. If you let me do it, you'll see it's easy. Clutch, thank you for joining us. Clutch, I hope you... Clean my hours up. Hope so, brother. Then I get fucking slammed. I did K-Dot. I did already. I gave everybody their 100,000. Brother's trying to scam me. I gave everybody their shit, brother. I kept up with it. I kept up with it. I gave everybody their points. I was quick. 16 hours to see if you would be on there. Should be on there. 16 hours or so. You were number 97 on exclamation watch time 10. Brady, what is yours, Brady? I can find it for you if you want me to. Yojin, did I not Yojin, Jello, I think I forgot to give you yours. K-Dot, if you want points, anybody who wants extra points, use the naenaes spider duck and I'll give you 250,000. And also, we're working our way to partner. Every single person who sticks around and stays in our stream will help us. And Jello is still a raider. I'm still a raider. Neon is still a raider. Dirt bike, thank you. Alright, I'm going to give the points for the daily check-ins in one moment before I die. Looking like a great stream. I really hope you decide to stick around. Thank you so much, dude. Like, you have no idea. We've been streaming for 8 days and we are not ending. 100%. Like, I'm going through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday at least. At least. How is your day going? Lol, I hope you're having an amazing day. And Dirtbike, how are you doing today, man? Gary, thank you for the daily check-in. I'm about to give you your points. Good aim, nerd. Thank you. Hushin, you're a raider as well. Thank you for the daily check-in. I should have went around that corner the other way. I screwed that up. But how's everybody doing today? Lino is the next for the points. Thank you, Lino, for the daily check-in. After Lino is Gary. Gary, thank you for the daily check-in. For Gary is Hushin. Hushin, thank you for the daily check-in. After Hushin is Chris. Chris, thank you for the daily check-in. Now, who's trying to stick around and help us get partner? I'd really, really appreciate it. If you guys don't know about these commands you just joined, I spent a lot of time on these, and anybody who can be on the ranks, if you are able, you have the time, and you're not on these commands, then I will add you to them. And we need 5 people. You're on there, brother. Hushin, you're on there. You look at number 2. Hushin, why you say you quit? You literally are on there for your 2nd place. That's actually insane. I don't know why you would say that and not look. Ah. And so anybody could let me know if they were able to be on there, and I would put them on there. I'm serious. If you wanna get your watch time up, there's gonna be giveaways. Like, I'm gonna pay people for their watch time, like, sooner than later. If I had the money and I could pay people for it, I would, for real. But not like not for like, I don't know. It'd probably be for top 10, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe not even know top 10. But one day, if I had the money, like if I was able to pay everybody, I would pay everybody. But I don't have that kind of money right now. But I'm saying, like, if there would be giveaways, it probably would be for first couple leaderboards, just because I don't have that kind of money. But I need to me for watching. I'm watching for a reason. What do you mean by that? I wish you were more of a nerd. Static, you call me a nerd. You need to be a nerd and frickin' think or read what you type, bro, because that doesn't make any sense. Perk 30 hitting. Do you want me to time you out, bro? That's illegal, bro. No illegal chats. No illegal chats. Like, if you want me to get in trouble, like, I need to time you out and untime you out. I'm not gonna let somebody clip that and frickin' report it there's Karens, there's people that would go that far to try to get me in trouble, saying that I'm just letting people say whatever the fuck they want because I don't like talking about illegal activities, and that's just not one thing that we do in my chat. Sorry. So let me, you're probably gonna kill me, but... W back. Your boy is back in town, your boy is back in town. Your boy is back in town. Motherfucker. That's how you win. That is how you win right there. We're locked. We are freaking locked. Ranked question mark? No, this is quick match. We don't play ranked, brother. We don't play ranked around here, brother. My whole point of streaming is to meet people, because a lot of the time somebody will join my stream and stay for a minute and then they'll leave. So to be able to keep growing, to keep being able to stream, I need to meet people. I wish people valued my stream more, but it is what it is. Some people do, but not most. Not most. My goal every single stream is, Yojin, I already changed my outfit once today. I gotta put that on once a stream or whatever. But I do appreciate the points. I'll refund them. I'll refund them. I probably should turn that off. I literally just changed my clothes, like, not even fucking... Oh man, I forgot to refund the freaking daily check-ins. Damn it. That's gonna take a while to fucking do. I gotta freaking refund them all up until 23 minutes ago. Ocean. I knew I was forgetting something. But another thing, lol, it's another way to see if people value me for my stream, or if they value me for the game that I'm playing. And that if you want me to play ranked, then I'm sorry. From the 1 points, I have to refund them so that they don't combine together. Because now they're all combined together. It's kind of fucked. To see how many we got today versus That's how you win! That's how you freaking win! Let's go! Can I run it? I don't know you, Camsicle. I'm sorry, brother. I'm a solo. We're playing community games in 4 days. If you're not here to watch me and hang out, you're not here to play with me. I'm sorry, brother. Sorry. How you doing, Uni? Some people don't like rejection. It is what it is. I've told you this before. And Yori, how are you? Sorry, it's one of those things that's my pet peeve. I don't like getting asked to play. Just I'm a solo. People should learn that about me. Cam, you do know that already. Stream going? It's going good. We've been streaming for 8 days now. 8 days and 27 minutes. And we have this new thing you guys should check out. It is pretty cool. And if any of you are you have the hours to be on here, let me know and I will change the data. We need 5 people today if I'm going to change it today. If not, I'm going to change it tomorrow. We have 2 people right now who should be on there. As soon as we have 5 people who have the hours to be on here, I will add you. I will add you. And you might be on here somewhere 15 hours. I hope so. I hope I didn't forget you. I might have forgot you. So you'll be the next one. You'll be the next one. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. 16, 17, 18. Okay, I'm at 6 hours. Okay, 6 hours. Poo-poo, you are another. You're another one we got to add on there. So we need one more. We need one more person. It's cool. It's good though. It's just how the data works that I didn't get your data. So you've never done that before. You gotta understand. Big Sal, hello. How much watch time do you have, Big Sal? I'm almost guaranteed. I'm actually gonna do all 3. This is for active members of the community. I did not add Big Sal because he has not been around in such a long time. So I actually can add everybody now. So let me get your data really quick, and then it'll take me a second. It'll take me like probably 10 minutes or so, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. How you doing, Big Sal? I hope you're doing good, man. Good to see you, dude. We're grinding for partner. We've been streaming the last 8 days straight now. And I hope
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, WWW! Let's fucking go! Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much, Big Sal. You have no idea how much that means to me, dude. I love you, brother. And I really want to keep in touch because I don't want to go as long as I was without seeing you, brother. You're a great guy. Big Sal. Anybody who's not following Big Sal, if you guys would follow Big Sal, I'd really appreciate it. Big Sal is somebody I recommend, and he's a really nice guy who has great vibes. And now let me go in Stream Elements. And thank you, everybody, for the daily check-ins, and I hope I didn't forget anybody. Now that we got 3 other people, who weren't on there, we are going to get everybody on there. So now I just have to copy your name and then copy the data. Two more, and then I can start putting it together. Honori. Honori, how much watch time do you have? I'm curious. Maybe we can do Honori as well. Wait, exclamation watch. 3 hours and 25 minutes. What is the lowest one on there? Oh, almost there. Almost on the first one. So like in an hour or 2, I could probably add you on there. If you do down to stick around. Let me get UniEdge's data really quick. I get it straight from Stream Elements. I don't get it from the watch time command. It's just so that it's as accurate as the Stream Elements data is. And then one more boo poo. About to go to Florida. Yo, man. I hope you have an amazing freaking time. And I have to update the overlay because it should have updated and it did not. Yucky, thank you for the daily check-in. I really appreciate it. But anybody that I do add onto this thing, like, I really hope you're an active part of our community because you're going to be on there for a while, and that I don't want to add anybody who doesn't plan on returning. Thank you for completing our goal. Put us at 300 or 265. It's actually hype. 265 subs. Lurking, thank you. How do you see your watch time? Exclamation watch time at Dante. 2 days. Exclamation watch time. 6. Exclamation watch time 6. 2 days. Exclamation watch time 7 or watch time 5. You are number Dante number 43 on watch time 5. And once I have this completed, everybody should be able to do this. And Big Sal, I do appreciate you joining us, and I hope your trip to Florida was absolutely incredible. I'm about to start up a game now that I got that figured out. My dogs are being bad, of course, because that's my dogs for you. I'm like pretty good at multitasking. We've been streaming for 8 days now, and so if you're streaming for 8 days, 35 hours, you got to be able to multitask to some kind of function. I think Big Sal missed the Meaty Marley raid. He missed Skite raids. A lot of big time things that went down. A lot of crazy shit. It's actually mind blowing to think about. But I hope you're doing amazing. One second, guys. Oh, you're a G, Lino. That's a good idea. That is a really good idea, man. Like, dead ass. Greatest idea, brother. Are you ready to lock? His brother just sold me. On the stairs. Yo, any of the people, any of the people that I just added to this still hanging with us? I'm curious. Like, out of the 5 people who wanted to be on this, because I just now I'm just copying and pasting. I'm almost done, actually. Just need to finish copying and pasting is all. Let's fucking go! That's the first AK of the stream! Let's fucking go! The first AK! Our record is 13! Dante, you know you're on that, right? You do know you're on that, right? It's for active community members. You've been active in our community a very long time. If that brother only knew that I actually wanted to get TK'd.
Bro, do something.
For real, what is he doing? Rank game teammates be like. Brother's about to get what's coming to him. About to face the heat. Here comes the money. Here comes the money. I'm about to come for you, brother. Better watch out. Coming for your life. All right, I'm officially done. I'm officially done with that. Sorry it took so long. Sorry. Uni Edge, are you still listening? Boo Poo, are you still here? Yori? Or Yori, I'll add you when you get to 3 hours. Dante, do you know what spot you're on? Fuck this whole game sometimes. Okay. That's how you win! We won that! Let's motherfucking go! Yori, I'll redo it in an hour or so to add you on there. I'm heading out for tennis. I'll be back in 2 hours. See you, Juicy. I was just thinking you were one of the people that I could add on there soon. I'll speed run through it really quick. He did 2. I'll do. No, not 15. Oh, so you do know, all right. So I added a 20. Wait, I can add you. Hey, wait, actually, can I? Anori, didn't you have 3 hours? Fuck, I'm confusing myself. Never mind. Yes, I can add you. I don't have to completely redo it. Since that's the very last one, I don't have to completely redo it. I only have to redo one. Almost done. Hair's tickling me. Stop tickling me! Here you go. Exclamation, watch time 20. to recognize our homie, because you're awesome and you're worth so much. You have no idea. The time you give me is priceless. Thank you so much for your time, homie. For real, for real. That goes for everybody. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to watch my stream. I really appreciate it. For real, today's an amazing day. And these names are incredible. And anybody who's not on here, all you got to do is ask me to put you on here. If you have enough points, I will go right ahead. She beat you, unfortunate. It is what it is sometimes. You can't do a whole lot about it. Expenses. What do you think of the new system? We have a new game in the planning. Lino gave me a really good idea. And he would not have given me the idea if he didn't want me to use it for the community. So it is one of those things. It's not like I'm like taking it from him. And he would probably use it himself in his community as well. What game? Imagine having a team of watchers. So like you and 3 others maybe, and combined all your watch time together would be how much your team is worth. And just at the end of the week or at the end of the month, whoever's team has the most watch time combined would win something. And it would just make social interactions with other people a lot more common. Like making groups and things. They would probably be groups of 3. I wouldn't want any bigger than that, probably. Groups of 2 or 3. It would probably be a solid chunk of bread points that you'd get. Flamingo, you're also on this too. You're also on this watch time. I think we're actually going to start it probably today even. Like, we could probably start it today. I just want to work on it in between games. Just because my stream isn't going to end, just because, you know what I'm saying? We're infinite stream. We've been streaming for 8 days, 55 hours. Anybody who stays can get their watch time up without me ending, 100%. But Basic Flamingo, do you think you can stay a second and I can show you something? I want to show you the new watch time leaderboard system. How are the teams made? That's the thing, like, we got to figure that out still. This is still in the planning, and Lino would probably not like if I were to like go out of my way to try to get it done now. So I mean, I don't know how long he's going to be streaming tonight, but he said he would work on it after already interest. What do you mean by that? And also, like, I have a way to develop this project, Lino, that I'm going to keep you in touch with on Discord. And like, if I wanted to get it done in the next hour or two, like seriously, like a lot of progress, I swear, bro, this could be pretty cool. I want to show you what I'm talking about, like actually. like how I make like I make a lot of shit, make a lot of shit happen. That's for sure. And that this is just another. It's a really great idea for real. I'm really very very fortunate that you put me on. No, it's not. I'm a solo Akuma. That's the thing, man. Like, Lino gave me the idea, so I'm working on it with Lino. I don't mean it, but like that. I'm just saying, like, the less the better. I'm very sorry. It's not. That's not. I don't know how to explain it. If I would have came up with the idea on my own, it probably would be solo. Lino is just a really great guy for letting me know. It's in no way. I don't know, but maybe. But like once we figure out the game, I'll for sure tell you. I'll for sure let everybody know. Flamingo, can you show me your watch time, Flamingo? This will be easier. Actually, I'll just do it. Basic Flamingo. 10 hours. Okay. Expect your watch time. 18. You guys have no idea, Kuma. That was not meant towards you or Lino. Like, I'm a one-man army. If you knew the amount of shit that I could do entirely on my own, like, I am the problem solver, brother. That's why I tell everybody that if they ever need a problem, that I can solve it. And shits didn't even go through. It's difficult to make these commands for Twitch. Is it difficult for just anybody? Yeah. That's what I'm saying though. Like I can do a lot as one person. I don't know how to necessarily explain it. That like I don't necessarily really like it's not my idea. It's not my idea to go off of. So it's just out of respect. I don't know how to explain it. And now that I have a frame and a way to change data, it's all gonna work together. Like it's just a computer science thing. That's all I'm saying. Is like all together it will be so 10 hours. Where's 10 hours at? Exclamation watch time. Watch time 15 and exclamation watch time 14. Hey, Flamingo, you're number 133. Are you still here? We got a game, by the way. Thank you, Bailey. Hey, homie, you're amazing. For some green. What's up, K-Dot? K-Dot, how much time are you looking at on your watch time? I'm curious. I know it's you just started because you just started watching me. Like, before you were just joining it, like, every so often. But now you started watching me. And can somebody do exclamation watch time 20 and show him the lowest? Oh, fucker. Or I can do it. Exclamation watch time 20. Almost. Okay, so the lowest on here is 2 hours and 55 minutes. So to be number 200, you would need another hour and 50 minutes to be number 200. Is that a lot to ask for, man? I don't mean to take up any of your time, brother. Nicole, thank you for the daily check-in. Yeah, you got an hour and 5. So an hour and 50 minutes, you would be at 255. So if you get 3 hours, I'd put you at number 200. Does that make sense? Nicole, do you know about this new thing that we're doing? Gotta give you your points in a moment. Well, the game really hasn't started until I think tonight. Later on tonight, we'll probably start it. But watch time leaderboard exclamation watch time 1 through 20 will show where you're at watch time, and I plan to re-get data like once a day, but at the same time, like anybody who wants to be added on there can be added on there. Like if they were to have, you see exclamation watch time 20 above you, so that's the last one. So to get on the leaderboard, you'd need 2 hours 55 minutes. And exclamation watch time. Let's see, exclamation watch time 10 maybe. No, exclamation watch time. Yeah, 10. No, exclamation watch time 5. My brain's not working. Sorry, exclamation watch time 3. 5. There we go. 5. You're above that, actually. Exclamation watch time 2. You're on exclamation watch time 2. Heck yeah. There you are, number 20. Appreciate that, for real, for real. W. Sorry, my brain's not working right now. But let's go. I hope you like the idea, and I hope others do as well, and I hope people don't feel like it's too hard to get up there. Evan, thank you for the daily check-in, Evan. Yo, we're one away from 3,555 members in our community. If you guys might know anybody you'd recommend, it would be greatly appreciated. For real. For real, for real.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo! Lifeline sucks! What the fuck? Did you just hear what I just said? Did you just hear what I just said? What in the world is going on? Are we living in a simulation? What are you doing to me? You're destroying my mind. You're destroying my motherfucking mind. Who saw that? Who saw that? Who saw that? That's crazy, bro. How are you, Sucks? You're having a great day. Yo, Mr. Wubbles, I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now you gotta stick around and get to know us, brother. For real, for real. We've been streaming the last 8 days in 1 hour. They're hurting me! Make a motherfucking stop, please! Please! Make him go easy! Please! Duke! Yo! Hello, Duke. We did it, Duke. We did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So, can you exclamation watch time? And then you're on it. You're on it, Duke. So we have 200 spots now. So now, exclamation watch time, and then 10, maybe? Exclamation watch time 10? Thanks, Choo Choo. Fucking hate this game. That's how it works. Do you want me to do it? I'm quicker at it. Actually, let me just do his. Let me just do his. Exclamation watch time. 7. Exclamation watch time. 9. Exclamation watch time. 12. Oh, exclamation. Sorry, I didn't know you were gonna do that. 11:30. Exclamation watch time 13. I didn't have it copied and pasted, it would have been quicker. Motherfucker. Hey, brother, don't worry, I can update this soon. I can update it soon. Like, I'll update it later tonight if you want me to. That's how you win! Let's motherfucking go! We just won that shit! You're on that one, bro. You're on that one, for sure. You have to be. You have to be. There's no way you're not. Lovable Duke. I literally put you on there. I remember in my brain. What the fuck? I'm wondering, what? I remember. I literally remember. How can I not remember that? Oh man, I'm having a good day. Besides the shenanigans I'm going through, but other than that. There you are, 124 on watch time 13. Exclamation watch time, exclamation watch time 13, 124. I'm having the greatest day. Heck yeah. Thank you for the daily check-in. What do you think about this watch time system, Lifeline? So, like, the lowest on our watch time leaderboard is currently 2 hours and 55 minutes. We have been streaming for the last 8 days and 1 hour. And so you could pretty much get your watch time up infinitely because we have like a system to raid Royce 2 and then Royce 2 raids Royce 1. And Lovable Duke, I know you had a moment last night. I hope you're okay. No, I'm here for you, man. You ever need me. And Lifeline, where are you from, brother? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing amazing. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And better is one of those things. We're here for a new day and a great day. Facts, truly facts. We are blessed for the day that we are given. And that I got some really awesome friends.
Naenaes before you get a whooping. You better hit the naenaes before you get a whooping. Naenaes, hurry up.
And his, because I told.
You nay before you get a whooping, you motherfucker. Yo, mishap. Exclamation. We have a bunch of new watch time things. Exclamation watch time 1. I think you're on there. But there's 20 of them. Exclamation watch time 1 through 20. And I think you'll like it. Why? No. No. No.
Let him cook! I said let him cook!
No, I don't want to cook. What are you gonna cook? They're in! That's how you win! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Yo, Mav, to be on the number 200, you need 3 hours. You need 3 hours to be on 200. Mav, how are you, bro? You're lurking. Thank you. Is that? Yeah, I think that means you're probably streaming. Thank you for saying something. You can always say lurking, or you can put an emote. He is. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yo, Big Wayne, let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Thank you so much, Big Wayne. Yo, Mav! Mav, are you following Big Wayne? Lovable Duke, are you following Big Wayne? You should follow Big Wayne. Every single day that I've done this stream, he has rated me, for real. Pretty much every single day. And if you'd follow him, I'm recommending him, and he's a great guy. And I would really appreciate it if you would do that, for real, for real. And thank you for your time that you've watched my stream. Thank you for the sub earlier today. Big Wayne, you have no idea, man, how much that means to me. You are actually incredible. I'm just working on a little project game thing that we're going to be playing. I don't want to say too much of it right now, but it should be planned out tonight and probably started tonight. It's a watch time game, and it's like, imagine having a team of watch time, and the person with the most in their team, let's say a team of 3, how you would apply a team is you would send me a message on Discord of the team, the people, and anybody who's in the Discord, you'd be able to message them and ask them if they join your team for watch time. And the top 3, or I think there'll probably be three different tiers of 3 teams that'll win, but different levels of bread. And it'll be a large amount to help you win the giveaway. And just that we have some ideas. I don't know if you saw these. As you wish. What do you mean? As you wish? Oh, thanks, man. He's a great guy, man, and really want to show some love. That's the thing. Anybody who supports me, I'm gonna support them. Thank you so much, dude. For real, for real. You're back. I'm gonna show this to Big Wayne and Thorn and Nicole, because I don't know if they have seen it yet. It's time to lock! It's time to motherfucking win! Are you ready?
Let's do this, bro.
We've met each other before. Is that right? Skag! Let's fucking go! Thank you for the raid, Skag. Now you gotta join the stream, Unc. You have to. Thank you for the raid, Skag. How did the stream go, brother? We shot you. Let's
K-Dot,
fucking go. You're K-Dot?
Yep.
You have a different account, don't you? I
that
fucking
was
just
my whole
whiffed. I just whiffed so hard. You gonna get to that 20th? Or 200, I mean? You gonna get that 3 hours watch time? Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Skag.
definitely, buddy.
I hope so. You should say something in chat so they know who you are. He's K-Dot. I had my screen on, so there's no way you Q-snipe me. There's no fucking way. Maybe. Maybe. Am I tripping? Did he just Q-snipe me? Motherfucker. Those of you who are not following
just go in
Skag,
there and cook
he's a
that.
G, brother, for real. Do you think you can mute the stream during this game, just for a little bit? I'm probably gonna talk in game chat, just so that they can't hear my stream in the background. But W Skag, thank you so much. I have Skag on my recommended page. He's a really talented musician and a really great guy. He boosts my self-esteem a lot, and that means basically he compliments me, even though he's straight and he has a girlfriend. He still helps boost my self-esteem, and that's what a real homie does. I really appreciate that, bro. And your time, Skag. The time that you have spent in my stream the last couple days, you've kept me tabbed during this 8-day stream, and that is worth a lot, Skag. For real. And check this out. 1 day, 21 hours. Watch time 7, maybe? 1 day, 21 hours. Watch time 6. So you are at, Skag, you are at number 55. You're 55. And I really appreciate that. Heafy, 3 days. Let's see where Heafy's at. Watch time 4, maybe? You're 31. You're 31. And it's actually really easy to go up because a lot of people aren't here. A lot of people aren't here, so it's one of those things that you can pass them by just simply being here when they're not here. And leave PC on after I leave work. Can't leave? Oh, no worries. No worries. Like, don't feel like you ever have to. Like, don't feel obligated. That's something that it really helps me out, get partnered. But I hope it stays the same for everybody, that you don't feel obligated. That I don't want anybody to feel obligated. We have this new game idea that is not ready yet, but it's in the works. Imagine teams of 3 that you can recruit on Discord. So anybody in our Discord, you'll be able to message them and see if they want to join your team. Once you have a team planned out, you message me on Discord, the teams of 3, and whoever has the most watch time combined, so everybody's watch time will be connected together, and it'll change once a week. So you'll have a new team every week, and the person team who has the most points or has the most watch time will win. Thorn and Nicole, are you guys here? Thorn and just do Thorn, Nicole, and Big Wayne as an example, since they're 3 friends, and their watch times will just get added up, and if they have the most watch time all together, they will win the bread. And so it would be a large sum of bread, and it'll actually be worth it. Still, Skag and Nicole, before you guys go to lurk, if you're on PC, you should look in the URL. If it says twitch.tv/Royce_1 and says a bunch of numbers and then says a raid, it's Lino gave me the idea. He said the idea is mine, but in reality, he gave it to me. So I wouldn't have it if it wasn't for Lino. There's going to be commands for it. And I already have something, but I'm just waiting. Brainstorming time is tonight. Shocky.
Yo, Royce, bro. It's that time, bro.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Good night, Skag.
Yeah, let that sink in.
Good night, Skag. Don't make me put you out, brother. I will put you out right now. Good night, Skag. Thank you for keeping me tapped while you sleep, man. I would do the same for you, Skag. And I think I did last night. I did recently. And anytime you're live, I would do it. What is done unto me, I do unto you. And that last night, I had way too many. I had more than I could, and I had frame drop, I think, because of it. I don't know. Not more as in, like, too many, but I'm saying overnight, I don't know. I think bandwidth makes a difference over the night. I'm going to ask Jared, because he works for Xfinity. He would know. Because if you have an internet problem or you have a CPU problem, then you get frame drop. I will always be there.
Let him cook! I said let him cook!
I love you, bro. And you I don't know, you make me feel better about myself. You be complimenting my hair and things, and that I've never once ever got complimented on my hair. I always thought I had the worst head of hair. I'm not asking for compliments. I'm not that kind of guy. I don't need compliments, but like the fact that I used to get bullied all the time, not necessarily for my hair, but bullied for being like 70 pounds heavier. I tagged him. The fuck is this? Ah! He spooked me! That man just spooked me. I don't know what I'm whistling. It's from Elf. I do know what I'm whistling. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. The voices. This game could be even programmed. Not programmed. Programmed. Not programmed, but programmed. Yo, Mesa, what the frick is up, my brother? How is your day going? Do I want a 2v2? So does that mean you have 3 other people? Is the real question. What the fuck is up? How's your day going, Mason? Thank you for joining, dude. Hope you're having an amazing day. Hulk, can you do your watch time, Hulk? And see where you are? Nah, but I do got my duo. Hey, Mason. It's my 621st day streaming every single day. We've been streaming the last 8 hours.
Motherfucker.
Stream the last 8 days, 1 hour 40 minutes. Thank you so much for the follow. We are playing community games in 4 days. I know that might make you unfollow, but I was saying that this is a vibe, brother. I'm not just gonna say that, but I'm saying you could invite your brother, your friend, and we can chill and hang out. If you're looking for a streamer to 2v2, I'm sorry, brother. I'm looking to grow my community and have people in my stream who don't necessarily want to play with me. But that's one thing. I've never missed a day, and we're 621 days. I'm never missing a day as long as I live. If you want to know something cool, we do giveaways every single month depending on how much bread points you have. And we have a system for our watch time for the people that watch the stream. So this is our #1 watch time. This is the first 10, second 10, third 10, fourth 10, fifth 10, sixth 10, seventh 10, eighth 10, ninth 10, 10th 10, 111th, 112th. I don't even have to say it at this point. And so to be on here, you would need a minimum of 3 hours. And anybody who would have the hours, I would add them, and I would up whatever place you were technically in. And so this means you have right now. Let's see how much you have, Mason. You have 0. You literally have 0. So you might be able to get up there if you'd like. And we're playing a game to play that we're going to have teams of 3 of whoever has the most watch time combined in the team of 3 for the week will get a large sum of points for the bread points. And if you have the most points at the end of the month for bread points, you win the giveaway. This month it's $50. 1 month it's going to be $100. What if it could be $500 one day? And so that your team of 3 could combine watch time and you could win the giveaways easier. And this is a game that we haven't started yet, but we're planning it, and it should start tonight. The game doesn't necessarily count like a giveaway. We would be giving away a large sum of bread. So basically, bread is how you win the giveaway. If you have the most bread, you'll win the giveaway. And so if the game is to get the most bread, you would pretty much get a very large boost to have your team with watch time. Let's say 3 people, or you could go in our, like, the Discord would be the way to ask others to join your team. And then once you're ready to make the team, you just DM me in Discord telling me the 3 people that are in my stream that are watching to earn watch time. That's how you win the game is by watch time. The 3 people combined with the most watch time will win the bread. And so, but yeah, you got 5 emotes for following that I made myself. I make emotes for people. Anything that somebody would need, I would rather me make it for them than them buy it from somebody, because I want to make people happy, even if it costs me my time. That Taylor, I might have to add you to this, Taylor. What's your watch time looking at, Taylor? You might be on here, actually. I think I remember putting you on here. I don't know 100%, but I think I added you to it. Thank you, Taylor. I really appreciate that. I'm actually curious. 100,000, and then exclamation watch time at 5 hours 15. Okay, exclamation watch time 16. No, exclamation watch. Fucker. 5 hours. Exclamation watch time 17. Exclamation watch time 18. Exclamation watch time 19. Here we go. 5 hours. Okay, so you're the next one, brother. I gotta add. So I will update that. I wouldn't set it every 5 people. If we get one more person who should be on here, then I'll update it. Or I can even update it for Taylor because Taylor has subscribed to me. I'm gonna update it because you're a great guy. Even if I have to upgrade it, or even if I have to update it all. Thank you, Taylor, for your time, man. I really do appreciate it. I'm streaming every day for 8 days. 8 days fully, 1 hour 42. And that no matter what, even if people don't necessarily want to watch, that I will be streaming the whole weekend. I'm live. Hey, Heafy, I've been telling people not to say it in the stream anymore because you have gotten tempted to do it, and not on purpose, but like I don't want it to be a habit for other people. Please, if you're listening, if you're not listening, I'm just gonna send you a message. I will be in your stream, brother. Trust the process. Just like, brother, you've been cooking. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. Hope you're listening, Heafy. Would appreciate it. Taylor 137 underscore. No. What's the other number? 1317. Blind. How's your day going, man? I gotta keep it to have more life and busy. Hey, man, you don't have to. Please don't feel like you have to. Actually, that's not the reason I'm doing this. The reason I'm doing this is to build a game out of it, because I want to have a game where 3 people are a team of watch time, and the group's team who wins will get a large sum of bread every week. So there'll be a game for 4 weeks out of the month. So every first week, it'll start on a certain day. People can join late, but of course, joining late will have probably a penalty. But whoever's team has the most watch time, the trio will win points, and there'll probably be first, second, and third, and then the points will help you win the giveaway. What? Oh, that's fucked. Have good games, brother. Have good games. It's the only challenging monster. right. I'm trying to make a Twitch story right now. Please tell me I'm showing my screen. I am. Okay. Why wouldn't I be showing my screen? My fucking brain's not working. I might be the most shitter goblin to ever live. Let's go. Oh, I was supposed to do pistols only. So, Hulk, what do you think of this whole thing that we've been doing? Do you like it? I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. You stream. There, but not there. You have good podcast stuff. Sorry, bro. I would have died, Hulk. I would have died. I would have died. My brain was not working, but I would have died. 100%. I'm switching. 100%. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Podcasts are perfect. This is good practice for a pistol. How do you like that? How do you like that? Yeah, we watched that first last night. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. I can't wait for this new watch time game where 3 teams will have combined watch time and we're setting it up. I'm setting it up. Me and somebody a couple suggestors. And it will be set up tonight, probably around 10 p.m., 11 p.m., around that time. But the stream is endless, so we're not going to end until no matter what, even if people weren't going to watch, I was going to stream until the weekend is over because the weekend is my hotspot for like the people that can't come during the weekdays. So that's why I really was going to push through until the weekend, no matter what. Not push through, but like if people want to help my stream grow like this, like right now, 100%, we will keep going infinite forever, literally forever. 10 hours again. This could be longer. 100%. I had the idea. What if I gone past my birthday? My birthday's March 14th. You leave lurk on too long, does it not work? It probably gets to a point. I don't know how long, but I noticed that less active, the less it counts. That's how you win! It's alright, though. I still really appreciate it, though. Eggless, how you doing, man? Thanks for the daily check-in. That's how you win the game. What's your watch time looking at? I'm curious. I'm curious if you're on here. Exclamation watch time. Eggless. Spicy challenge. 3 hours and 45. You should be on here. Exclamation watch time 20. You are 192nd. And we're gonna be playing this game where teams of 3 we're planning it now, but teams of 3 will work together and combine the watch time, and whoever's team has the most watch time at the end of the week. So there'll be 4. So every single week we'll do one, and people will be able to join in late, but it's just a way that people can slowly like work together and I don't know. What do you mean by that? Well, what do you think of that idea, though? Do you like the idea? Join the raffle! Exclamation join. And let's say Mav isn't on there yet. If he were to get right now, it would be to pass Bunny with 2 hours 55 minutes. Join the raffle! Exclamation join. I was working on something. Interesting, Mav. Interesting. I'm going off of this. If you can show me your channel points, like when you haven't spent any, and I can do the math, and you've actually have, then maybe. Burger King Skite. Cloaked Dog. Okay, let's start with Cloaked Dog. Cloaked, exclamation watch time. Cloaked, I know you're on here. I know you're on the watch time leaderboard. So, exclamation watch time. How are you guys? How are you, Cloaked? How are you, Baby Cake? How are you, Burger King Sky? Exclamation watch time. Don't feel bad about watch time. I appreciate every bit of watch time. But I just want to show you what I'm about to show you. Okay, so first, Baby Cake and Cloaked, you're on here. I know you're on here. Cloaked, let's try to find Cloaked first. Watch time, 17 maybe? 16 hours, so, no. Watch time, 15. Watch time 10. Okay. Cloaked, you would be 16 hours and 30. You should be on here. I can add you. Why aren't you on here? That's so weird. You might be on here and I just don't see it. But anybody who isn't on here and yet you have the time, so since you have 16 hours and 30, you're going to be added on here. And Baby Cake is going to be on here, or if she's not, she's going to be added on here. Anybody who has, can somebody do exclamation watch time 20? That's the lowest. It's 2 hours and 55 minutes. Anybody who has more than 2 hours and 55 minutes will get added on and so forth.
Why are you talking again?
Sorry, Sloppy. You should join the Twitch. My username spelled with a 0. You can mute me, brother, if you want, or you can be a negative Nancy. I didn't hear what you said, brother. All I heard was mumbling. You can mute me, brother. For real. You have a hard time with it. Let's go. You should be on here. I don't know why you're not. Unless, is this the first time you've been in the stream today, Cloak? Do you have less than that? There you are. 110. You are on watch time 11, 110. And then exclamation watch time 20. Exclamation watch time 19. Baby Cake, are you still listening? I'm curious. You're number 185 on the list. I don't know if you see that. Jello, I'll find you. 3 days. Watch time 5, maybe. Watch. How's it going, NSG Axel? How much watch time do you have? I'm curious. 10 minutes. Okay, so to get on our leaderboard, you would need 2 hours and 55 minutes minimum watching the stream. But how are you, brother? We just set these up. These are a new thing that we're doing. You just hit 2 days. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the daily check-in, brother. I really appreciate that, man. I hope you're down to stick around, earn some watch time, and big chill with us. I'm the one who knocks! I'm the one who knocks! I need more people who have the time and who are not on here. If we get like 1 or 2 more people, I could update. And then I'll also ask anybody who was in chat at the time who would like to get their time updated. I'll do that as well. It just will take a second. You'll have to give me like a solid probably 10 minutes to do it all in. But Axel, how's your day going, man? And did you understand what we were talking about or no? We're doing a bunch of new things, and we've always had watch time, but we never had a thing for it. Like never had a. It is going up, right? It is going up. Hopefully, it's going up. Or I'd be disappointed if it wasn't. Do. Tired, man. I'm sorry you're tired. Thank you for joining us, man. You're actually hella inspirational. I find you in the game, and you're back. Hungry! That's how you win! That is how you motherfucking win! We have never lost! Not once in my life! Let's go. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking naenaes. How's everybody doing? Today's been a really awesome day. I'm very, very fortunate. To Jonesy! Yo, what the fuck? Speaking of the Jonesy, do you see that? Do you see 114? How are you, De Jonesy? How's your day going? We're setting up this game. We're setting up this game where teams of watch time will earn large sums of bread every week. A team of 3 combined watch time will win a large amount of bread. And like, we're setting up the game. The game is going to be set up probably around like 11 p.m. my time tonight. Going to start working. I already have a lot of it worked out, but we're going to make it officialized at like 11 and probably start it. Hey, Yodi. How are you, Yodi? You're on here too. I remember putting your name on here. Or let me get your watch time really quick to see where. How are you, Yodi? Who's my team? You get to make your own teams. Mission watch time. So pretty much, it is just a thing to talk to each other in Discord. And when you have a team of 3, it'll be in the commands. It'll tell you everything you need to do. But whenever you do actually have the team, you'd come to me and you'd tell me the team, and I would be the one to officialize it. Pretty good, man. Glad you're doing good. I am doing really good, brother. Watch time 18. Yo, Yodi, what did you first start on? Like, how long have you been here today? I'm curious. I might have to add you, brother. I might have to add you on here. 6 hours and 20. I don't know why you're not on here. Oh. It's because your exclamation watch time 17, I think. Yeah, you're number 168. You're number 168. 6 hours and 20. Are you ready? We're about to lock. De Jonesy, how's your day going, man? And I'm gonna make a channel point for refreshing. To refresh your spot on the leaderboard. Probably like 1,000 or maybe probably more. Probably like 500. And I refund the channel points once a day, so. How have you been? I've been really good, man. I've been really good, dude. Today's been a really great day. Thank you for asking. What do you think of this idea? And there's gonna be ways to like sabotage people and things. Let's go. Imagine not watch time, not watch time, not watch time. You're not gonna be able to sabotage watch time, but imagine being able to sabotage the points somebody wins for the game, like the bread points. I don't know. Like there's gonna be different mechanics and things you could do. It's in the development. It's only just starting. And Heafy, I remember I put you on my phone and it actually worked better than putting you on my PC. I see you're at one person right now. I'm sorry, brother. But I'll put you on my phone. Try that. I just seen there's some people who are alive that I should probably. Jonesy, thank you for the daily check-in, my man. That's all the people I can tab. That's the most I can do. And I'm very sorry to anybody who is not tabbed. And it is one of those things I cannot risk frame drop at this point. People I have now are the people who are gonna remain. Hundred thousand every time you do it. 100,000 every daily check-in. How's it going? It's going amazing. How are you doing? Ah, thanks, homie. Thanks, homie. We're about to lock! You are not ready for what's coming. We have never died. They can't kill me. It's okay. Siege is pain. Siege is a painful game. That was a headshot? If I've ever seen a headshot. Oh, they're all over there. I feel like I knocked somebody. Oh, I did not knock somebody. Thank you, homie. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being in my life. Thanks everybody who's taking the time out of their day. For real, for real. That is something that is more than I can ask for. And if I could ever do anything for you, all you have to do is ask. And I would, for real. I have an idea. Oh man, nice try. We have this new game idea, Queen. I don't know if you heard about it, that we're probably going to set it up tonight. Imagine teams of 3. The group with the most watch time, combined 3 people, would win a large amount of bread points. Like a large amount. Not no tiny baby amount, but an actual, And so it would pretty much make people communicate in the Discord, and it would also have them come to me at the same time to sign their team up. But it'd be weekly, it'd be once a week, so things would change up probably. Anyone want to help me? Yo, nice VR! Thank you for the first time chat. Welcome to the stream, dude. How's your day going, man? Would you like to see? Hey, man, I don't know if this is like, whenever people say that, this is temporary. Like, you're going to join my stream temporarily, and then you're never going to come back. But that's the thing. If you give me your time of your life, I'm going to give you time of my life. And I would do anything to help you, brother. For real, for real. Like, I'm all about helping people in any way possible. Problem solving, anything. Homework, physics homework, calculus, making emotes, making profile pictures, logos, helping you in Rainbow Six Siege get better at the game. Nice VR. I want to show you a few things, brother. I want to show you a few things that we've added in our community, if you would be down to stick around a little bit. The daily channel point check-in is one that is really, really awesome. It keeps track of the days that you check in. And we have a bunch of different things. We do 2 giveaways a month. And one day will be more. But thank you for the first time chat. I don't know if you know this, but a first time chat can only happen once. Unlike a follow. Follow people and follow and follow and unfollow. You like to troll and it's one of those things that you took the time to join my stream and you may be listening to me or you may not value me at all and you may have already left. But I really do appreciate your time and I hope that you're having an amazing day, dude. Thank you for joining us. Nice VR. How's your day going, man? Hello, motherfucker. Nice VR. Are you still hanging out with us? Or are you one of those temporary people that will come in, say hello, and then never come back? That's what it seems like. Hope you're doing good, man. Thanks for joining. planning this at the same time. Let's fucking go! That's how you win! We have never lost! We have never lost! Goku, you're on there, brother. You're on there. That is how you win! That is how you motherfucking win! For the amount of time that he's been in my community, though, I'm just saying that you can get your watch time up pretty quick. I've been live the last 8 days and 2 hours, and he's been following since way before that. So I'm saying anybody who did want to get their watch time up, you could get it up very easily compared to W homies. Thank you for being here. Hello, Cappy. Can I put this in chat and you post it, or I'm actually gonna send it to you in Discord, so it doesn't pop up in chat. But if you could copy that and put that in chat and pin it, I would really appreciate it, Cappy. For real. I don't have very many mods, but it's not me asking for more mods. I just have a very small group. I wouldn't even call it a circle. I would say it's individual relationships versus a circle, because I've gotten stabbed in the back by circles. I don't trust circles anymore. You brother, I was sleeping right a bit sooner. Hey man, thank you, dude. We have this new thing for that we're working on, a game of watch time. So imagine teams of 3 combined watch time together. The persons or the team that wins for the week will get a large amount of points. So it'll just be people making teams and working together. You and Miss Barra and maybe somebody else, Redbeard maybe, a team of 3. You'd have a lot of watch time all together, and you'd probably win. You'd probably win. But thank you, dude. Hope your sleep went well. Gogu, check this out. So you have 24 hours watch time. So this, I think it'll probably be. Gogu, you're number 86 on watch time 9. And Cappy, I don't know if you knew this, but no, watch time 1 I meant to do. Got it, homie. Gonna make coffee and food. It's Miss Bar's birthday today. Yo! Let me message her. I didn't know that. Happy birthday to Miss Barra. W birthday. Big birthday. Dude, that's awesome. She's a great teacher. For real. Really amazing. And I'm lucky to know you, brother. I'm lucky to know you. Thanks for being in my stream. Thanks for being in my life. Today's the greatest day. So what do you think about these new commands? So you're 3rd on watch time 1. Exclamation watch time 1. So there's 200 spots. And the lowest is 3 hours. Exclamation watch time 20. Love chat, thanks. So anybody who would have 3 hours would pass Gamer Bunny? Yo, Gogu, did you see your spot? I'm curious if you saw your spot. How's everybody doing today? I hope everybody's having a good time. Thank you for being here.
Yo, I'm gonna drop a follow, twin.
G, yo, you are the G. Thank you. He's right on me.
I got
He's
you.
right on me.
After this round's over, I'm
They
gonna drop
fucking
one.
got me. I'm gonna show you something cool. We just set up a watch time leaderboard system. Oh, I can't log into my Twitch on another device because I forgot my password. Use my password. I need to send them a message. Phone that doesn't exist, and you can change it. I'm pretty sure you can. There's. So let me get this and send you the information on Discord that you can do to change it. I'm pretty good at problem solving, brother. You asked the right guy. You asked the right guy, bro. You picked the wrong house. Let's go! Let's motherfucking go!
on, bro.
You're crazy! You're so crazy!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Thank you for the follow! Let's go, dude! Let's freaking go. Gappleby, thank you so much for the follow. That was hype. Hey, man. I'd love to talk to you in chat, Gappleby. How are you, man? Message you on Discord real quick. On yours? What do you mean? But thank you for joining. Thank you for the follow. We've been streaming for 197 hours or so. And we're trying to get partnered. And we need a 75 average to get partnered. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. A lot of people like to follow me and then unfollow me. And yeah, dude, I read that. I read that. All right, I will show you how to do that. As long as you keep that between us, because the less people who know about it, the better, brother. Are you still hanging out with this Gappleby? That's actually a really cool name. W day today. W freaking day today. And Gappleby, are you listening? I'm curious. How's your day going, man? Thank you for being here. We're doing this thing with watch time! Exclamation watch time at Gappleby. Let me spell your name really quick. 127. So right now you probably don't have any watch time at all. But get this. If you had at least 3 hours watch time, you would have you would be on our 200th you'd be on our 200th watch time. So you see number 200 and that person, the gamer bunny, has 2 hours 55 minutes. So it's pretty much a way to like recognize who has the most time watching the stream. We've been streaming for the last 8 days in 2.5 hours, so we're not ending anytime soon, and that means that you could probably get your watch time up like really, really quick. And yeah, brother, we do giveaways, we do all sorts of things. You had 5 emotes for following. You should check them out. And I really appreciate the good vibes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me, everybody. And Lovable Dude, can you let me know in Discord if I helped you at all? I can't tell if this is a good guy or a bad guy in game chat. He might be both at the same time. You, I'm talking to you. Are you a good guy or are you a bad guy? Should I mute you or should I keep you unmuted? You just started out on a rough foot, but then you got nice. I don't understand it. Are you okay? Alright. I think you're cool. I think you're a cool guy. It's time to lock. I think I trust him, guys. I think I'm trust him. I don't know what we're waiting on. Might as well go back on the waiting screen, to be honest. 4 days. Actually, 3 days if you want to count the 4 hours, 3.5 hours. I wouldn't call you a viewer, bro. I don't even say playing with viewers. It's playing with community. And it's just what I'm trying to build a brand for my community, man. You have to understand that if I play with one person, then I have to play with everybody. And it's only the fair way. And if I don't play it like that, then people are going to look at me different. People are going to see and think, and they're not going to want to watch my stream. And if you don't understand that, it's sorry, bro. I'm not necessarily like looking to play with friends on my stream. It's not something that we could be friends, but you don't necessarily have to play on my stream. I don't know how to explain it. I'm a solo, bro. If you knew what I've lived, you'd be a solo too. Because let me tell you,
Oh, he's already inside.
they're in, yeah. You would be a solo, brother. People are fucking monstrous. I'm surprised you haven't met any bad people that actually have hurt you so bad that made you didn't even want to have another friend. Like, it's one of those things. I don't know. I hope one day you don't learn that lesson exactly, but you meet somebody who does tell you that, and it makes you realize how one day you can have somebody you really, really care about who says they love you, and then the next day they fucking will do anything to hurt you. That's the kind of thing that I do not want to have anybody like that on my stream, and I will not give anybody the chance because of it. Community games, so be it, but community games is not playing directly one-on-one with me. It's not representing my stream. It's not representing my channel. I hope you understand. If you don't understand, then I'm sorry. It's not my fault. But hopefully that's the last time it's mentioned in chat, because I hate telling people no. I hate talking about it, period. I think I'm going to make a command, exclamation community gamers or something, exclamation. Did you spell it the exact way? Your username. Lovable Duke, did you spell it the exact way? I gotta message him.
Oh, man.
No, my friend Lovable Duke is trying to get his account on Twitch, and there's something confusing. What do you mean by that? You never betrayed to Jonesy? It means you're a good friend, dude. Really. The exclamation solo and then let it explain that. Play community games, these games, on every 25 days. But that's the thing. As soon as he said it, it's like the stream did worse. Like, I don't want to talk about me not playing with people. It's not something I want to make my whole freaking stream about. I get a lot of people want to play, but it's not something that I want to do. I don't feel comfortable. I hope you know, even during the custom community games, I really honestly don't feel comfortable. If you want to know my dead-ass honest opinion from a man-to-man, like playing with new people, I just have anxiety. That people have hurt me really fucking bad, and that's something that it will never be the same. It will never be like playing with somebody I really care about. I will never truly know them. And that's something that, I don't know, I wish people would respect that. Willie, hello. If they lived in my shoes and knew how I felt, they wouldn't either. That's something that everybody's different. Every single one of us has a different personality, has different things that have happened to them, makes us who we are. And that I wish for 5 minutes that Jonesy could sit in my shoes and know how it feels, because it does not feel good. Yo, double? We got a motherfucking double? Oh, that's hype. ESP, sushi is goated. I have great things to tell you. We're doing this new thing that we're gonna, it's a new game. So, exclamation watch time at sushi. Let's see which we're working with. So you're almost there. Exclamation watch time 20. If you wanted to be on this leaderboard, that's 200 people. You would need at least 3 hours. But exclamation watch time ESP or watch time at ESP 6 hours. You're on there. 100%. Exclamation watch time 16. Exclamation watch time 17. Exclamation watch time 18. Motherfucker. I'll put you... That's so weird. Have you watched it all today? I don't think you have. Have you watched at all today, ESP? Because you might have had more or less. But I hope you're having a great day, brother. That's how you win! That's how you motherfucking win! That's how you win. ESP, are you listening or no? Is that just a daily check-in and dip? It is what it is. Sushi Goated, what did you think about the system? I need to chill. Can you... I just realized... Nah, I'm not gonna say that out loud. Let's go, Duke. My freaking mouse just died. Did you just get another phone? That's awesome, bro. Go tell your boss. I'm telling him right now. I already told him. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I had to. I'm just playing. Snitches get stitches. We learned that one the hard way, and I'm just playing. I just play. I play way too much. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm just kidding. I am sorry.
Naenaes before you get a whooping. You better hit the naenaes before you get a whooping.
What I said.
Naenaes, hurry up.
And his, because I told.
Cream Corn 420, Zaza. Hello, welcome to the stream, homie. Following since 6 hours ago. You followed me earlier. What your chair smell like? First time chat, let's fucking go. That's a great question. What does it smell like, huh? You wanna come over here and find out? Thank you for the first time chat, dude. First time chats are the fucking greatest. You wanna know why they're the greatest? Is the fact that first time chats can only happen once. Thank you so much, dude. We're doing something really cool with our community. So we have 20 different watch time commands. This tells you who has the most time in our active community. These are all active community members. You reading Thug Shake? Thug Shake, brother. And so if you were to get the points up to, or get the watch time, yo, Booma, daily check-in, question mark? Thank you so much, though, for the first time chat, Techno and Creamy Corn. How much watch time do you have? I'm curious. Exclamation watch time at Creamy Corn. 5 minutes watching. So if you were to get 3 hours watch time, I would add you on the leaderboard. And we're even going to have a game coming up for teams of 3 that the group every week that forms a team of 3 of the most watch time combined, all 3, will win a bunch of bread. And so let's say, what do you mostly stream? Rainbow Six. So you have an hour and 20 minutes. So if you were to get 3 hours watch time, do you see exclamation watch time 20? Do you see the last person on this list, 200th place, the Gamer Bunny? You would be on this command if you had 3 hours watch time. And same for you, Techno. What games do you play, man? It's my 621st day streaming every single day, never missing a day as long as I live. And it is one of those things that I really love streaming. I'm very, very passionate for streaming. Exclamation watch time. We already probably done this, but let's do it again. You are on exclamation watch time 7. You are right here. Yeah, you're 61st place on Robags is 61st place on watch time number 7. What rank are you? We have a command for that. We have a motherfucking command for that. I'm Ruby 4000. I have never lost a game in my whole life. It's the first people who will get to see this command ever. You guys are the first people. Welcome to the weekly team challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing Royce_1 on Discord with your desired team name. And I'm also going to ask you, the people in the team, to finalize your team each week. So we will, so this is a work in progress. So there's a bunch of rules and things that are not put into place yet, but that's just because we just created this idea literally today. And that, it's a work in progress, but the group with the most watch time of 3 every week will win the most points. So we'll probably call the first one in around probably a little bit extra since May is right here. We'll probably go at the first week of May, and so that'll probably give us like 8 or 9 days to get watch time up. And I should be streaming. I would love to stream the next 8 days. If you guys were to watch the stream for 8 days, you get 8 days worth of watch time, and you would be able to join a group and have a decent amount and be able to contribute to the team. And Techno, we're doing community games in 3 days. Mama Guava, thank you for the follow. You put us at 3,557 followers on community members on Twitch. Thank you so fucking much. Let's fucking go. Our community grows bigger. Let's go! It's my 621st day streaming every day. Never missing a day as long as I live. I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I swear on my life, I did not mean to do that. Did you just watch me execute that, man? Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for the first time chat, dude. We've been streaming the last 8 days and 3 hours. And 3 days we will be playing community games where we will be playing hide and seek, Sledge Myers, and Royce Says. And the top 3 people who win the most games will get Sky Charms. And every game you win out of the community games, you'll get bread points. Which at the end of each month, we do a giveaway for the person with the most bread points. This month it's $50. 1 month it's going to be $100. As soon as landscaping season starts, whether it's the mid-March or first week of April. And I bet Techno already dipped because he got the answer he wanted. Gogu, we're not going to say that, brother. We're not going to say that shit, brother. Be mature, dude. If you're going to be here, be mature. We're a group of adults. We're not a group of children's. Not a group of children's. And we're here for good vibes. And we've been streaming the last 8 days, and when I go to sleep at night, I put it on a playlist of podcasts, and we pick them together. And that's the thing. We've really been doing very, very well lately. We've been doing very, very well in terms of the size of our community. We started at 17. Let's do that again. Lino has so much watch time. So anybody who isn't aware of, this is the second time we posted this in chat. We're probably going to push it quite a bit until more people know about it. But we're going to be doing a weekly challenge for our watch time, and that people could form groups. And Heafy, are you listening right now? Heafy and DeJonesy are friends. They could probably be a group, and anybody could be groups with anybody. You just have to message me the group names in Discord, and you guys could message each other in the Discord community if you are looking for people, and if you see people in chat. And you also, like, we're just planning this, so think of it like this, that there could be, like, you could join late, but at the same time, if you join late, there might be a penalty. We're figuring everything out, but dude, we're slamming. Yo, Mamba, have you seen our top 200 active watch time leaderboard? Like the top 200 active members in our community that have watch time, and they're ranked by commands. And Mamba, how are you doing? How did you find the stream? Welcome, homie. Mango, Rainrod. That's how you win! That is how you win! We have never died! We have never died! Not once! In my whole life! We'll never die! Let's freaking go! We have never lost! We only win! GG! Skibbity! Skibbity! Before you head out, join the community, brother. Thank you so much for the first time chat. E-Dog, hello E-Dog. First time chats are the greatest for the fact that it's somebody new who's in our community, or it's somebody new who knows who I am. And if you'd like to follow and join the community, I would really appreciate it. We just started this new thing called the weekly team challenge, which this is the command for it. Welcome to the weekly team challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing Royce the names of your team on Discord with the desired team name to finalize your team each week. Your personal watch time. Thank you for the follow. Let's go. Thank you for the follow. Your watch time, your personal watch time, check it with exclamation point watch time starts from when you join the stream. As soon as you join the stream for that moment, your watch time starts. And as soon as you leave, your watch time will end, and it will slowly grow as you join the streams. And it will be added to your team's total at the end of the week. The team with the highest combined watch time wins a huge prize in bread points. Get in early and good luck. And pretty much, bread points are how you win the giveaway at the end of the month. The person with the most bread points wins the giveaway. This month it's for $50 for the most points. Next month it might be $100. Who knows? And so yeah, Gogu add exclamation watch time and showed you Skivity. You have 0 watch time at the moment, but in 10 minutes you'll have 10. And we have these leaderboards. Exclamation 20 is our last one. And let's say you wanted to be 200th on our watch time, active members. all you need is 3 hours of watch time. And we've been streaming the last 8 days in 3 hours. So we're not ending anytime soon. You could literally farm watch time. And like Redbeard would be the perfect person to ask to be on his team, because there's a huge chance Redbeard's going to win on his team because he has 40 days worth of watch time combined, as he's a power player. How you can see different people's watch time is watch time 1, and then you can do watch. So all the watch times through 30, or not 30 through 20. So, I fucked it up. Fucker. How are you, Redbeard? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's been a long day, man. I'm sorry, brother. Thank you for joining us. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Anybody that can be on here, exclamation watch time. If you cannot find yourself on here, I'll find it for you. All you you have to show your watch time, and I'll tell you if you have enough watch time. If you have enough watch time, we'll search and find your name on here. If you're not on here, I will put you on here. If you have enough time, if you have above 2 hours, 2 hours and 55 minutes, and these people aren't here right now, so you can get up there really quick. You can pass them pretty freaking quick. If you have the time, you really could. You know what I'm saying? Kiza, show weight loss picture. Have you already seen that before? What is your name on Discord? I lost 70 pounds. I'll send you that picture. Kiza, how much watch time do you have? I'm curious. 8 hours and 55 minutes. Okay, so you are 8 hours and 55 minutes. You are on exclamation watch time 15, and you're 150th place. Active community watch time. Do you see exclamation watch time 15, 150th place? And then exclamation team game is this new game that we're playing where you form a team of 3, and your combined watch time with the other 2 players will combine, and the group that has the most watch time will win. And it is one of those things that you'll get points for it. So if you want me to read this command again, welcome to the weekly team challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing Royce on Discord the names of the team members with your desired team challenge or team name to finalize your team each week. Your personal watch time, check it with exclamation watch time starts from the second you join the stream. And hell yeah, brother. But how are you doing, man? How's your day going? I hope you're doing good, bro. Phase M. All right, bet. Day's been going good. Let's go, dude. All right, we got somebody cool in game chat, but we just met the fucking most negative Nancy motherfucker I've ever met in my whole life.
I got one. No, he got me. Where y'all at? Come on, let's do it.
Hey, it's all about the energy that you live and that you receive, and that motherfucker is the most butthurt motherfucker I've ever heard in my whole life. I've never met a guy like that guy. And people say some of the worst things, but that man was fucking like the biggest negative Nancy I've ever fucking seen. Like,
He's a negative Nancy, isn't he?
yeah, you should mute him so I can't hear you through the echo. This bitch should join the stream. This little negative Nancy Rivo should join the stream and quit being a bitch, low-key. He's a bitch because he said the worst things to me, and I did nothing to that man. All I was doing was fucking promoting my stream, getting my name out there, one game at a time. Twitch doesn't recommend people.
One game at a time, big brother.
I don't think you realize this. Twitch does not recommend people, and the fact that we have freedom of speech and that I can say whatever the fuck I want to say, and that motherfucker woke up on the wrong side of the bed thinking he's tough shit, thinking he can say shit to me. He ain't shit to me, brother. He the fucking... Have you ever seen, like, plankton, like, getting stepped on? That little, like, green thing, that squat on the fucking ground, like it's a squish mark? That's what that brother fucking is to me. He's a fucking squish mark on the fucking ground. He ain't shit to me, low-key. OG, what is up, dude? You sent me a request on Discord. K-Dot, what's your watch time looking at? OG, what's your watch time looking at? We have this new thing, top 200. Big Cisco is here. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's motherfucking go! We have never lost. Exactly, dude. I meet some of the coolest fucking people ever, and then I meet some of the most biggest bitches I've ever met in my whole life. Like this fucking Rival guy, who's somehow top frag, but he's 1-3. The fucking shittiest player here.
Oh, what the fuck? Just got hopped out on. Big dick.
Thank you for the first time chat. You know something about first time chats that are pretty awesome is that first time chats can never be unfirst time chatted. And that it's somebody new who knows who I am. And that's exactly why I talk in game chat, is because every time I meet somebody new. And like, not every single game, but every day that I stream, I meet somebody new. And that if one person new knows who I am, it's one more person that could potentially join my stream. And even if they're a negative Nancy motherfucker, you know that there are people that hate me so much that they'll still support me, that they watch my stream to fucking hate me. Like, he could be one of those guys slowly supporting my stream. And I've never died. I'm a ghost. I have never died! Not once in my whole motherfucking life! I'm alive.
Brother, I just watched you die on the stream.
I'm in spirit, brother. Go with the flow. We have never lost. We have never died. Or you're a negative Nancy. Hey, yo. Check this out, guys. I'm gonna show you what that bro looks like. He looks like this negative Nancy, Karen Duckling. So you know the Karen cut? Brother low-key has the Karen cut IRL. That's how you win! That's how you motherfucking win! Let's fucking go! Let's motherfucking go! That right there is a big old dub. Big old dub. GG. Have you ever killed somebody with kindness? I just killed that motherfucker with kindness. I was saying all the good things that I would do for him, and that brother got shut up so fast. I just killed that negative Nancy with kindness off stream. because I didn't know how people would feel about it, but I had to kill him with kindness, for real, for real. I was telling him that I'd do anything for him if it made his day better, if it made him wake up on the right side of the bed. Hey, 4, are you still hanging out with us, man? Are you still listening? Do you think you could join the community? A follow would be greatly appreciated. And you get 5 emotes for following. I make emotes. And you get the negative Nancy with Duckling. That kind of looks like the brother that we just met. And OG Bickus, are you still here? Check this out. That's the Siege community. Yeah, for real, for real. Check this out. Exclamation watch time. Hey, don't worry if your watch time isn't the best at the moment. Use a Pro Controller. I do use a Pro Controller. We're doing a new thing, a new game. So this is how you check watch time right here. You spent 30 minutes watching. Exclamation team game is the game that we're playing. And welcome to the weekly team challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing Royce_1 the names of the people in your team on Discord with your desired team name to finalize your team each week. We're going to do this once a week. 3 people per team. And your personal watch time, check it with exclamation watch time, starts from the second you join the stream. And it'll stop the second you leave the stream. And will be added to your team's total, your combined team of 3 people. And at the end of the week, the team with the highest combined watch time wins a huge amount of bread. A huge amount of bread basically means you could win the bread point giveaway. And if you have the most points at the end of the month, you win $50. Next month, it might be $100. So it is one of those things. Another thing is, so you see how you have 30 minutes watch time? We have a ranking system for our active community. So any person that you see name, they're active, or like they've seen me in the last probably 3-4 weeks probably. Or sometimes every day, or sometimes every other day, a couple times a week. I don't know if you know how to follow for PHOUR, but I really love if you did that, man, for real, for real. So this is the first, and this is the last, and 1 second. So pretty much, if you wanted to be 200th on this leaderboard, you would need at least 3 hours of watch time, and I streamed for the last 3 days. 3 days, or not 3 days, 8 days. Is it 8 days? 8 days and 28 hours. And we've gone from 17.1 average to 27.1 average. And slowly but surely getting out there, and every game at a time. And this is my Discord. Anybody who'd like to join the Discord? If you guys want to see the other ranks, you can do this.
Are you ready? Are you ready? I don't think that you're ready. I'm scared for the enemy. I'm about to put fear in that man's heart. I'm coming for you, motherfucker.
All I got to think about is that this guy on the enemy team, or the guy that I was playing with, that mean guy, is on the enemy team, so that I could fucking slam. I don't know. I don't think I should answer anything about making money on Twitch, but 50% is the affiliate rate. 60% is partner rate. I think. I don't know, actually. But you don't have to do that, brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for your good vibes. We've had enough subs for February. I'm honestly so grateful, that I had even any at all. You have no idea, brother. Every single thing that has been given to me has been given to me from the generosity of the person who's done it, and that's something that you got to think about. That you can't just stream and expect people to subscribe to you. It doesn't work like that. And I don't know, like, I don't know. Anybody who streams should not expect to make money. It should be a grind.
And that is how you play Rainbow Six.
My teammates have never lost. He has never lost! He has never lost! Not once in his whole life! That is how you motherfucking do it. That's how you motherfucking win. Let's fucking go. You got me hyped, brother. Too many voices in my head, brother. I can't take it anymore. Yo, you guys should join the stream. It's my username spelled with a 0. It's my 261st day streaming every 621st day streaming every day. Dyslexia brain moment. It's my username, twitch.tv/Royce_1 on Twitch. Where exactly are you on the spectrum? ADHD, brother. Yeah, man, I respect that. It's a good mindset for this shit. Keep grinding, brother. I'll catch you. You're leaving me? That's what I'm saying. Anybody with a 30-minute watch time, they be in and out. That brother will never be on our 200 leaderboard. Let's show you.
Yo, can you do me a favor?
Can you fucking shut the fuck up, bro?
At an angle.
She was about to be negative. She was about to be negative. I see grind to Roy. She can mute me. She can mute me. I gotta... Whoa, what did I miss? You did miss quite a bit. Jesse, you should do the daily check-in. I would really appreciate it. And I want to show you the new game that we have for our community. And same with you, Jaeger. We are doing exclamation team game. Check this out. This is as of like 2 games ago. Welcome to the weekly team challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing Royce on Discord. What your team members' names are and your desired team name. To finalize your team each week. Your personal watch time. Check it with exclamation watch time. Starts from the second you join the stream and it will end at the second you leave the stream. At the end of the week, the team with the highest combined watch time wins a huge prize in bread points. And get in early and good luck. And I went.
Is this guy talking to 3 viewers?
3 viewers? Join the fucking stream, brother. Dude, I've been streaming the last 8 fucking days, dude. We went from 17 average to 27.7. And you're trying to fucking say 3 viewers? You don't know shit.
Crazy.
Dude, join.
Literally.
What?
Bro,
Why are you talking shit?
I can't believe I met someone that's fluent in the language of Japanese. That is crazy.
And it's not a bad thing, brother. I'm flow state, bro. You have no idea. I'm the one who knocks, bro. I've never lost.
Lord.
Dude, you are the definition of a negative Nancy. Why do we keep getting these fucking negative Nancys? Damn it. I'm just trying to chill. Why can't you let me fucking live? Mute me if you have a problem with me. You don't have to say shit, dude. You were probably a fucking bully in high school, man. Low-key. Grow up. Get some positive energy. Live a positive life instead of being a negative Nancy motherfucker. Good shit, dude. Meanwhile, I'm fucking dealing with every negative Nancy motherfucker and their brother. When I just want to live my life. Let me live my life. For real. Get out! Get the fuck out, feature! Get the fuck out! Motherfucker! Tell him what a negative Nancy is. You know what a Karen with a fucking Karen cut? You are a literal Karen with a Karen cut, dude. Your dad, while you were sleeping, gave you a haircut, and he gave you the Karen haircut, bro. How do you feel about that? That you woke up with a Karen haircut? Sorry for shaving. Or sorry for swearing. Jaeger, you say one more fucking thing like that, I'm gonna fucking time you out, bro. Dude, we are not a freaking We're not here for little kids, brother. You can say whatever you want, dude. Act mature. Act like you're older than you are, bro. Please. Don't say sorry for shit, dude. You're not sorry for shit. Sorry is a bad feeling. You don't want to be sorry. Don't make me make you sorry, brother. I will make you fucking sorry. Don't say that shit, please. I hate it. I hate when people say sorry to me. Don't say sorry. This stream is not for negative feelings. Sorry is a negative feeling. You are not sorry. You're not sorry for anything. It just annoys me is all. No worries. You've done this before, and I told you this before. And it's the same shit. W streamer. Nobody should ever feel sorry in my stream, man. That is one thing. Sorry is the worst. Don't feel sorry, for real. Thanks for saying, Mav. I wasn't trying to be any mean towards you, because you've given me a lot of support, Jaeger. But one thing is that I really care about you, and I don't want you to be sorry. It's like you're my little brother in that I'm not going to upset you. I'm not going to make you sorry. That's something that, like, I don't want to upset you. You can say whatever you want. You got to act older than you are. We have a lot of adults here. A lot of people who... I'm 20 years old. Jello is in his 30s. Lino's very mature. Rags is... I think Rags, you're 18, aren't you? There's a lot of mature people around here. Duke is 23. There's so many people that are so many ages. Redbeard is... I think he's in his 40s. Might be 50. My mom's 50 is the only reason that I probably think that he would be around that age is because he's like a fatherly role. Bean challenge. Oh, I need to re-up. To be honest. I'll do the bean challenge, but I don't want to. I don't want these guys in game chat, these negative Nancy's, to hear me suffering. These guys don't deserve to hear me suffering. After this game, I'll eat. Ouch, 30. Okay, Redbeard. I'm so sorry, bro. I love you, brother. You're not. Oh man, you aged very. You look like... I want to look like you, bro. I want to look older. Like, you look older. Not... Did I say 50? 40. I should have said 40. You actually 30? You're very young, bro. Dude, I'm literally 20 years old, and my mom is 50. Do you understand what I mean by that? That you have young kids, and that I should think that you're fucking 30. I don't know what I was thinking, brother. I shouldn't even said anything. Redbeard, I didn't mean it like that, bro. I should not have said that, bro. Jaeger, don't... Do you not realize that you're not... Don't say your age, man. Don't say your age. Don't say your age. Don't tell anybody your age. That is something that... If you're 14 years old, that is not something you should say on the internet. That's how you lock! That is how you... I'm gonna time you out and untime you out. Just so we can get rid of that. Unless Ahmad... Redbeard, can you delete that message? Oh, I offended my best friend, and I did not mean that. And I did not mean it like that. I should have thought before I spoke. Quasi. What did I miss? Exclamation team game. This is a new game that we're playing. Form a team of 3 by DMing. Yeah, Redbeard, could you delete Jaeger's message where he says his age? Would appreciate it. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Welcome to Weekly Challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing me on Discord with your desired team name. And can I tell someone I have boots older than him, respectfully? For real, that's something. Got a pair of shoes older than you, for real. That bean boy, respectfully. All right, let's get the bean going. All right, I'm gonna close my eyes and just grab one. It could be Carolina Reaper. I picked the good beans out. It's habanero. So this is the 5th, or this is the 4th out of the 5 hottest. So it's not Carolina Reaper. It's one under that. But let me get ready. And another thing, what's going on? So can somebody... Redbeard, do you want to do this? Do you want to do exclamation watch time and then copy that? And then do exclamation watch time 1 through 20? So exclamation watch time and then just copy it and then click the number and then enter. so that people can see the list. You don't have to do that. I've been doing it in that. If you want, you could, but you don't have to. Don't feel like you have to do anything as a mod. But that's the last one, yeah. 1 through 20. The 20th on the list is 3 hours. Yeah. Watch time. Jaeger, you are at. You don't have to, Redbeard. Don't feel like you have to. But that's if you guys want to see it. 3 days. So you are at 3 days, 21 hours. And do I still have to add you? Or have you been here for a long period of time? Quasi, you're on here. Exclamation watch time. I'm pretty sure Quasi's on here. I gotta put you on there, Jaeger. 15 hours. I look past some names sometimes. 15 hours. 15 hours. Let's find that. You are number 107 on exclamation watch time 11. Back from tennis. How was tennis? Let's eat this bean. 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's hot. That is hot. Thank you, Redbeard. What do you think of that, though? Good. Got to work a bit on the backhand. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, man, it's burning my throat. It's burning my lips. Anything interesting happened while you were gone? Oh, it's burning! Oh. Ah! Oh, it's burning my fucking throat. Oh, oh. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, man, oh, man. People, oh, the game is officialized. The game is actually officialized. I'm updating and adding Jaeger right now to the commands, so we're probably gonna update the commands. Yo, Redbeard, Juicy Quasi. Anybody who hasn't seen the team game, do you understand the team game? Do you understand how it works? If you need help understanding it, I will explain it. You don't understand it. So imagine three people to a team, and your watch time will be combined with somebody else's watch time. And I think there's going to be 3 prizes for the bread. First, second, and third. And all right, I have to update the commands now.
We have never lost.
But that's the thing, like, it can get better every month, you know? Like, slowly but surely, people can meet other people and you know what I'm saying? Okay, bye and good night, guys. Thanks a lot. Hope that gets better. You're going to sleep, brother. Have an amazing night, dude. We've been streaming for the last 8 days and 4 hours, and we are not ending. So, I hope to see you around again, man. We'll be back. Or hopefully I'll see you again soon. Thank you, man. Good night, brother. I never died, dude. I never died. Not ever. Motherfucker. I'm almost done already. Going pretty quick. Haru, hello. You don't know about this either. I'd love to tell you about it. How long are you planning on sticking around? I'll see you later. Thank you. Fucker. Fucker, fucker, fucker. Wheels fell off. One moment. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. Entails 19. 20 0. Figured out a better way of doing this. All right, I'm done. I think I'm done. Aaron, are you still listening? Because I updated it and now you're on there. It's not, JC. I'm sorry, brother. Yo, somebody should find where he is, where Haru is on the leaderboards. See who can find where he is. Number 115. What do you think of that? Yo, Haru, do you know about the game? Do you know about the game? Do you think that you could spend a little time reading that so I don't have to read it out loud? I've read it out loud like a billion times. I will, though. I will. Not a billion times. I could do it a billion more. And sorry for any negative energy. I did not mean by any negative energy at all. I feel like last game, those guys were being jerks. Sorry, though. I didn't mean it. He ended his live. I just saw that. Didn't raid me. I don't know why he didn't raid me. I told him to raid me, even if you have one person. It said you had 3 people in your viewer list. It did that for me for not in that specific way, but in the way that it was a lot less than the number of people in the viewer list. The number, and that's just it's how it is in the beginning. And you just have to get through it. If I don't know. It is hard though. I do understand. You gotta build connections. You gotta meet a lot of people slowly but surely. So you gotta make a team with others in Discord. Well, like active chat members. So like not necessarily like go through people and start messaging them because so many of them are not even gonna know about it. So like people in chat that know about it. I wouldn't go to rent because there's so many people in the Discord. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck are you even talking about?" Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Let's go! Let's freaking go! That's how you win! That's how you freaking lock. Let's freaking go. Eight days, let's go.
Yo, you want free bread? Anybody who puts a naenaes spider duck emote in chat will get 250,000 bread. Oh, I started at the wrong spot. Oh, fuck. I just gave somebody 100,000 because my brain is fried. Who did I just give 100,000 to? And I hope I gave everybody Mav. Okay, you're getting 150,000 more. Redbeard, thank you, Redbeard. Heck yeah. I'm looking for somebody. I'm trying to think. No, not that exclamation. Master Panda, hello. Hello, hello. It's good to see you. I was not expecting you to join. Thank you for being you, homie. Thank you for the daily check-in. How are you? Oh my god. Hello. Yo, I have a bunch of things to show you guys. Check this out. So you guys know how watch time works? Exclamation, hold my... So, hold my god, I might need to add you. I don't know if I added you. Or on the watch time thing. Check this out. I just set up a new thing. Check it out. Thank you for the lurk, Taylor. Does that mean you're alive? Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate that, dude. 1 second. Okay. So that is our top right there. That is our #1 watch time. And then this is our lowest right here. And so you're at 4 hours. Exactly. So you would... Exclamation... Watch time 19. Oh my god, you would be on one of these pages. You'd be on one of these pages. And I also want to see where... I gotta add you though. I gotta add you like real quick. Exclamation watch time master panda. Fuck 8. I already did. My brain's not working. Fuck, what am I doing? 16. 8 hours. 45. Exclamation 15. There you are. Number 148. You're 148th, Master. I appreciate that, for real. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. And how many minutes has that got? I've been watching it. I've been watching lately because I got caught up at school. Because, hey man, you don't have to worry. This isn't like an obligation. This is for recognition for the people who have been like helping me out for... I've been streaming the last 8 days and 7 hours, or the last 8 days and 4 hours. And so while we haven't been ending that, people have been really taking the time out of their day to help the stream, and that this is a way to like acknowledge. But I'm gonna add you. I'm gonna add you to that. Hold my Glock. That means that all of the commands will change. But I'll do it for you because you're a G, and that I want you to be on there, and that you deserve it. If you put in that much time, you have more than some do on there. So the 3-hour people. I appreciate everything though, for real, for real. Thanks everybody for being here, and check this out. Check this out. This is our new thing that we're doing as well. It's called the welcome. I'll just read it. Welcome to the weekly team challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing Royce on Discord with your team names and your desired team name to finally finalize your team each week, and we'll do this once a week. Your personal watch time, check it with exclamation watch time, starts from when you join the stream and will be added to your team's total. At the end of the week, the team with the highest combined watch times win a huge prize of bread points. And so if you have the most points at the end of the month, we still do that giveaway, and you'll win that giveaway. And good night, Kat. Have a sweet dreams, man. Thanks for the daily check-in. Oh, since you're going to sleep, I guess I don't have to update it until tomorrow or whatever. That saves me time. Not tomorrow, but whenever somebody else who's gonna stick around joins us, because I'll update it, but it takes copying and pasting and changing 20 different commands, and that is a lot of time and effort. And not a lot of time and effort. It's just a little bit of time and effort. Which anything is enough, for real. Any of your time is enough. Should be dead. Oh, wrong side. No. Hold my gat. Are you still listening, brother? You're 191. I just did it. I just redid it, but I'm not gonna copy and paste it because it's a lot of work. You're 191 on the new updated version. Oh, got him.
That's how you get them. We have never lost. Not once in my life. Not once. Ever.
Let's go. That's how you motivate your team right there. That is how you freaking motivate your freaking team. This is the worst map in Rainbow Six Siege, so I think we're about a naenaes. I think we're about a naenaes real quick. Naenaes before you get open. You better naenaes. You better naenaes before you get open. Cap cans. Oh my god, that would have been so sick. That would have been so sick. Oh, that was... Oh man. That was still pretty cool, but it could have been cooler.
Let's go! Let's freaking go! That's how you win! We have never lost a game in our whole life.
Kellycopter, welcome back. I want to show you a few cool things that we have going on. Does somebody want to do exclamation team game? Yeah, that's something that I didn't end up doing. I didn't end up... I should probably get rid of those commands. Kellycopter, how are you? How's your day going? Welcome back. Damn, we'll see how I did next week. I believe in you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Just got fucking slammed. But we have a bunch of new commands that that recognize people for watch times. Curious, Kelly. I know we just met you recently, so don't worry if it's not so high. Oh, good. Actually, you could definitely get to this one. Do you see? This is our 20th command for like. So for every 10, there's a command, and so our 200th active watch time is 2 hours 55 minutes. So if you were to have more than that, you would be able to replace them. Does that make sense? But did you see the team game? I know it's a lot of reading, but if you would like to read this, this is a new watch time game that we're going to be playing in teams of 3 or maybe even, like, I guess somebody could be solo or duo if they really wanted to, but it would be less, you know, but teams of 3 combined points or combined watch time wins a lot of bread. And a lot of bread will get you to win the giveaway. So the giveaway this month is for $50 for the most points. And one day maybe it'll be $100. Damn, he's quick. That's how you win. Let's freaking go. I don't feel like yelling right now, but that's how you freaking win.
Party's here! Let's fucking go!
Yo, Oblivion, you remember these commands? I'm curious. Hello. I can. One second. Let me do the rest of them. Oblivion's at 1 day, 21 hours. Okay, you're number 54 right here. You're number 54, but there's 20 of them total. Exclamation. I'll just do the last one really quick. 20. But can you read this for me, Oblivion? How do you feel about CJX? I'm actually really excited for the upgrade. It's a day before my birthday. And that shit is rad. That shit is rad as fuck. Oblivion, I know you might not feel like reading, but I can read it to you if you like. I don't know, man. I don't know anyone. Oblivion, you're gonna be on my team, of course. Oblivion, I didn't need to know that. Why did you tell me that? I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna have a team. Maybe I can help recruit you for a team. You scare me away by that. Literally, I was on your team until you said that. For real, for real. You scare people, Oblivion! Yo, Juice, do you know about the new thing that we were doing? Hey, Jex is also a lady as well, Oblivion. Instead of just saying okay. I'm trying to find you. I'm trying to find you really quick. No, I'm trying to find Juice. He has 1 day, 13 hours, and my brain's not working so well. Right here, 66. You're 66. On watch time 7, you're 66. That sounds really comfy. Oh, fuck. Is he not on there? Mirror yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He is watch time. He's on watch time 3 with 4 days, 23 hours. Zolty, my man. Yo, what is up, Zolty? Thank you. Before you go, check this out. Check out the game that we're doing. And that we have 20 new commands. Watch time 1 through watch time 30. Or watch time 20. She's mad. Mira is a she? I didn't know that. Is Mira actually a she? There's more ladies than I knew. That's actually insane. It's actually blowing my mind, actually. What? And Zolty, you're on here somewhere. I think you're on exclamation watch time. Is it 12? No? Summation watch time at Zolty? Actually, 1 day. Okay, never mind. Watch time. Watch. No! Exclamation watch time. Diet Dr. Kelp, bet. Zolty, you're on watch time 8. Number 80. Zolty, did you read the team game? I'm curious. Soon, good sir, gonna play Marble Rouse with Temp. Hell yeah! What did you think of everything? Your cat is a gentleman.
Hello, motherfucker.
I want a cat. I like cars, but not much. Hello, mother. My memory is awful. You want to read this before you go? There's gonna be three. There's gonna be 3 places. I'm pretty sure 3 prizes. Smaller as it goes down. In that you guys could very well win. Being the 3rd group, like there are gonna be people like Redbeard who has a lot of power, but at the same time, it's one of those things that I think. Votable does not even know about this. I don't even think he likes my stream, to be honest. There was a time where he was joining, but then he stopped giving me the energy. He just completely stopped. Like, one day he was, next day he wasn't. It is what it is. Don't say El Zeus. I just want to know why he isn't giving the energy to me anymore. I try to be a good friend to him. I don't know. He doesn't have to feel like he has to come, but he's in everybody else's stream, so it is what it is. Yeah, I wouldn't say anything about that. I wouldn't force him on anything. I just there was a point where I thought he really liked coming around. Like he was always around, and then one day he just stopped. So I noticed energy. But it's it's not like a requirement to be here. I just good energy. You do. You're a good person. Can't wait to naenae. I'm gonna start naenaing, guys. For you guys. Are you ready? I definitely take the high ground. I have the high ground! Anakin, I have the high ground! You ever feel like Anakin just burning on Mustafar? Like burning alive. Like you're about to become Darth Vader. You feel that pain. I'm just playing. That's enough negative energy. Having a good time, Royce? Am I having a good time? I'm having the greatest time of my whole life. I feel alive. I feel so alive. I'm about to slam these motherfuckers. Good boy. Am I allowed to call you the opposite of that? I don't think so. Ah! 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 All I see is red. All I see is motherfucking red. You saw that. You don't deserve your PS5 right now, Oblivion. Do you want to play 60 FPS garbage? I would rather not. When I was in San Diego, I had to. There was no actual choice about it. It was either that or nothing at all, so. This is the end. Hold your breath and count to 10. Do, 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 do. How are you just in? What do you mean by that? Night-night.
I took out one of them. And that's all that mattered. Let's motherfucking go! Let's go! That's how you win! That is how you win! Let's freaking go! You're funny! You're so funny. You're making fun of me. You're not laughing at me. You're laughing with me. Funny man. Funny man, you mean business. Are you ready to fight for your life? Are you ready to fight for your life? Hello, Shalane. Are you ready to fight for your life as well?
And if you're listening, Shalane, I have a new thing that I want to show you. Shalane is number 6. Does this reset every month? This is watch time. This is watch time. These are watch time. These never reset. Points, if you win the giveaway, that resets. Nothing really resets. Watch time will always stay. No matter how long you watch, it will always be a party. And also, multiple accounts. If you have a verified other account, Redbeard had another account, Ghostly, but he didn't watch them at the same time. He watched them separate, but at the same time, he's had 2 different, like, one to the other. Oddie one? What does that mean?
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it was. He messaged me asking to play with me. He definitely knows who I am.
Weirdo! Weirdo! Is he watching my stream right now? FBI, open up! Are you ready? Are you motherfucking ready to lose control?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Do you see my stick drift has a mind of its own?
Please don't be somebody up here. Let's go! I was scared for the enemy. All I see is red. All I see is motherfucking red.
I have to fix my face cam. You never seen that before? You've never seen my green screen before? She's never seen my green screen before. You seen it peeking while we were watching Marley? What do you mean by that?
On me! Table!
Yeah, whenever I get up, it's like the thing stops focusing. And, you can also see it kind of behind my head a little bit. I don't know if you see that.
Put fear in your heart, motherfucker. It's time to naenaes. It's time to carry the boats and the logs. Are you ready? I don't think that you're ready. Why are you yelling? It's not that serious. It's not that serious. Why are you yelling? Bailey, why are you yelling?
I gotta send Bailey a tutorial how to change her name. Because I will. You want me to do that right now, Bailey?
Not you! Stop! Stop!
Okay, after I lock, I will send it to you. And it's actually, I'll get it really freaking quick.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
It's the same. It's the same as why are you running? Why am I... Naenae for you get a whooping? You ain't gonna catch me, Naenae. I'm not gonna Naenae.
Give me your motherfucking armor right now! Or I'll put you out of your misery. Give us the armor! Give us the motherfucking armor! Give us the armor! I'm not going to DK him. Give us the armor, please. I'm too nice. I put a couple. Let's go! He did it for me.
We did it together. We put him 6 feet under. We did it together.
I wanted the armor.
Yeah, it's trippy, right?
That's how you motherfucking win! We have never lost! We have never lost a game! Murder accomplice! I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry! That's how you win! We don't die! We have never lost!
Hey, Jimbo. Check out this command called Team Game. What do you think of that? And also, you already know about the watch time leaderboard, but do you know about this one? And you tried. Go to bed? Question mark? Me?
No! I will not go to bed!
I tired, Royce. Oh, Oblivion. You gonna leave me like that? You gonna? What about the watch time? What about the watch time? How are you gonna win? How are you gonna win? How are you gonna win? I don't think you're gonna win. I'm sorry, brother. If you want me to give you an extra 3 hours for that day that Stream Elements was broken, I'll do it right now. I'm actually going to because you deserve it. You're a great guy. Bailey's been having it on her TV and it hasn't been working either. Hey, what about channel points? Livian, you don't have to do that, but if you want to, it could help us. It could help us, but I wouldn't ask that of you. I don't know, Jimbo. I'm gonna stream all night. What do you think this is? I'm not ending. We're not ending for weeks. We're not ending for months, Oblivion. We're never ending. I'm at least going till Monday. At least going further than that. Way further than that. Jimbo, thank you. And I will give you a little extra, I guess. See, Jimbo has supported my stream a lot, for real. And that day that he was there pretty much the whole day, and I only gave him half of it, so. No, we don't need rest. She said she's going to sleep anyways. Six. Hooked you up a little bit.
Rest is for the weak. Genius. You're the genius. I don't know what that even means. I can't read.
Genius.
Stop! 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 Stop!
Freaky. Freaky, freaky, freaky. We've just been waiting. We've been yapping. I'm so sorry for the yap, guys. I got way caught up at the moment. Don't you ever just start yapping and you just don't stop? Can't stop the beat. Do, 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 everybody. No. No. Are you ready to lock? We have not gotten a game, but I'm preparing. I am mentally preparing. I gotta get serious. I gotta get angry. Yo, anybody who knows anybody they could recommend the stream to? We're at 3,556 members in our community out of 3,560. We have not grown in a little while. If you guys would like to help us out, it'd be greatly appreciated. Anybody who might know somebody they might recommend to the stream, that'd be hype.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo! What the fuck? You can't do that! You can't do that! We have never lost a game! Not once in my life. Akuma just threw a bit at me. Soph. Hello, you want me to Doug shake? Soph follows and then wants me to Doug shake? That's how you make it clap, baby. We're at 3,557 members in our community, thanks to you, Soph. How is your day going? You should do the daily channel point check-in. It would be greatly appreciated. This brother just said the N-word. Good thing I had my waiting screen on. You can't say that on Twitch. That's not allowed.
Thank you for the bets, dude. And Soph, it is very nice to meet you. How's your day going? How did you find the stream? And thank you for the follow. What made you do that?
The universe works in mysterious ways. Works in mystical ways.
Yo, let's see it. Hola. Where are you from? I've been to Mexico. Check out this. So this is a new thing that we're doing. It's called the team game. 3 people can get together and their combined watch time together. If they have the most or the top 3, they will win a lot of bread. Thanks for the bits, guys. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Kuma. And thank you for chatting, just scrolling. So you're not Spanish, or maybe you are.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Let's go! Dabs! Let's freaking go.
What I said, 266 subscribers for February. I really appreciate that. And guess what? Guess what, Soph? You know what you just did? You just first time chatted, and you know what that means?
You can never undo that. You can never undo the first time chat. You will always be a chatter. How does it feel? Thank you so much.
Thank you. It is an honor. It is truly amazing.
Oh. No, you have to.
But check these out. We have 20 watch time commands, 1 through 20. And 20 is our lowest for our active community. And our 200th on exclamation point watch time is at 3 hours watch time. And so we've been streaming for the last 8 days and 5 hours. And we started with 17.1 average for partner. And now we're at 27.4. and your time is amazing. Thank you so much. You got emotes for following. I make emotes for people. I also make anything anybody would ever want me to do or make for them. Problem solving wise, getting my computer science degree, I'll do it for free. I literally do it for free. That's something that I do it to make people happy. Anything that I can do to make somebody else happier is a win. And that it's more. I don't know how to explain it.
Toe fungus, motherfucker! Why do you want to join my Discord? You're freaking me out. Nobody says that. Nobody just goes right out and says that.
Yo, Dabs, thank you so much, dude. Anybody who's not following Dabs, I recently added him to my recommended page. He's a really nice guy who has put us at. He's subscribed to me freaking 7 times, gifted subs this month for February. Really appreciate that.
You scare me! You put fear in my heart. Oh no! Our table is broken! You better not be one of those salesman people. That's the only thing that scares me when people instantly ask to join the Discord. It just makes me think that you could potentially be a Discord salesman.
But yo, Soph and Dabs. Only thing you're selling is your.
Guess what? That changes right the fuck now, because you're in my community now. We have never lost. We have never lost a game. Not once in our whole life. We don't lose. Soph, we don't lose. It's about the mindset. We have never lost.
My 621st day streaming every single day. Never missing a day. As long as I live. I can't type the command without it not working. So I'm going to put it in quotations. Do 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 do. All right. Thank you, Soph. And another thing, this is my 621st day streaming every single day, never missing a day as long as I live. And you got 40 emotes that he gifted you, and you have no ads now. And check this out. Exclamation team game. So we have this thing called the bread giveaway every single month for the person with the most points. They get all their points removed, and then they get the giveaway. This month it's for $50. And so we started this thing called I'll Stay Tunes. Let's go! Weekly team challenge. So like I wouldn't just go around messaging people in the Discord, but like people who are active in the community in the chat, you could potentially ask them to be a part of a team, and the people with the most watch time combined, there's going to be 3 prizes for bread. The first place is going to be pretty big. Second place a little smaller. Third place a little smaller. And the person with the most points at the end of the month was $50. But next month it might be, it was Dabs. Next month it might be $100. And so it might be worth a little bit more next month. So it's one of those things we give back to the community. But I want to give even more back. For real. Thank you so much for your time. And I really hope to get to know you some more. So we've been streaming the last 8 days and 5 hours. 8 days and 5 hours. And it is one of these things that it's awesome. I love it. Every second of it. That biggest opportunity to meet people. I did 680 hours with a 7 average. So this is a billion times crazier. This is a billion times crazier. It's 680 hours with a 7 average. Think about it like now. Think about the community that we have built now. Like, it is insane. Thank you, Akuma.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, Dabs! Let's fucking go!
Thank you so much, dude. 1v1 right now. Let me 1v1. Thank you so much. I fucking sold that. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. If you guys are not following Dabs, you have to follow this man. You get a Thug Shake. Oh, you get infinite Thug Shakes, brother. You just gifted Blinks a sub, Killer Brown a sub, Glant Rack a sub, House Go Crazy a sub, Vex CR6 a sub. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. You have no idea. I'm going to shout you out in a little bit. I know it's going to say, like, can't shout out for, like, 45 minutes or something. But I'm going to do it, man. Thank you, for real, for real. I really appreciate it. You have no idea. And anybody who's not following Dabs, he's a really great guy. I recently started, was it just started streaming or started back up? And that I was only able to tab you next, and let me know when you do go live, and I'll be there. And really, I'll listen in. See how you are. Thank you for that, man. I really appreciate it. Like, you have no idea, dude. You have no freaking clue. I don't do this for, like, I'm building a community. That's the greatest part about doing such a long time, about 8 hours and 8 days and 5 hours, is because I get to build a community and meet more and more people that if I didn't stream at those times, I would not meet those people. And that's the whole point. That's the whole why it's so fun to me, is because I got this. Let's build a cult. Interesting. Maybe not, but I have to lock for you. I think I'm gonna have to fix my stick drift in a second. I know, excuses. Watching you, man. Keep it up. Funny. Glad I'm able to watch you. Thanks, man. I try sometimes. A lot more than sometimes, but so wholesome. Good ass friend. Even better streamer. Aw, man. One day, bro. One day, man. I'm gonna pay it all forward. Trust the process. I've never died. I'm a ghost. I don't lose this. I've won this already. We've already won. It's already over. And yeah, GG, we won. Good shit. Oh, this game is painful as shit. I multitask hella. That's another thing. I'm pretty good at playing the game, talking to chat, and streaming at the same time, and working on it.
That's how you win! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! We have never lost! We have not lost one in my whole life! Let's motherfucking go! Let's freaking go!
Good night, Hulk. Good night, buddy. Appreciate you. Appreciate your time. And another thing, you naenaes. Have a good day at school tomorrow. Just know that I'm going to be doing the long streams on the weekend. Just because literally yesterday was over, like the last week. Yesterday was one of the lower traffic days. And I was planning on streaming the whole up. So today's Wednesday. I was planning on streaming through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday. And then I will go as long as you guys want me to go. For real. If we could keep it, even freaking 20 people, like you don't know how much that would mean to me. Like, this is incredible. This is truly unfathomably amazing. I'm very, 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 very fortunate right now. Gecko, you should do the daily channel point check-in. And I have a few things that I can show you We have 20 new commands. Watch time 1 through watch time 20. And so let's say that you are in between the watch time 41 days or 3 hours. Then you could be put on this 1 through 20. There's 20 commands, and that is our all-time watch time leaderboard. And thank you for the daily check-in. This is how you can check your watch time. How are you, Gecko? Hope you're having an amazing day. And so you're really close, actually. Like 50 more minutes, and you would be past that 200 mark. Anybody who does have the watch time to go on there, if they're not already on there, just let me know, and I'll update it. It shouldn't take long. And this is another thing. We're playing. We have a new game called Team Game, and Team Game is. I'll just read it. Welcome to Weekly Team Challenge. Form a team of 3 by DMing Royce on Discord with your teammates' names and your desired team name to finalize each week. To finalize your team each week. So there's a new team every week, 3 slots, and your personal watch time. Check it with exclamation watch time starts from when you join, and it will be added on your team's total at the end of the week. So all 3 people will be combined watch time together. At the end of the week, the team with the highest combined watch time wins a huge prize in bread points. Get in early and good luck. And so pretty much, since it's not the new month, since it's not March yet, we're going to go a couple extra days until it's basically first week of March, starting earlier a couple hours ago. And pretty much like you can talk to people in chat, or you can try to get their Discords and message them in Discord, see if they want to be a part of a team, and then top 3 teams will win different sizable bread point amounts, and the person with the most points at the end of the month will win. And yeah, I know I've been yapping. I'm sorry, guys. I do appreciate the company. Thank you so much for being here. For real, for real. I think we got a game. 1 second. I do something at the beginning of each game. Oblivion's kitty is the greatest kitty. W kitty. For real. And your mom is probably cool. W Oblivion. W Gecko. W everybody. W Haru. W Soph. W Mav. I love dabs. Yo, Oblivion. I'm gonna do this shout out. I'm frozen. I'm gonna do this shout out, and make sure you follow I Love Dabs. He just gifted me 5 subs. I think he's gifted me 11 subs this month. He's a really nice guy, and he gifted 5 people subs, so that's pretty badass. Have you been streaming again? 8 days? Can you... Was that 196? 196 plus 5? 8 days plus 5 hours. But I've slept also, so I mean, but I don't sleep long though. I sleep for like 8 hours for real. Sometimes the first couple days I sleep for 3, 6.
They're on me! I repeat, they're on me! Get them! Get them off me! You have to!
Please get him off me. That makes me so happy. I might be the happiest man alive.
I might be the happiest man alive.
Just to know that I make someone happy. That's something that I got a message in Discord. Somebody saying some nice things. I'm so used to just mean people saying mean things. And seeing a good thing for once in my life is actually incredible. Too many negative Nancy's. They are lucky I don't crash out on them because I will crash out. I'm not afraid to. I'm not afraid.
I'm not afraid! I will crash out right now.
Right now, right now.
Blicker!
Blicker! I am so glad you stuck around from that raid, man. I'll do the opposite of crash out. I love you, man. I love you, man. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. You're the only main survivor. You're a main survivor. There's a few like I saw her earlier. She stayed for a couple minutes. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. No survivors.
Like Bane would say, I'm pretty sure how he says it. I wish I could do a Bane impression. We're having the greatest day, brother. Blicker, do you know about the team game? Do you know about that? Do you know about the new watch time system thing? Exclamation team game, anybody? Okay, so he's a bitch. So he's just a bitch. He's just a bitch. I can't tell you anything else. That guy, man. That guy's a bitch, bro. That guy's a bitch.
Bitch.
Blicker, you should be on there. You should be on there. Didn't you tell me to add you last night? You told me to add you last night. You should be on the watch time leaderboard. Ranker you.
I have a command for that. I am Ruby 4000. I have never lost in my life.
I'm usually better. I'm usually better. Trust the process. I'm usually better. It's Blicker. Watch time, command, exclamation, watch time 12, number 117. No, the same person isn't going to win every time, bro. There will be limits to that. There will be limits to that. I will force them to be on a separate team. Then the people that are on the same team will probably not be able to be on the same team more than probably one time, just to make it fair for people to switch teams around. Hey, Blicker, I have streamed for the last 8 days and 5 hours, and I am not ending. I'm not ending this. I know you don't have to feel obligated. You don't have to be here, but you could always you can get your time up. But I do appreciate you being here, man. Appreciate you, brother. For real, for real. Got this idea from Lino. Gave me the idea, but he said it was mine. So, but we're working on it. We're working on it together. He's a cool guy. And I'm also gonna set up a Discord. Set up a Discord for the team game recommendations, like recommendations to add to it. And yeah, you guys know anybody? We're at 3,557 members in our community. We're 3 away from 3,560. Word of mouth is the greatest way to grow. That's why I don't really say this a whole lot, but that's why I promote it every single game, literally every single game. If they don't like it, they can mute me. Okay, they can mute me. More the merrier. More people in our community. Kyla, have you seen the... Oh. Have you seen the new system, Kyla? I'm not locked right now. I'm so sorry. Brady, just checking in before you go to bed. Brady. Your cat is in your lap. W cat. Brady, before you go to sleep, I want to show you something. Exclamation watch time. Is it? Do I need to add you? Do I need to add you on there? How are you, Kyla? You saw yourself earlier, so you already know you're on there. Okay. 15 minutes watched. Okay. Exclamation. Res Q, why are you live so late? I've streamed the last 8 days and 5 hours. Our stream does not end. Would you like me to add you to our leaderboard, but only if you plan on like being an active member of our community? Is the only reason, because I haven't seen you in a long time.
That's how you win! That is how you win! We have never lost!
It's 11:25 p.m. Hey, but check this out. This is our lowest. This is our lowest. So all you need is 3 hours to actually be on the leaderboard. If you have enough, Rez. I can put you on there if you do want to be on there. Good night, Brady. Thank you for the daily check-in. Thank you for joining. I can stay until you end stream. Actually, swear on it. Swear on it. You'll stay until I end the stream, because I'm not ending, brother. I am not ending. I am not ending. I'm not ending, brother. We raid Royce 2. We raid Royce 2, and then Royce 2 raids me. How long do you usually stream? So we have streamed the last 8 days, and we've done this before. We streamed for 680 hours, which is a month, pretty much. And I averaged 7. Now we're redoing that. We're doing the infinite stream, and before I was just going the whole month. Now I'm going as long as you guys want me to go. And that's the thing. Like, I'm going at least until Monday, and we're continuing to grow every day. So Who's got to get it out? Hell yeah, W. And I sleep with podcasts on a playlist. And so the first 2 days we watched Meaty Marley videos on a playlist. The second day and the third day we watched Sean Ryan podcasts. And then the last couple of days we've been watching Joe Rogan podcasts on live on the playlist. I'm so sorry, Kyla. I really am. You don't deserve to have a bad day. For real, for real. You're a G. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the good vibes. And everybody here who's hanging out with us. We could do Sean Ryan if you would like. It's honestly what everybody else wants to do. When I decide that I need my 8 hours of sleep, I usually probably will be away for 9.5 hours probably. Probably have like an hour before bed. Half an hour to get some priorities done in the morning. And then Kenny Duncan podcast. Cringe. Maybe if enough people vote on it. I don't want to just say no, but if majority of the people that want to stick around, if they wanted that, I'll do whatever you guys want, for real. And I appreciate the time that you give me. Thank you so much, for real. A lot of podcasts. There are a lot of podcasts, and that's what makes it kind of interesting. And that sometimes I have to sleep, you know. But there were a lot of days where I had 3 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours, and now we are able to, after a couple days of no sleep, because the less time I'm away, the better. I don't want everybody to just disappear on me. So thank you for the alert, Taylor. Put on all Spider-Man movies. I don't think you can do that.
We've never lost.
I don't think you can do that.
Help me!
I might be the worst shitter goblin to all exist. Do you guys have any suggestions, any ideas on things that we can do for things that are more fun? Hell yeah. And I appreciate the company. That team game thing. Did you read that team game? I'm curious. And Soph, what do you think of the emotes? Do custom games? I do custom games every 25 days, and today is our 621st day. In 30 minutes, will be our 622nd day. So then that'll mean 3 days away from community games. And I really want people to value me more than playing with me. And I hope you understand. A lot of people will follow me and unfollow me. And that is whatever they do's choice and opinion. And that one day I will have 1 million followers and they will fall back. I will put it on. I'll put money on it. I'll put money on it. For real. I put a lot of time and energy in researching how to grow and how to improve in every way. And that with enough consistency, we only go up. That is something. And that if they want to, they can unfollow me. I get it. Asking me what my rank was made me think they were here to play with me. And if that's the case, I'm sorry, but I am a solo. That was a headshot. Motherfucker, that was a headshot. That was a headshot. We're going to be playing Roy's custom games. For the top 3, first, second, third, we'll get Sky Charms. Every game you win, you'll get a point. And then you'll also get bread points for each team or each person who wins. But we're going to play knives only, pistols only games. shotgun only games, and hide and seek, Sledge Myers. Roy says is like, Roy says get in the back of this pickup truck. The last one in dies, or I just say come follow me, and you come follow me, and then you die. Or I'll say, Roy says the best heart on the wall, or the worst heart on the wall. Draw with your pistol, like one taps. The worst heart on the wall dies. Whoever survives, whoever's the best draw will survive that one. Sledge Myers is fun, and it's one of those things. I notice that a lot of people will, if you say yes to playing with them, they'll play with you, and then this is when I first started playing the game. They'll play with you until you say no to, if you have another group, and you say no, and then they leave your stream, and they're not willing to see you grow. They're not willing to support your stream, and that's something to see how much they value you as a person. And then, let's say you were to say no, that same person would then leave your stream, never come back, and unfollow you. That they would value that much. And I have every single VOD uploaded. I upload it on YouTube, and so it will be permanently there forever and ever and ever. I've had people stab me in the freaking throat, and that's something that I'm very aware of who I have on my stream. And if they're in our community custom games, they were to be like racist or something, they would just get banned and they wouldn't be able to watch anymore. So if you knew how active I am with my community, I am the most active streamer with their community. I focus on the chat, and I literally check in on people. Not just the same copy and paste shit. I'm saying, like, genuinely want to know how each person individually is doing. That's something that, like, it does not mean that I have to play with people. If you have been in my shoes and lived the life that I've lived, you would not want to play with people. You would be uncomfortable playing with people to know what people can really do. You don't, I mean, no respect. I mean, you're the same as any other person who has said, you'd be a better streamer if you played with people. I get it. I'm just not going to. That's what makes me different from everybody else. If Skype wanted to play with me, he's rated me twice. If Skype wanted to play, I would play. But, like, other than that, I am a solo. We play community games every 25 days. So 3 days and 25 minutes will be our 622nd day, and then 3 days till community games, and then 25 days from then. Fake people, let me tell you, fake people have hurt me so much that I just want to, I don't know. Like, some people that I really truly cared for, I really truly loved, have really done me dirty. It's something that makes me really, really careful. Really, really careful. And another thing, I've researched it. It's I don't know how to explain it without sounding weird. But people will value me more if I don't play with anybody rather than one person or the other. It's like a fairness thing. Fucker. I've never lost. I'm having a fucking bad streak. It is what it is. That is how you win! I hope so. I love you, homie. For real, no matter what, you could, we forgive and forget. We make, like, you didn't do anything, but I'm saying later on in life, people make mistakes. People, like, we can come back from anything. I'm a very forgiving person. That is something that, just who I am. That, I'm talking about everybody. I'm just saying in general that we live and learn. We make mistakes, and that this is the first time living that I'm on freaking, I keep track of it. I don't have it by memory, but I can tell you. So we are at 7,654 days alive. And you got to think of it. Every single day we lived has been unique to exactly the way it is. Everything that's happened has only happened in that exact way, on that exact day. And so every day we learn something new. Every day we forgive and forget. And we learn from our experiences, even the worst mistakes. And that is why I never lose. I've never lost and will never lose. Because I make mistakes and I improve on those mistakes. And I really love to enjoy the game. I don't like to take the game serious. And I'm here talking to a chat. I am not playing the game serious. I am having fun, and I do not lose. I do not die. You know what I mean? You know what I've lost, Royce?
You know what? I've lost. Nae, Oblivion. Nae, you better Nae right now. You better Nae!
Positive, man. Try your hardest to ignore the fake people. There's not many fake people, but let me tell you, I've had, when Meaty Marley rated me and I had over 1,000 people watching me, I had somebody who supported me so much, I had a screenshot sent to me, and it said they were so fucking pissed that I had that many people watching me. So, like, people can really be just, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Soph, if you use a naenaes spider duck fall emote in chat, I'll give you 250,000 bread. I do this, like, every so often. I do this probably, like, every 4 hours, probably. Yo, off that goose. What's your watch time at? And I want to show you off that goose where you are on the leaderboard. Summation watch time 17. Can somebody find him? Can somebody find him? Anybody who knows how to do that? I would appreciate it. Who wants to do the commands and try to find him on the leaderboard? I fucking hate this game so much. He's a what? A naenaes emote? Naenaes spider duck? We got one so far. Oblivion's the first one. Anybody who uses the naenaes spider duck, I'll give you 250,000 bread.
Let's go! That's how you win! We don't lose!
Hey, Mav, what's your time looking at now? I'm curious. Off that goose, there you are, 179 on watch time 18. Are you still hanging with us? And anybody who were to have more than 3 hours watch time, that is the lowest that we have. Facts, those were the days. Not a lot. Do you plan on being in our active community? And I'll put you on the leaderboard if you do want me to, Rez. And anybody who's not on the leaderboard, once you get up to 3 hours, I'll put you on there. Oh, like until it's higher, and then You found him already, Oblivion. All right, Rez. I'm gonna put you on there. It'll just take a second. Hey, can somebody do exclamation team game? And would you like to read that? Fucker. There we go. You trying to get a charming gamer? Yeah, yeah. I have worked on a naenaes spider duck charm in Blender, and we're gonna retry that since nobody did it except Oblivion. Anybody who wants 250,000, or you already did it. Never mind. You already did it. Never mind. Or you already did it. I already see it now. I see it now. I see it now. Sorry. Sorry. ISO 250. Mav 250. Okay. Kyla 250. Rez 250. Blicker 250. Is to Oblivion 250. Yo, Dabs, are you still listening? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, brother. I really appreciate that, man. You have no idea. He doesn't want my bread. He just wants the naenaes. Jimbo, I'm gonna force you. Sorry, bro. You force people into naenaes sometimes.
We got a good vibe in game chat. Let's go. I love that shit. I fucking love that shit.
1 second. He's geeking, he said. He tips. Kyla, I do have plenty of advice for streaming. I've streamed every day for 621 days. How could I not have any advice? I would get a... Do you have a Discord server? I would set up a Discord server. Every person you meet, you try to get the person in your Discord. And have a community off stream. That should be your goal. Make connections, meet people, know people. The more people you know, the more people who know you and want to help you will come support you. And that's something that it comes with time, that nothing is overnight, that you really have to make the effort to want people to follow you. If you don't, then people aren't going to follow you, and that not everybody can just stream and just get people to follow. Like I talk in game chat. I try to get people in game chat wanting to join the stream because the For You page hardly recommends me. It's not just how it is. And I've been having the worst fucking siege timing of my whole fucking life, and that shit is hurting my soul. I might be cursed, guys. I might be fucking cursed, to be honest. Oh, that's so devastating. I'm so sorry, guys. I've never died, though. That's the thing. I did not die there. That was you. They have no idea I'm updating the shit right now.
I got the fuser on me, Mr. Gorio. You just want to sit tight and be cute. Just watch it like it's a high school freshman.
What the fuck did this just... What did you just say? What did he say?
I hear him on the stairs, on Diddy. I'm so scared, I'm so scared. I think I'm about to do the backdoor method. He's coming down this way, I can hear his facts. Oh, I lied. Let's just keep an eye on that. He's on the left of medical. You can hear his fat ass.
Let's go.
Bad aim, but you know, we'll take it. We'll take it every once in a while.
I have to try this time. For real. My back is killing me. I think I might need to take something from my back. I think I'm dying.
I can give you some shots for it, but that's about it.
I will take one naenaes spider duck.
What?
You don't know the naenaes spider duck?
No, I don't.
You could follow and get one, bro. I'm serious.
After this game, if we win, I'll look you up. I'll look you up.
Hell yeah, brother. If we win, now I gotta try extra hard.
As a matter of fact, if we win, I'll drop a follow. I'll just check it out after this game, no matter what.
You crazy for that? You're not worth my community. I'd remove you as a follower anyways.
Wow. Okay.
You just said if we win, brother. We've never lost. I don't think you know me. I have never lost. You're not confident in me whatsoever. That honestly hurts my soul, brother. My whole community knows that I've never lost, every single one of them. I swear to you, they will vouch for me. They have my back.
You've never lost a game.
I have never lost. Ah, you're hilarious. Brother probably doesn't pull. It is what it is. I could hear it in his voice. Couldn't you hear it in his voice?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I was saying, can't you? He sounds... You plead the fifth. Alright, I'm back, guys. I updated all 20 of the commands already. So, who did I add again? Are you still hanging with us? What's your name? Rez? Yeah, Rez. Rez. You add me? Add you on what?
I just say pistol.
Oh, Mav, how much time do you have? That's got fucked. Yeah, I'm having the worst fucking death streak of my life. I've never died though.
Oh my god.
How much time do you have, Matt? 4 hours 45? Did I add you? Let me see if I added you. I can't remember.
Oh my god.
Let's fucking go.
As soon as possible. I deserve it.
I just did all those fucking commands and I'm gonna have to do it
Who
again.
are you snapping, King? Who are you snapping, King?
Who are you talking to? But never a loss, facts. Never a loss.
Loud. Snapping the lady. Oh, I'll call for it.
You talking to the guy I've muted, bro? That's cringe. That brother disrespectful.
I don't even know what that is, but it sounds lit. Can you build one that I don't even want to get into it? Actually, I lied. You could? Can you do that for me? That way I can just dedicate my time and effort to Siege. Like I wouldn't have to ever like take a break. Shit. Might as well. Can I have your voice?
Make me unmute him.
You only can have my voice on Sunday.
I'll do what I can do. You know,
The only reason why I want it on Sunday is because I want God to listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute both of them. That guy said something disrespectful to my community, and that brother was still listening to him. So honestly, he isn't worth their time. He isn't truly. At the end of the day, he's not worth their time. Eating this shit up. First game on. Yo, I'm getting shit on, bro. Yo, I added you on the thing, Rez. And Mav, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet, Mav. That's what I've been so focused on. I probably shouldn't be focused. You should probably just play the fucking game. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to play a TDM after this. ML Gangelo.
Rise, motherfucker.
Do you know the Muffin Man? She was married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man! Yes, I know the Muffin Man. Yes, I know the Muffin Man. I know the Muffin Man. I am the Muffin Man. I have a muffin, brother. I'm the Muffin Man. I literally have a muffin right here. A pistachio muffin, brother. I literally got a muffin right here. I am the Muffin Man. So salty with how I'm playing right now. I'm getting shit on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the community. I really appreciate it. I'd love to get to know you some more, man. We have a bunch of cool things set up. ML, like we have 20 different watch time commands. You go to sleep, at least stream on. Good night, homie. You're hilarious. You think I'm stupid? You might. Thank you for the first time chatting. Thank you for the bit. I really appreciate it. How are you? How good are you on Glass? I'm amazing. I'm the greatest. I've never lost. I've never died. I might be having a shitty game, but I've never died. All right, Rez, are you almost ready, Rez? Or not Rez, Mav. Nightbot, I'm almost ready. Almost ready, and then his command he'll be put on there. People are getting pushed off this shit.
Remy, sit.
Speak!
Speak.
Fuck!
Good boy.
You guys seen that?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. You should do the daily channel point check-in if you haven't already. Okay, I updated the commands. So you are on there now. You are on there now, brother. Brother Mav. And so, ML, if you're wondering what we're talking about, we have exclamation watch time 1 through 20. We're heading out. We'll join later. Bye, guys. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate your time that you spend. And then all the way through... Sorry that I'm sucking. I'm really sucking right now. Oh, it happens. It happens. But yeah, 1 through 20. And we also have a team game thing that we just started today. Really appreciate anybody that does decide to stick around. It really means a lot, bro. Fucking stick drift is fucking with me.
Let him cook! I said let him cook!
I got one. I got one, so I'm not cursed. I got fucking one, so I'm not cursed. Oh, thank you for the follow, though, Soph. It really means a lot. I'm really lucky to know you. Thank you, homie. This fucking game pisses me off. I don't die, I don't lose. I've never lost. What do you mean? I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I got one. I'm not mad. I got one. Did he not get put on there? He did. He's 189. That's how you win! That is how you motherfucking win! Let's go! Let's fucking go! This game is pain. Pain and suffering. My phone's about to dodge one back. Wanting my supercharger. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Just appreciate knowing you. Thank you for your time. It is officially the new day. Yo, what is up, that good guy? Yo, thank you for the first time chat, dude. You know what first time chat means? That you now know who I am, and the fact that thank you for the bits, brother. And the fact that somebody new knows who I am, that's really awesome. You can only do the first time chat one time. Really appreciate that, brother. It's my 621st day stream. 622nd day streaming as it's right now, and we never lose.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo. Thank you for the follow. And guess what, homie? Guess what? We've been streaming for the last 8 days and 6 hours, and we went from 17 average for partner to 27.4. And I really appreciate you for that, man. Thank you so much. And I hope you're having an amazing day. Thank you for the good vibes. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining the community. You're our 3,558th member in our community. And we have a bunch of fun things set up. I'll show you in a second. I'm just changing our title. And yeah, thank you, Mav. Exclamation watch time 1 is our most watch time. We have 20 different watch time commands, 1 through 20. And exclamation watch time 20 is right here. And so if you wanted to be on the leaderboard, you would need at least 3 hours, 15 minutes watch time. And so right now you have no watch time, that guy, but you could potentially have more. And but we're doing this thing called Team Game every single week where 3 people can work together and combine of points. There's going to be 3 placements. There's going to be first, second, and third. And you'll get bread points. And the winner of the every single month, the person with the most points wins the giveaway for the bread points. This month, it's $50. So let's say you do good every week in this weekly team challenge. There's going to be huge prize, huge bread point amounts. So you're going to be able to get your bread points up a lot, depending on your watch time. And if you work with 2 other people and you combine your watch time, you have the most. Top 3 will win a lot. First place will win a lot. Second place will win a little bit less. And the third place will win a little bit less. And thank you, Votable. Thank you. Have you seen any of the things? Any of the new commands? How are you? And anybody who does the daily check-in gets 100,000 bread points as well. Thank you, Votable. It's a daily channel point check-in. I can show you how to do it. It's a channel point. It's at the very top of our channel points. It costs 1. It has a little verified check mark. It right here, exclamation watch time 1 through 20. So exclamation watch time 1 through 20. You can do all 20, or you can just do first, second, or 20, or 17, or whatever. And then exclamation team game is the other command.
We're about to lock. We have never lost. Not once in my life.
Do you know the Muffin Man? She was married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man! That good guy, are you still hanging out with us? Where are you from, brother? And I'm wondering what you think of the stream, and if so far you like the stream.
We're about to lock.
Hey, Heafy, can you tell everybody else how easy it is to get watch time? Zaizumi says he'll stop being a negative Nancy. I believe him. Hopefully, we forgive and forget. I'm a very forgiving person. He was on restrict mode. And now he can have right to talk to Chad. But only if you are positive. Please, for the love of Siege. Please. Really appreciate it. I'm here for big chillin', dude. I already got a kill. I'm so happy. How's it going? We came up with a bunch of cool ideas thanks to buddy Lino that helped me out. But we have 20 new watch time commands, 1 through 20. These are just the first and the second. And so, let's say you had more than 3 hours watched. You're on there, Rez. You're on there. 6 hours. You gotta find where you're at. Who hasn't seen where they're at? If they're... Zumi, you could probably be on there. See how much watch time you have, Zumi. I bet you have more than 3 hours watched. Am I right? No, you don't. So you're just... Oh, I thought you would have more for the amount of hating you've done. But we will look past that. We forgive and forget. From this moment forward, I won't speak of it. But if you want to be chill, I'm looking for chill vibes. Streaming lasts 8 days, so 8 days, 6 hours, not ending. It'll update it when I put in the so I have to update pretty much everybody's information. Not everybody, but I'm gonna collect a bunch of people that have been active. I'm gonna collect all their information at one time. Not their information, but their minutes. So for real, you have been live for 622 days in a row, never missing a day. Even on the days my dad didn't want me to stream in San Diego. Well, I went on a trip with him and I still streamed. We don't miss a day. I'm dedicated for life. This is I've streamed for 8 days, 6 hours. We don't lose. We've never lost. We only naenaes. Thanks, brother. We are dedicated, bro. And he's a fucking bitch. Ah! Ah! Jello, are you typing them out? You have to copy and paste. It's so much easier.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, Zoomy. Thanks, brother. My mind just got blown, guys. You guys ever have blown mine? It's fucked. For real, for real. It's pretty awesome, though. I'm pretty happy. Good news. Winning? We only win, homie. We only win. We only win. What about you? What about you? I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Stacking, then you're not allowed to be in my community, homie. Sorry, you're banned. Zoomy, so you stopped hating once you tried it? And you knew what it was like? That people don't just come into your stream? You have to freaking put forth an effort to get people in here? It is one of those things that I feel like I suck right now. My brain's not in it. Oh, we're just playing to play at this point. We're just playing to play. We're just playing to play. We're having fun, guys. We're having so much fun. I love it. Yay. Yay, 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 yay. I'm so happy. Yippee. Anything's possible, brother. Set your mind, set your goals high. Think high and large. And that you naenaes, that you have never lost in your whole life, bro. And anything is possible that you set your mind to. Anything. Even the things that you think are impossible are possible. You just haven't done them yet. Do them now. Do it now! You have to do the push-ups. You have to do the push-ups. If you want to lock, you have to. I'm not doing no push-ups, damn it. She's trying to get me to do 5 push-ups. What the fuck do you think this is? Alright guys, it's time for me to wake the fuck up and play Rainbow properly and not be focused in other areas. I might have some of the most unluckiest siege timing I've ever had. That's how you win. We won that. Let's fucking go. We fucking won that shit. I'm so hyped. You guys make me wonder, why are you watching me? Why are you watching me? Why the fuck? I'm selling. I've never lost, but I'm selling. Motherfucker. What do I do? Do I eat something? I still have another priority. I have to give my dog his heart murmur medicine before I don't have to think anymore for the rest of the night. Should probably go do that really quick. You can't redeem Thug Shake? You want me to Thug Shake? I'll Thug Shake for free. That don't cost, man. I'll Thug Shake for free, baby. I love that shit. I fucking love it. Oh. Working on something right now on It's distracting me. I should probably go.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man, 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 oh man. Ooh!
Oh man.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
Cringe temp. Cringe. I'm just playing. No, Zoomy. No, they do not, I swear. What about you, brother? Maybe that's how you can get people to watch you.
Ah!
You just gave me the fucking finger, you motherfucker.
You bitch! You can't do that!
Oh no, our table is broken. Brother, you see people doing it right in front of you. What are you talking about? What do you mean you have no points? It's a different kind of points, brother. This is for the bread giveaway. I give away my bread for your bread. And $50 for the person with the most points.
What in the fuck is that?
We're ready, guys. Get ready.
Get fucking ready! Get motherfucking ready! Right now! This shit about to get jiggy. About to get jiggy with it. Get ready. Get ready! Are you ready? I don't think they are ready. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm shivering. For the enemy. I'm angry. All I see is red. All I see is motherfreaking red. nae. It's time to nae.
First time we drone tonight. Because we're thinking. Don't turn your back to me, mother.
No! Fuck!
Don't you think it helps you? I'm practicing for next round.
You have no idea! You have no freaking idea! I'm the one who knocks. We have never lost a game.
If I win this 10-0, I have to get 10 kills. 10, not 10-0. Yeah, I've never died. If I have to get 10 kills and I'll eat that muffin. I will eat that pistachio muffin. It's calling my name. But only if I lock. Only if I lock. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Fuck this game, dude. Fuck this game. Rainbow, 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 rainbow. Motherfucker. You do need to win. Did he mod Siege? What? Did I mod Siege? It's something I programmed. This brother just said, did I mod Siege, bro? That's hilarious. Thanks, brother. It was funny. You're hilarious.
Hello, motherfucker.
What time do I go to sleep tonight? It's up to you guys. You just woke up. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, you should check out the new things that we have. Exclamation team game, and then exclamation watch time 1 through 20, exclamation watch time 1, exclamation watch time 2, etc. all the way through 20. What time right now? It's 12:43 a.m. for me. I'm on an ultimate death streak right now. That's how you win. Let's go. That is how. Nice try, San. You honestly, you're not a part of my community. Say nice try in my chat one more time. Test me. I'll ban you. I will literally ban you. I'm serious. We have never lost. That was a win, motherfucker. We have never lost.
We have never lost! Not once! In my whole life!
His brother does not know who I am. Since June 16, 2023, the first day I ever started streaming. I'm working on a logo for somebody. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool logo. You guys would like it. Good thing you probably never see it unless he shows you it. Oh, Sam, I was kidding, brother. I was kidding, but like I've never lost. No joke. I'm serious. I didn't mean to say it like that. Job well done. I just completed something. I just completed a task. Now the real games begin. Or my back's really hurting. I say we figure out something to watch on YouTube and we pick it back up in like 10 hours. Bet you guys trying to earn watch time? I'm curious. We might watch Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan might be better. All right, I got a bunch of them. I'll let you guys pick. We're gonna watch Sean Ryan tonight instead of Joe Rogan. I feel like Joe Rogan isn't so focused on Joe Rogan. I don't know how to explain it. You know what I'm saying? I think Sean Ryan podcasts are very like Sean Ryan. I don't know. He actually like does things. I don't know. Hey K Dot. Would you guys want to hang out? Every person that does decide to stay with us will help me pretty much. We're trying to get partnered and every person counts. Every person that watches the stream, even when I'm not there. And you can get your watch time up while I'm asleep, while we watch. I'm not gonna like be on the stream, of course. I'm gonna go lay in my bed, and you guys won't even see a face cam. It was see. I just turned the camera off because it's a chair blocking in the way. I don't know how long I'm gonna be up for. Probably like an hour after my stream, but you guys should stick around. I would really, really appreciate it, for real. W Jello. Thanks for that, Jello. Alright, guys, is there any of these? Or actually, I'll look up the best ones. I'll add other ones. These don't look so good to me for some reason. Vidernet, welcome back, dude. Thank you for joining back. You caught me at a bad time. I'm tired. Right now. I'm just figuring out what to watch. I think we're gonna watch Sean Ryan podcast. How are you, brother? Pick a one or a two, please. Two. Daily check-in if you would like, but you don't have to. Thank you for your time. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, man, you caught me at a time, man. My eyes are like burning. My eyes are burning out of my skull. There's another one that said was pretty interesting. Yeah, you should sleep. I'm going to, brother, in a moment. I'm just looking for good things to watch. I don't know. To be honest, I really don't. What the fuck does it keep doing? I wanted... Oh, fuck. I wanted this guy. This guy. This looks like an interesting one. Why can't I fucking see it? Am I blind? There it is. It says it was already in there. Oh, it's right here. Why does it keep doing that? Expand. There we go.
John Ryan Show.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Looking
Can
forward
we
to
test
it.
the volume before I
I've
go?
been looking forward to this interview for
I don't want to set
a
it too
long
high
time. Ever since
because yesterday I feel like I
got
might have
popped
set
up
it
on
too
my
high
radar
before I
with,
went. We have no
Joe
ads,
McMonagle brought you up several times,
and it
his
will
wife,
just continue to
Scooter,
the next one
and,
after this.
eventually connected us, which I'm super thankful for. And man,
Can
I'm
we
just,
test the
I'm
sounds?
just totally fascinated
So like,
with this subject with remote
I'm
viewing.
assuming
and
that's too
Stargate.
quiet.
And so I want to say thank you so much for coming.
You're most welcome. It's a pleasure to find someone with the excitement that you already have for this discipline, because that's rare in this country for sure.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know. I think it's a growing subject again then, because I
Okay.
see a lot of people that are interested in it.
Well, like when I do decide to
You
go,
probably have heard
I'm
the
just gonna do
phrase that
this
it's the
and
work of the
disappear,
devil.
so we could just have
I've heard
video.
that several times.
Yeah.
But before
Just
I go,
a brief
let's put the
anecdote on that. I
headphones
had a
off and-
contract from the Air Force.
Yo, today's been a really
about
awesome
$1.5
day.
million,
Thank you so much, guys.
and
For,
a nameless
yo,
senior
I
Air
started
Force official
pretty not
said,
so
"That's the
early,
work of the
but
devil. Kill
my
that
back is
program."
killing me right
And they
now,
took
and I
the
think
money back.
it'd be a good time to
Really?
go. And I'll
Yes.
try to
Didn't even want
try
to
to
look
be
into
back
it.
Nope.
as quick as I can. I've only been
Interesting.
sleeping 8 hours. and
Because
then
we're not the only ones
I
looking
do
into
my
this, from
priorities
what
in
I
the morning
understand.
and
The Russians are.
Yeah.
Who
take
else
care
is
of
looking
myself.
into this?
But I hope everybody has a good night.
There was
Thank you.
a
Thank you.
Hungarian fiction writer
for
by the
having
name
it.
of Arthur Koestler. I don't know if
Thank
you've
you
ever
everybody
heard
for
of him or
sticking
not.
till
When he
this
passed
part,
away,
and I
he
appreciate anybody that
bequeathed a
does
huge
stick
sum of
around. And if
money
you have to go, I
to
understand as
Edinburgh
well.
University in Scotland
We're at
to
27
do psi
point,
research. And when they first
point
started
4
that,
out of
they did
75
a worldwide
for
search to be
partner,
who would be the first professor
and that
to
we're doing
occupy
pretty good.
that
We're making
chair,
steady
and an
growth,
American
meeting new
won
people, and
that
that
search.
I want to
Bob
go no
Morris
matter
is his
what
name.
until
And he moved to Scotland. And,
I really would like to keep
everybody
going
was
for a
nervous at the
long
university
time,
about all
but
this weird
at the
stuff.
same time, it really just
But
depends
he
what everybody
became
else wants
head
me
of
to
the
do.
British
But
Society of
as
Psychology,
long as
not parapsychology.
I've been perfect.
He
I've been
spawned
amazing.
about 100 graduate students
Have a
and
good night, guys.
PhDs
Thanks,
in
guys.
parapsychology.
Thanks, everybody. Good night, Jimmy.
And
Good night,
then
Joe. Good night,
Edinburgh
Internet.
University wasn't, in fact, proud of
Good night,
this.
everybody. Good night,
And it was
K-Duck.
on
Good
the
night,
front
Mav.
page of their
Everybody's
website.
listening. Good night, Sam.
So it's an amazing school in
Good night,
in
A1.
Scotland
Good night,
today.
Redbeard. Good night, Jared.
How many governments are
Good night,
looking into
Akuma.
this? Are you aware?
Good night, Aurora. Good night, Tor. Good night, Shalane. Good night,
Certainly the
Frank.
Russians are.
Good night, Jello. Good night, Glocken. Good night,
Hungarians
Haru.
are
Good night,
with
Yiffy. Good
not
night,
a lot
Hal.
of
Good night,
effort.
Willie. Good night, Hushin. Good night,
There's a big
Oblivion.
effort
Good night,
going on in Brazil
Jex.
now
Good night, Lena.
and in
In
Rio.
Brazil?
Good night, Duke.
Yeah.
Good night, Mav.
And
Good night,
of
Mira.
course,
Good night,
Scotland.
Queen. Good night,
And
Cookin. Good
that's
night, Em.
and
Good night,
most
Neon.
and Derby
Good night,
in the
Nate.
UK. A number of schools.
Good night, Brez. Good night, Ro. Good night,
what is
Skag.
it?
Good night,
At
Saying Life.
at
Good night,
Greenwich
Taylor. Good night,
University,
Temp.
there's a
Good night,
group
Thorn.
doing
Good
work
night, the
there.
Shady Ace. Good night,
Who
the
would you
Blizzard.
say is
Good night, Votable. Good
maybe
night,
on the
Big Wayne.
forefront of
Appreciate
this?
everybody who's lurking. Everybody who's taking the
Right
time
now,
every day.
beside our group, you mean?
Have an amazing rest of your night. Bro.
Seriously, I would say Edinburgh University.
I'll be back soon.
They're
I'll be
doing
back soon. Trust the
very,
process.
very good work.
Monroe? I'm sorry.
Monroe Institute, they don't do parapsychology research there.
Who? I miss. I didn't hear what you said before.
At Edinburgh University, they're doing excellent work there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to dive in. It's like I said, I'm fascinated. So, kind of how I want to do the interview is we had spoken at breakfast about a kind of an aptitude test. Am I correct on that?
That's a good way to word it. Yeah.
On if somebody may have capabilities.
Call it remote viewing.
Remote viewing.
Yes.
So it's an aptitude test for remote viewing. So I think that would be a great way to kick off the interview.
Okay.
So we'll start there, and then we'll get right into kind of how this popped up on your radar and how you eventually became
Sure.
the director of the Stargate program, which I got to be honest, I can't even believe I'm sitting across from you right now. So super fascinating.
Well, thank you.
But you know, everybody gets a gift on the show. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not.
So there's yours.
Oh boy, is it edible?
It is edible. Go ahead, dive in there.
I was just being goofy about it.
Go open it up.
Oh, okay.
Little something for the ride home. Those are Vigilance Elite gummy bears.
Oh my goodness.
They're legal in all 50 states.
Oh, too bad.
And
I was
they're
hoping
made,
for
and they're made right here in the USA. So
fantastic.
it's a
In
little,
Tennessee, I hope.
Actually, they're made in Michigan.
Okay.
Hey. But
Thank you. That's kind.
You're welcome. So we'll kick it off with a introduction, and this might take me about 30 minutes to get through because you have such a extensive background. So
Okay, go for it.
Here we go. You hold a degree in experimental nuclear physics, the executive director of the Cognitive Sciences Laboratory, previously part of the ESP program at SRI International, that's Stanford Research Institute, spent 49 years studying psychic research. You were the previous director of the U.S. government's program to apply ESP to... Hey everybody, I'm in downtown Franklin, getting ready to head into the office to wrap up DJ Shipley's episode for the Sean Ryan Show. With that being said, it's becoming increasingly more challenging to reach our audience. So if you don't mind helping us out, please. Hey everybody, I'm in downtown the Cognitive Sciences Laboratory, previously part of the ESP program at SRI International, that's Stanford Research Institute, spent 49 years studying psychic research. You were the previous director of the U.S. government's program to apply ESP to matters of national security interest, also known as Stargate. In 1996, you founded Laboratories for Fundamental Research, which is still active today, the author of over 90 peer-reviewed papers and over 300 technical reports. You've given public talks about intelligence collection at the World War II famous site Bletchley Park in the UK. Presided over 70% of the funding, $22 million, and 85% of the data collection for the government's 22-year involvement into parapsychological research, accumulated over 12 years experience in experimental nuclear physics research, fluent in a variety of 3G and 4G computer languages, including F, Fortran, IDL, Visual Basic, MATLAB, SQL, and various machine codes. Traveled often to Moscow beginning in 1992 and has become friends with the U.S.'s former enemy, the KGB. I can't wait to dive into that. And your colleagues are physicalists, that is, consciousness is an emergent property of the brain and does not survive death. What am I missing?
No, not a thing. Well, one issue how Stargate came into existence, the name, because that was the last of about 7 or 8 names preceding it.
I've always wondered that.
Yeah. The one, I walked out of the Pentagon with a colonel who was in charge of all this stuff, and he said, guess what? We've changed the name of the project. It's now called Quantum Leap. And I said, do we have to? A quantum leap progress is the smallest possible progress at above zero. And Stargate was then born as a result of that.
Wow. Why did they change the name so much in the beginning?
Well, because these were unclassified names, and it's part of security to keep it secure.
Okay.
There was Center Lane, Grow Flame, and a whole bunch of stuff like that.
Interesting. I'm nervous about this test I'm about to take.
Oh, don't be. It won't hurt at all, promise.
What if I flunk it?
Probably will. Most people do. Don't worry about it.
Oh, man.
Now, I want to give you a little. I want to give you a little background about it. When we humans, and I presume you're human, some of my friends are questionable that with regard to me, but most humans have multiple conversations going on at the same time in their head. You're worrying about the lighting and all that, and you're having a conversation with me. I'm thinking, well, gee, what am I going to do for dinner? And I hope this thing doesn't go too long. That kind of internal conversation, but it's not relevant for what's going on at this moment. So we edit it out of our what comes out of our mouth. We all do that, and it's just part of being human. And so why not allow someone trying to be psychic to do the same kind of internal editing? So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what a potential remote viewing target is not going to be. For example, if you get a mental image picture of your mother cooking a hot apple pie and it's cooling on the counter in the kitchen, please don't tell me about it, because there's no food in this target pool. There's no indoor sites by this product. There are no people here. There are no buildings. I mean, there are no inside shots and so on. There's no human artifacts like rakes and shovels and things like that. No transportation devices. All that stuff, if it comes in your mind, just don't put it down on your paper. Don't tell me about it. Other than that, it can be anything outdoors, period, anything.
So it only outdoor stuff.
That's right.
Interesting.
So that allows you, and it worked beautifully for us, to allow potential participants or subjects, if you will, to have that internal sensor. It reduces the background noise substantially and allow what psychic ability can emerge from the noise.
So so when I'm doing this, only think about viewing something from the exterior or that's outside.
Yeah, and I have a stylized interview with you about that to aid that. So I don't know what the target says. The concept is called double blind. You don't know what the target is. I don't know what it is. And in fact, when you're remote viewing, it hasn't even been chosen yet in the computer. So I can't clue you or cue you in some way. Well, maybe it should be a kangaroo riding a camel across the desert, except there are no animals in this thing either. So,
okay.
That's the whole idea, is to just reduce the internal noise. Also, do not expect a multimedia extravaganza between your ears. Most people, even like Joe McMonagle, will say it feels like he's guessing sometimes.
Okay.
So it's not a vivid thing, which we'd like it to be, but it isn't.
Would it be better to explain the aptitude test before I take it or after?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, I would like to talk about what I'm about to do.
Okay, go ahead.
Or should we just do it and talk about it afterwards?
Let's just do it, and we'll talk about it afterwards.
Here we go.
Yep.
Moment of truth.
Well, it's some moment.
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
Do I close my eyes?
No. Hang on. Well, I'd like you to just write your name and the date and time anywhere up on the corner somewhere. It doesn't matter where you put it.
What is today? Today's May 9th.
May 9th, and it's about 35 after noon. Now, like any kind of a job, I have to instruct you what it is I want from you. So when you're ready, I'll give you what's called the tasking, what I'm asking you to do. And it's very simple.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. Sean, please access and describe a photograph I'm going to show you in about 15 minutes or less from now.
Okay.
And the idea is to put down whatever pops into your mind first. Don't overthink it.
Whatever pops into my mind first.
Subject to the conditions we mentioned. And you can tell me as you write it in words or draw pictures or build it out of clay or whatever you want to do with it. Doesn't matter. So you're thinking about it. Don't think about it. Just respond to it.
I'm
Talk
just
to me.
drawing what came to my mind first.
Which is it?
Should I tell you what I'm drawing?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Should I keep drawing?
Well, no, just
All right.
capture what your experience is. Okay, that's a circle on top of a point. Is that what it is?
That is a pyramid with the moon above it. And then this is some kind of,
Remy, sit.
I don't know. I was envisioning some kind of like circular, maybe cloud
Fair enough.
above it.
Don't go into that detail.
Okay.
Suppose you could sit on top of what you call a pyramid and gaze out in front of you. What do you see?
It can't be animals, can't be any of that.
What does the landscape look like?
Okay.
What did you write?
I wrote a barren desert with a couple of dead trees.
Okay.
With no leaves on them.
All right, excellent. Let's take a short break here.
Okay.
We'll come back to it in a moment. Interesting thing about a break is we don't want to talk about what your experience is or anything like that. We'll talk about something else, like what are you going to have for dinner? What movie did you recently see? Did you see, I don't know, did you see the Oppenheimer movie at all? That was a strange movie. Don't go.
Okay.
I can tell you
Is this the Civil War movie?
No. This is over the Manhattan Project. Oppenheimer built the atomic bomb.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe I just... See, I'm not letting go of what I'm... All right.
So when we're finished here, I'll give you a link to a Amazon Prime movie called The Day After Trinity. And that is an accurate portrayal with the real people that did the work. It's an excellent film. Okay, let's get back to it. I'll retask you.
New paper?
Pardon, no, right, the paper's good enough. And I want to get on record by saying the interview procedure that I learned, that I'm using with you, to a great deal I learned from Mr. Russell Targ. He was brilliant at that job, and I honor him for teaching me that. Excellent guy.
Look around. War, inflation, recession. Did you know that many experts call gold the everything hedge? Gold often goes far beyond hedging against inflation or the stock market. It can potentially guard against today's wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, not to mention the great economic danger of a recession lurking. That's why gold just hit another record high, and central banks keep buying gold at a record pace. Join the thousands of people who have called Goldco their #1 rated gold company. Diversify your money with time-tested assets, physical gold and silver. Today, Goldco is offering up to 10% instant match and free bonus silver with a qualified account. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD and see if you qualify to get your bonus silver today. Once again, that's 855-936-GOLD or visit SeanLikesGold.com. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making any investment decisions. Today's show is sponsored by HelixSleep.com. Sleep, especially as you get older, is critical, especially that deep, comforting sleep. Go to HelixSleep.com and take the sleep quiz. I took it and was matched with the Midnight Lux. Helix knows that everyone's unique, so they have several different mattress models to match based on your body type and sleep preferences. Once you match, your mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. When you receive your Helix mattress, you'll be amazed at how well you'll sleep. And if your back needs some extra TLC like mine, you'll love their hybrid design that combines individually wrapped steel coils in the base with premium foam layers on top. They have a 10-year warranty and financing options, so a great night's sleep is never far away. Helix Sleep is also proud to support our active military service members, veterans, military spouses, and military family members with exclusive discounts on promotions on Helix products. Helix is offering up to 30% off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners. Go to helixsleep.com/SRS. That's helixsleep.com/SRS. This is their best offer yet, and it's not going to last long. With Helix, better sleep starts now.
Okay, onward. So, retasking. Sean, please access and describe a photograph in drawing or pictures or words about a photograph I'm going to show you, say, 10 minutes from now. Go for it.
Could this? It's good. This is a different one.
Nope, same picture.
What if something different's in my head?
Write it down. Helps if you write words to help me understand the squiggles that you draw as well.
Okay.
What you got?
I got a house, which is actually a concrete house.
Okay.
A big pond.
All right.
And then just vegetation, trees.
Excellent. Okay, and now I'm going to surprise you. We're going to clip the session off now.
Okay.
Why do you think I'm doing that?
Exercise is complete because I'm drawing something completely different than what I did before.
Well, no, I'm doing it because we like, as humans, to fill in the blanks. Well, there's a house there, it must have XYZ on it, or that pyramid must be whatever it happened to be. So we'll call a stop to it. And I now do a look. The job comes to me. Now, the target has not yet been chosen. I have no idea what it is. So I'm going to analyze your results. Bear with me 1 second here, a little bit of homeworking here. This computer, oddly enough, is very slow. May I have the sheets, please? Thank you. Excellent. Okay. Now, see, I can't put words into your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, here you say, you draw a building, and it's very clearly the shape of a building.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no trouble thinking it's not a kangaroo. it's a building. So you get credit for that. What I'm doing, and I don't want to get into the technical details, it's called fuzzy set analysis. I'm trying to encode what you said in a way that this computer can understand to do the arithmetic with, look, Ma, no hands.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. We've got trees. And we got this stuff here. And I'm not going to describe what I'm doing here because this is going to be public. And we don't want people to have to guess this list I'm doing here. This circle thing that you drew here, what did you say here?
That is a body of water, a lake or a pond.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Pressure's on me, not on you.
I feel nervous.
Huh?
I feel anxious.
If you're anxious, so am I.
All right.
I want this to work really well. Okay, now the computer goes to work by itself. What it means is it still hasn't chosen a picture yet.
Really?
Yep. Now, it doesn't pay any attention to what I put in there because that would be cheating. In other words, choose a picture that matches what you said. That's not happening in the code. It just doesn't do that. But now it's going to randomly pick the picture for us. This is a demonstration. The participant is Ryan. And this is trial number 1. And target B was the right answer. You'll be rather pleased about it. It's pretty good.
No way. Are you kidding me?
Nope. Why?
Can I see it?
Yeah.
Well, lots of trees, big concrete buildings, and there's a pyramid on top. Where's the body of water?
Buzz off. Buffalo. Actually, the metric here...
Can I show that on camera? Would that be possible?
Sure.
I just want the audience to see how awesome my remote viewing capabilities are. So there it is.
Not bad for a first attempt, actually. Quite good. We have a metric called figure of merit. And the way that is, there are 300 photographs in here. This could have been any one of them. And we had a team of people, like 9 people, encode them in such a way that a computer could understand them. It's technically called a fuzzy set, and let's not go there any further. but that's been pre-coded. So what I did was to get a fuzzy set of your response. And then the computer does a Venn diagram, well, not technically, but something like it. It said, how close is your description? There are two things that it asks. How accurate was your response? In other words, of all the things in the target, what percentage did you get right? The answer to that question is about 53% of what you said was correct in the target. But that isn't enough. I went out of all the things that you said, what percentage of what you said was correct? I mean, see the difference? One is what percentage of the target did you get? And the other part is what percentage of what you said was right? I mean, maybe you said everything was correct. No. Actually, you said 52% of what you said was correct. So it's, the product of those two numbers is what we call the figure of merit. And when that's above a certain threshold, and when we use this to make money on the marketplace, that threshold is 0.452. Your number was 0.28. Wasn't good enough to bet money on.
Okay.
But only about 20% of Joe's is, or 20% of Angela Ford's are.
No kidding.
It's a very high, in fact, it almost never misses above when it's that good of a remote viewing. So congratulations, Sean. I'm really pleased. You did a damn good job of it.
So what is this? So if I was, what would you have me do next?
Go on with the interview.
if you were looking at me to see if I had these capabilities, would that be let's move on to the next test, or would that be
yeah, but not right away.
Thanks for showing up. If we need you, we'll be in contact.
Not quite. I mean, tell me why it would be a mistake to have you do it again right now.
Because I would overthink it.
Not only that, one has to ask the musical question, from where does the information arise? And my colleague and I have been worrying about that a long, long time. And that is, did you get it from looking into the future and seeing the picture, another precognition? And if you did that, but 20 minutes from now you have a different picture, how would you be able to sort that out in your mind, which precognition pays attention to it? No. So we only collect data with Angela Ford, 2 sessions a week.
2 sessions a week?
Yeah.
That fast of sessions? Wow.
Actually, the fastest one of our participants is a psychologist named Nevin. And I say, okay, please access and describe the same thing I just said to you. So he said, oh, there's a tree in a path. I quit. It was over in about 3 seconds of it. There's got to be something more. But no, that's exactly all that was there. He just nailed it.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So I got a 50% on a 53%, I believe you said, on the drawings, and a 52% on what I said was actually in the photograph.
Yeah, exactly.
So what would be a close the book, don't contact us, we'll contact you, thanks for showing up?
Well, if never on a single issue like this.
Okay.
Give you a hint. I don't know if Joe would like this, but it's the data. I have something close to 1,500 remote viewings done by Joe. And 5 pictures are chosen, only one is the right answer at each trial. And so there's a 20% chance of getting it right by luck alone.
Mm-hmm.
His score is 44% hit rate. Statistically, that's off the charts. But think about it. That means 56% of the time, he blows it.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And he's one of the best people we got.
Interesting.
So how was it? Was it fun?
I want to do it again.
No, I'm not going to let you.
I know.
We can do that. I'll tell you, I can do this. In fact, I work primarily through Zoom now. I've got a woman in Milan, Italy, who's a crackerjack at this.
No kidding.
So I do the interview over, and then she sends me the response by email. And I do the same thing I just did with you.
So is this some sort of a hobby for somebody like that? Or what do they do with it now?
Well, what she does, she works with some people in finding lost people who have disappeared.
Okay.
I think Joe probably told you that he worked for the Japanese on exactly that issue, but she does it for someone else doing the same sort of thing.
Interesting. Is this stuff still within government? I know that the project shut
I would
down.
love it to be, and probably is a good time to dig into that a bit. A Navy SEAL who will remain nameless invited us to try to restart Stargate. This was after Stargate was closed. And it never actually happened, but for technical reasons. But I think what's interesting is that...
what do you mean technical reasons?
The person in charge, I don't want to mention her name, it was an intelligence officer in Hawaii. And there were other reasons I wanted to put her out of business. So the money didn't come forward and we actually didn't do the experiment. But it turns out that the working class people, not the managers, like the intelligence officers, love this stuff. It works extremely well for them. That answers questions that couldn't get by normal intelligence means. The problem is we try to get it started again at the management level, flag officer level, kill it. They wouldn't take it.
Interesting. Can I ask when that Navy SEAL invited you to give the presentation? Was it recently?
Yeah, no, not recently. Probably 15 years ago.
15 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
So people ask me, do you think the government's still doing it? My answer is, I hope so, but I don't believe they are.
Okay.
And surprisingly enough, most of the money came under Republican administrations.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Why do you think they aren't doing it anymore?
For a number of reasons. First off, intelligence collection has drastically improved over the years compared to what was going on during the Cold War. And so it's not needed as much. It's often used in law enforcement. There's a book written by a sociologist called The Blue Shield, and when he analyzed the workings of psychics with police departments, and sometimes that's quite valuable. But in terms of the intelligence collection world, it's not needed as much as it used to be.
Okay.
Literally. I mean, it's noisy data. It should never be sole sourced. And I don't mind saying this in public. I was on a television interview show with on Nightline. And opposite me was Robert Gates, CIA director at the time. And the Larry King, I think it was the fellow interviewing me. In the green room, they said, you should interrupt and make it really lively. And I caught this, the previous director, Robert Gates. My own fear was sitting there, I was going to call him Bill Gates. So I called him Mr. Director all the time on TV. And it turns out that he said, there was no actionable single source, he used the term single source application that was correct, that was useful. And I said, excuse me, sir, you should never sole source information for actionable intelligence. We got into trouble that way, haven't we? So Larry King said, let's move on. And that's true. And it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough to keep people coming back.
Very interesting. Thank you. Well, we're going to move into the beginning of your career.
Uh-oh.
But before we do, I have a subscription account, and it's Patreon. They are top supporters. They've been here since the beginning. They're the reason that I get to have this awesome job and interview amazing people like yourself.
Thank you.
And so one of the things I do for their extra support and love is I give them the opportunity to ask the guest a question.
All right.
So this question comes from John Paul. Excuse me. In your research into psychics and remote viewing, was there any indication of a spiritual or extra-dimensional connection that may have suggested that viewers are being helped by or connecting with other entities, spirits, watchers, or other beings that then transmit information and visual perception of remote locations back to the viewer?
No.
No.
Well, it deserves a better answer than that. It was a very interesting question. Those are important questions. Humans have been worrying about that ever since we scampered down from the trees. Those are really important questions. There's an idea in physics that says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So our approach has been just straight, hardline physics, physiology, and psychology and physiology. And these spiritual issues, however important they are, and it may influence people's reason to do this, but the question is that part of the mechanism by which it occurs? I don't think so. And the reason for that is if it's pan-human, what it means is remote viewers can be found in Beijing, China. They can be found in Saudi Arabia. They can be found in India, even found here in Tennessee, for goodness sakes. Oh, my goodness. In California, it goes across. There's no cultural reason this does not work. And that is very good, I think more than substantial evidence that it's a genuine phenomenon, part of the Homo sapiens species. And if that is true, and it's a big if, let's say, then it can't depend upon a particular spiritual worldview, because there are so many different spiritual worldviews, including having none. Most of our people are non-religious at all.
Fascinating.
Now, maybe meditation, which I don't think that I would go so far to call that religion, but way to quiet your mind. There are many techniques. There was a conference arranged by our colleagues in Brazil. It took place in Alexandria, Virginia, and there were 5 remote viewers and 3 managers. And what was fascinating to me, I went on for 2 days, we tape recorded the whole thing, that there was no 2 remote viewers that did the same technique. One person does it by dreaming. Another person does it like we just did, business like across the table. Other people have tried meditation. Other people have tried music, listening to that first. I mean, there are whole kinds of really bizarre ways. Doesn't matter. If you want to stand in the corner and spit nickels out of your mouth and do remote viewing that way, we're happy with that. Whatever works, works. And our job is to try to figure out what is going on with that. What is going on? And we can talk a little bit about that later on in the interview. Mechanisms.
I would love to do that. So what you're saying is that you think that this is species specific to humans.
Yeah. Now, not exclusively, but what that means is there isn't a culture in Central Africa, let's say, or in Norway that can't do remote viewing.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody, any human can do it. Now, like any other skill that humans have, there's a spectrum. Some people are really dead on with it, and some people can't do it at all, and most people are somewhere in between.
So maybe we get into some history before we dive into your nuclear physics career.
Oh, dear.
But
okay, go ahead.
Since we're on the subject, but I had spoken about this with Joe and on the show here, and it sounds like, if I remember correctly, it sounds like he thinks the same thing, that this was kind of maybe we've lost maybe the majority of the species, or maybe lost is the wrong word, but we've lost the ability to do this, or at least we're having troubles accessing it. So if this is human specific, what's the evolution of this? And how did the majority of us, am I saying this correct, lost the capability, or at least don't know how to access?
I think I disagree with Joe on that. I see no evidence that we've lost it.
I don't want to misspeak.
Yeah.
So
now I'll tell you why. I mean, as we'll talk later on in the interview, I've done a lot of work with the Russians now. And there's a cultural difference between Russia and the U.S. One of it is that it was kind of a misnomer, in my view, that the Russians are non-religious. They're very religious. There are like 6 or 8 churches in the Kremlin alone And Stalin attended one church each week through entire years of the Stalinist era. They're very religious, but it's the Russian Orthodox Church. And if you've ever attended a Russian Orthodox ceremony, there's nothing but mysticism. You go, there's no pews to sit there, you stand around, and the priest never even looks at you. He's mumbling something incoherent to an icon on the wall. So it's very kind of mystical. Whereas after Luther and the rise of Vatican II, what's happened, unfortunately, is we've taken mysticism out of the practice of religious things. The Roman Catholic Church can give the Mass in local language instead of Latin. And so my wife thought about this, and I'm digging into it with some colleagues, that one of the reasons ESP is so well accepted within the culture in Russia and not so here is that they're used to mysticism. And people hear, well, what do you mean, take the mysticism out of it?
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, our work is not mystical at all. It's hard-nosed physics, physiology, and arithmetic, fuzzy sets.
I want to reiterate, I maybe I've misspoken, but I remember talking to Joe about how communication was, in early times, talking caveman times, that communication was a lot more efficient and deliberate than it is now, because in the conversation was basically saying as language came about, it took us longer. It takes longer for me to describe to you what I'm thinking and trying to convey to you at this moment in time, but rewind, thousands and thousands of years ago, it was pointing, grunting, expression, and what he was saying is, as we started to travel more and more in groups and safety, that we kind of and language was kind of developed, that our thoughts and the way we communicated became less efficient.
Well,
And so maybe what he was, I should have listened to this before this interview, but maybe what he was saying is that because of the overcomplicated communication that we were developing, some of the other things may have slipped.
Well, remote viewing isn't so much about conversation. It's about action.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was a fellow by the name of Rex Stanford, no longer with us, a psychologist, who invented a procedure. And basically, the bottom line of it was, if this is true, that it's innate to human beings, some are better than others, that we probably use it at a level of unconsciousness. We don't know we're using it. And I can give you a firsthand experience like that. I was teaching at City College of San Francisco physics, and a colleague of mine was coming from the East Coast into San Francisco, and part of a convention in downtown San Francisco. It was before cell phones. And we had arranged that I'd pull up in front of the hotel at 5 o'clock in the evening, and we'd go out for dinner together. Okay, it's about a 25-minute drive from the school to that. And I'm thinking, well, to get there at 5, I've got to leave here at quarter after 4 and avoid traffic. I said, I'm not going to do that. It's a big, giant pain. And I gave myself all kinds of arguments why I don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Not psychic at all. I'm sitting in my office, right? And finally I said, oh, he's going to be really angry. So I eventually showed up an hour late, pulled up in front of the hotel. He came running out of the hotel. How long have you been here? I just got here. Oh, thank God. I have no way of reaching you. I couldn't meet you at 5. So how did I do that? One explanation is I use my own unconscious psychic ability that we all have to maneuver through life more efficiently than I would otherwise have. And there's a lot of data to support that other than just my own personal experience. Pretty interesting.
Very interesting. Why do you think people like Joe are able to access this so much more efficiently and deliberately than
others? Well, you could train me, get the best high jumping trainer for the Olympics, and train the tail off me. And man, I can clear 6 inches, not 6 feet, no matter what. So some people have innate natural skill. Joe is one of them. There are a group of people who think they can train to almost an unlimited skill level, and you can't do that. You can only train to whatever the native skill level is. Why Joe had that and Angela has it, other people do. About 1% of selected population have a native skill set for that.
1%.
That's a huge number when you think about it. It's much larger than the number of people that can learn piano well enough to give a recital at Carnegie Hall. So our job is to figure out the answer to that question. I mean, right at the moment, I'm working with some neuroscientists in Brazil to try to figure out what makes the difference between Joe's brain or somebody like him and someone who can't do remote viewing under lab conditions. If we figure that out, we make a giant step forward.
What do they say so far?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet?
It's a very difficult problem. They don't even understand much of standard neuroscience. That's something as weird as this.
What do you think?
My colleague and I wrote a paper together and published it in what's called SAGE, which is a respected journal online, called Extrasensory Perception, a multiphasic model of precognition. In other words, we have a testable hypothesis of how this might work. Now, I don't know if you've heard the term synesthesia.
I have not.
Synesthesia, it's well known, about 4% of the population experience it. People who have synesthesia, called synesthetes, they see numbers and color. They experience music viscerally in their stomach rather than listening through their ears. It's sort of like crosstalk about various parts of the sensory systems in the brain, and that's been confirmed with a functional MRI and so on. So for all of our participants, including Joe and Angela, they all have synesthesia, all of them. And that is a huge clue about what's going on. And what that means is in the white matter of the brain, there's a lot of communication going back and forth across the brain. And we posit, needs to be shown if it's true or not, that someone who is really psychic, like Joe, will have much more hyperconductivity inside the white matter of his brain than the average person will. If that's true, we're home free. So we're working toward that end.
Wow. Very interesting. How long have they been working on that? Down in Brazil?
2 years.
2 years?
We're just barely getting started. In fact, Angela and I are going down to Brazil sometime later this summer as what's called a case study. We're going to put her in a scanner and see how her brain is configured compared to baseline people. So we shall see.
I can't wait to hear about that. Well, let's dive into you.
Okay.
So, nuclear physics. How did we get into nuclear physics? What was the interest?
Well, I went to a boys' boarding school from 7th grade onward. So my sophomore year, I took biology, and I thought, I'm going to be a biologist. My junior year, I took chemistry. No, I'm going to be a chemist. Guess what my class, what was in my senior year, was physics. And that's goofing around a little bit. But the real serious issue, I've never had a good memory. And in physics, you don't have to remember as much stuff as you need to in these other disciplines. There's no complicated Latin names for stuff and things of that nature. And you can remember just a few basic things and derive other things that you need because you're pretty good at arithmetic. You don't have to remember it. And that's part of the reasons why I did it. I got interested because the toys were fun. Accelerators and high-speed electronics and things like that was lots of fun, and I was darn good at it.
How long were you involved in nuclear physics? Where did you
kind of graduate school, which I started in 1963, and I finally quit doing that in probably 1970. And I had a second postdoc. I was a postdoctoral researcher in nuclear physics at the University of California at Davis, California. And I thought, I was in academic world, and I'm about ready to go to my second postdoc appointment at the University of Indiana. And I flew to Indiana, and I told my prospective new boss, I can't do this anymore. The toys are fun, and I'm good at it, but I just don't care about the underlying issue, nuclear structure and nuclear reaction mechanisms. not nuclear power or bombs or any of that stuff. And he said, okay, we'll leave the job open for a year. And I said, okay, if you want to, but I'm done with it. And my father went ballistic. He said, we put all this money and all this education, you're tossing it aside. Well, I didn't actually toss it aside. I'm still using it, the techniques.
When did you work for the Rand Corporation?
Oh, golly. I was 20 years old for the next 5, 6 years as a summer student. I loved it. I was in the Earth and Planetary Sciences doing atmospheric physics work at that time.
What is the Rand Corporation? Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's an organization, it's kind of a think tank based in Santa Monica, California, right on the beach. It's kind of a marvelous place to work. It's very theoretically oriented, and if I were a better theorist, I'd probably still be working there because it was so much fun and interesting. They do everything from upper atmospheric physics, which was what I was involved in, to mutually assured destruction during Cold War. That came out of the Rand Corporation, that whole idea. Or if all of a sudden Chicago left the map in a giant explosion, we would, according to the Rand Corporation, which was then accepted as policy, we would not immediately go to war. That might have been a mistake, a horrible mistake. But if it were a hell of a mistake, that's one thing. But if other missiles are on the way, then we go to war. And I thought that was a wise decision at that time. I loved it. It was good fun.
Were you involved in researching future weapons and things of this nature?
Under Stargate, yes. We wanted to know the answer, not the development of the weapons. More importantly, was remote viewing capable of sensing exotic new weapons. The answer to that short answer was yes.
Okay. So that goes into Stargate. Okay, there was a couple of loose ends I wanted to tie up there. But let's move into, so you gave up your career as a nuclear physicist. How did you get into, 49 years of research that has to do with ESP?
Very good question. My boss at the University of California at Davis was a guy named John Youngerman. And I didn't know anything about psychic stuff, never heard about it at all. And he came to me and he said, Ed, would you like to help me do this really interesting experiment? I said, what are you talking about? Well, there's a pendulum going back and forth, back and forth. And the pendulum had at the bottom of it a really very carefully designed, very silver good mirror. And the pendulum was designed, Youngerman did all this work, not me, I was just there. And it had a heartbeat period, boom, about one swing each second, okay? And we could use laser interferometry to know the position of that pendulum down to a fraction of a wavelength of light, very accurately. So it's a really accurate thing. And then we want to know whether people can concentrate on it and by magical psychokinesis, mind over matter, could they either increase or decrease that swinging pendulum? That was the whole idea. The problem is it's sensitive. That means it's sensitive to everything. At the end of the story was we had probably the most sensitive Interstate 80 truck detector in history, which was 2 miles away. So we had to give it away. But I was like in my early 30s, 31 or so, and I saw an advertisement by a well-known psychologist, Dr. Charlie Tart. He did the definitive work early on altered states of consciousness. In fact, he was mentioned even in the movie called Altered States. And he said, well, there's a weekend seminar here by a guy named Bob Monroe, who I'd never heard of Monroe Institute. And, nothing better to do, I'll go and listen. They're talking about out-of-body experiences. Out of what? Huh? Out of body? You're got to be nuts. What are you talking about? So here's this 50-year-old guy up there talking about the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life, that he gets out of his body, and while he was out of his body, he pinched his girlfriend on the butt and raised a slight welt. I thought, oh, really? And he wrote a book called Journeys Out of the Body, which I'd recommend. I have it on my shelf at home. Read it in two sittings. And I thought, well, he's a businessman. I'm a physicist. I can do this if he can. And so I gave it a good college try for a couple of nights. Nothing happened, and I put it away on the shelf saying, oh, it's all silliness. Well, I was down at UC Berkeley doing straight physics on the cyclotron lab there, and I saw another flyer saying the science of extrasensory perception. Is there science of ESP? Are you kidding me? So I wanted to go hear that talk. And that talk was given by a guy named Mr. Charles Honorton, who's no longer with us, I'm sorry to say. And he was talking science. I mean, really statistics and what double-blind protocols. And I learned about that from him. And he became my mentor, actually, and got me into this field.
Really?
Yeah.
Where did you go from there?
He went to Edinburgh. We actually helped him financially to get to Edinburgh to do his PhD. He never finished college, but he was a very, very clever, smart fellow. And Edinburgh took him on as a PhD student. And he dropped dead on the scene there, unfortunately. He had a congenital heart problem that took him away.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
But I mean, your research, from what I understand, never ceased. So where did you go from there?
Well, I met Ingo Swann. Ingo Swann's a well-known artist and psychic, and we did some work together with Chuck Honorton at Maimonides Medical Center in Brooklyn. In the Department of Psychiatry, in the basement, they had a parapsychology lab doing dream telepathy experiments, and that's been written up by the chairman of at Yale University.
What is dream telepathy?
Somebody's in an isolated chamber going to sleep, and they're monitoring movements of the eyes while the person's asleep, so you can tell when they're dreaming. Because when you're dreaming, you get what's called REM sleep, back and forth, back and forth. And so an experimenter would see on the chart that he's sleeping. He'd press a button, and somebody down the hall had viewmasters. Those things would click three-dimensional pictures of a scene, and they were supposed to project somehow magically that information to the person's dream. Then in the morning, when they woke up, they had the actual viewmaster that was used for the stimulus plus three others, and the participant had to decide which one was the right one. And that worked exceptionally well.
So the viewmaster was
It's a round thing like with little slide pictures in it, all of the same theme. And it's three dimensions when you look through it, and you click on it to the next view of the same scene.
And so one of those scenes would have been in their dream?
Yeah, not scenes, but one of the whole discs of the disc of a viewmaster was all on the same theme, but different views of the same thing.
Okay.
So there were different viewmasters with different scenes altogether. And the person had to pick out which one was the right one.
What do you mean the right one? The right one that
one the person was staring through while the person was dreaming all through the night.
Oh, and that worked.
You bet, big time.
So you kind of came into this as a skeptic. It sounds like...
I'm still a skeptic, actually, with regard to mind over matter, so-called psychokinesis.
But you came in to the presentation to the Monroe Institute as a skeptic. Then you were really drawn to the science talk.
Yeah.
Worked with them, then moved over to this. Well,
there was one amusing thing, though. When we'd answer the phone in the basement of Maimonides Medical Center, we'd say, "Hello, Division of Parapsychology. May we tell you who's calling?" And if that cognitive dissonance on the phone, what are you talking about? But that was really good research there, actually.
How long did that go on for?
Oh, God. Run by Stanley Krippner, a well-known name in the field, who's just turned 90. And Alan Vaughn. And Alan Vaughn introduced me to Ingo Swann. That's how I met Ingo, actually.
And so when you were doing what was it called? Dream?
Yeah, I was not involved in the dream research.
You were not involved in the dream research. What were they looking for? Say they made the connection. Okay, the dreamer is able to identify.
Yeah, now the question is how and why. And we're still asking that question. But what Chuck Honorton said, no researcher wants to stay up all night. It's a hard way to get one set of data all night because you multiple dreams, dreaming time over the night 4 or 5 times each. So and you don't get, as a researcher, you don't get any sleep.
Yeah.
So he said, well, what is it about the nature of dreaming that makes us seem to work? So he guessed that it's what's called somatosensory reduction. In other words, you don't feel cold or hot, and your body is in a very comfortable, relaxed chair. So he said, well, there's other ways to do that besides being asleep. So he invented something from the research elsewhere in Germany called Ganzfeld, meaning whole field. And what they do is they put you in, and it's an extremely interesting thing. They take a ping pong ball, cut it in half, and gently glue it over your eyes and shine a soft red light in your face. So no matter where you look, you just see a patternless feature of the same kind of color, no gradients in it at all. And do the same thing with your ears with very quiet white noise. So what you hear is shh, right? So there's no pattern. And what happens, it is bizarre as hell. I've been a participant in those kinds of studies. You know your eyes are open. You're told to keep your eyes open, and you know it's red, and all of a sudden, it's dark. The red experience vanishes. Your brain says, well, there isn't any patterns here. We give up. So it's a kind of altered states of consciousness, except it happens in 20 minutes, not all night long. And when that happens, then they do the same thing with the Viewmasters or more sophisticated ways of picking a target. The participant still has to choose which of the 4 possible targets is the right one.
So when the red goes away in the brain, it sounds like the brain essentially shuts down.
In that vision, yes.
Is the participant aware of what's going on, or are they completely...
No, they know they're doing a side experiment, but they don't know what's happening outside of their world.
Are they conscious enough to know that the red light is gone and react to it?
Yeah, I've been there doing it, not as a participant, just to experience what the Ganzfeld is like. It's bizarre. I know my eyes are open, but it's just black. What the hell's going on? Now, that gets to an interesting point for later on, because all of our sensory systems, the big 5 that we know about, there's more these days than we have 5, they're all more sensitive to things that are changing than things are not. So you're lying outside on a nice clear night, no street lights and what have you, and you see the stars. It's really beautiful. But what catches your attention is the satellite that goes over.
Mm-hmm.
And cops have blinking lights on purpose because steady lights are not as attractive as something that's changing. So that gets us to something more interesting later on about a mechanism, how this works.
Can we explore that right now, or would you rather
Sure,
wait?
why not? So we argued that if the S in extrasensory perception really is sensory, then the big 5 things we know is there must be something that works better when that thing, whatever it is changing compared to when that thing is not changing. Because otherwise, that's the way our other sensories work. Maybe the ESP sensory part works the same way. It does, and we found it. And that turns out to be something a little harder to describe, is the changing of the entropy of the target system. And that works extremely well.
Can you elaborate?
Sure. Best way to do that as an example. Entropy is a measure of chaos. And things that are, for example, if you put your water, which has molecules bouncing around in it like mad, and put it in an ice tray and stick it in your freezer, it freezes them. What happens is that's a serious drop in entropy because it's less chaotic. Now, there's a side issue here called the second law of thermodynamics, which I don't have to get into. If you reach behind your fridge, you know it's pretty warm behind a refrigerator. The heat that's taken out of the water to make ice is overly compensated by the hot behind the counter, behind the fridge. But nonetheless, that change of entropy, that's called, is what correlates with the quality of remote viewing. And there's no doubt about it now. We have 9 studies that all agree about that. So it says it is, in fact, a sensory system. Now, We understand how if you're looking on the beach and the sun is sinking into the Pacific, it is well known those photons hit your eyes and how that carries the information into your eyelids. It doesn't tell you anything about how you're going to respond to those photons hitting your eyes. You know, you and I are sitting at the same beach. You start crying because you got engaged on that beach. I'm crying because my mother killed herself on that same beach. It's the same photons. So all that is generated internally with each human being. But still, in terms of the remote viewing stuff, the correlation with the entropy is gorgeous now. It's really quite well established.
You had mentioned 5 sensories. You know, sight, smell, taste, touch. What am I missing? What are the other sensories that you were...
Oh, the new ones.
Yes.
Echolocation. People can go and drive a complicated system on a bicycle and avoid all the accidents.
I just saw a mini doc on this.
Yeah, that's one. Magnetic field sensing for some people.
What is that?
To sense magnetic fields. You know, in fact, they worry about, well, there's a power line over me. My sensory system tells me don't be near that because it's disturbing the magnetic field and I can experience it. Some people have that ability, not everybody. Not everybody can do echolocation. Not everybody can do remote viewing. It's like other human skills. There's a big spectrum.
Have you looked at mediumship?
Interesting door. There's 2 kinds of mediumships. Excuse me. One is informational medium. A medium sits there and communicates with a disincarnate entity, let's say, and you're finding out what that person has to say. Your old Uncle Harry passed away, and you want to ask questions about it, and so on. My way of thinking, if Uncle Harry was a moron during a life, what about the death experience wised him up any? But the question always is, it's really interesting. I'm going to take a small break here on the talk. There is a worldwide organization founded by Margaret Mead, a very famous woman. She was in charge of the American Society, AAAS, American Association for the Advancement of Science. And she inducted the Parapsychological Association as one of the affiliate members of that organization, and they still are part of that. So it's a very serious thing. And so I was a member of the Parapsychological Association for years, and I went to the current president. I was president one year and on their board and all that. I went to this fellow. His name is Dean Radin. I said, Dean, I'm quitting the organization. He said, okay, what can I bribe you to do to stay for another year? And I sort of said, how much are you offering me? And he said, okay, we'll give you, how about the Career Achievement Award? I said, okay, fair enough. So the rules are that if you get the Career Achievement Award, which I got, that you give an invited talk at the next year's convention about all your glorious contribution to psi research. Okay. So I'm there in my coat and tie, and I'm behind the podium, and I said, look, you guys have known me for 30 years, and my contribution to this field is well established. Then I walked in front of the podium and put my hands on my hips, and I'll say, now, let me tell you what's wrong with you bastards. I ripped everybody apart, including me. I said, look, I'm a physicist. There is no way in hell I should be doing psychophysiology measurements. What do I know about that? I'll make all the mistakes that the people who started that made mistakes. And we are all amateurs in that regard, including me. We're wasting our time. I would never invite a student to get into this area until they get a serious degree in some other discipline. And I bragged a little bit, and then I said, it's actually something that's sorrowful, and that is I held a 20-year career job where I was paid industrial scale wages and benefits and vacation and all that sort of thing, medical care. And I had no other job at parapsychology research. And as far as I know, and it's been confirmed, there's no one else in parapsychology history that can make that claim. And that's pathetic. You need to have a way to make a living that way, or why would you do it? So I don't know if I can say this on camera, but I'll say it and then you can edit it out. I said, I've been studying, I'm a physicist. I don't know anything about psychology, but I've been studying Freud a little bit. And, dramatic way I did it. I said, I've discovered why women are not as good remote viewers as men. Well, that turns out not true. I just said that. And I hesitated. And I said, penis envy. And the whole crowd started laughing hysterically. And I said, that is the right response to stupidity. What I said was made up and stupid. Now, I'd like to know, how come you don't have the same response when you are pushing quantum mechanics as an explanation for this phenomenon? You could have heard a pin drop. That was the whole point of the thing. People came up to me, boy, we loved your talk. I thought they were dialing the Tar and Feather Company to come and grab me. And that paper's written up. It's been sanitized, so it isn't quite so grim. I can send a copy to you if you want.
Thank you.
Because it does raise an issue. There are three things that we don't know. No one knows. Number one, how long if you have a psychic experience, how long does it last? And that's really important to know. If it only comes in bursts of milliseconds, there's no point in putting in an MRI machine because that takes 10 seconds to do anything, let alone milliseconds, forget about it. And second one is when most particular good remote viewers do not have control over their remote viewing. In fact, Joe and I talk a lot about what opens this. Look, if we have access as humans to all space at all time, and we were cognitively aware of it, to use a technical psychiatric term, we'd go bull goose loony in a heartbeat. You'd just overflow of that information in your head. So the question proposes then, what opens that door to that vast array of information and what closes that door? We don't know the answer to either of those. One example of which, we did a study with Joe McMonagle at Stanford, and we didn't get any result in the study. Part of the reason is everything that was happening to Joe psychically happened to him when he was pulling into the parking lot. He did not have control over that. So by the time we wired him up, the psychic stuff was over. And that's a serious problem. In fact, I sent back a $150,000 grant I had to study skin conductance in an MRI in Scotland with psychic stuff. And I decided I don't know who to put into the scanner or when. That's a waste of money. And I sent the money back and we reprogrammed it. These are serious issues, and I've got some experiments on the drawing board now to test some of them. But it's a real tough problem.
Back to mediumship.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Got diverted there. The other form of mediumship is called physical mediumship. And my colleague Sonali Bhattamaratwa is main person behind this with her colleague in Brazil, Everton Miraldi. And she found 2,500 or so documents dating back to the 15th century on physical mediumship. Now, it's all fraud. All of it. And what that means, I mean, not our views, this is in the literature. People are with top scientists of the day, including Michael Faraday, well-known physicist. And the other problem with it is it's primarily contained into one culture. Remember I said earlier, things are pan-human, it can't be in one culture. This is in the Spiritist community in Brazil mostly.
Okay.
And, they get pretty clever. Now, my colleagues down in Brazil have spent a rather huge sum of money to redo the experiments. And I kept saying, all you're doing is making better measurements that had gone before. And we'll see. But I don't think it's real.
You don't so do you don't think any mediumship is real?
No, physical mediumship.
Physical mediumship.
Yeah, but informational mediumship, of course it's real. In fact, Julie Beschel from University of Arizona, she formulated what's called the Windbridge Institute and actually wrote a chapter in one of her books. They now are doing grief counseling by using this method. Uncle Harry passed away, and all the history survivors are grieving. So the medium gets in touch with that person, disincarnate entity, if it's real. In a sense, it doesn't matter whether it's real or not.
So I'm sorry. This is a little bit of information overload for me. So the two types of mediumship again are what?
Informational medium.
Informational
they
medium.
give you information about what the disincarnate, that survival of bodily death. That person is talking to the medium, and that medium is telling you what the spirit told her. Physical mediumship means creating things out of thin air, like ectoplasm, this weirdly weird stuff, or physically it was called table tipping in the early days. The tables would rise up, and it's all done in the dark. Tables would ride up and move, or table rapping. You'd hear people banging on the table. Spirits doing that.
And physical mediumship is what you're saying is...
That's what I'm just telling you.
It's all fraud.
I think so.
According to your research. You had brought up the magnetic fields, which actually caught my attention, about people who maybe don't want to walk under power lines because it interrupts their magnetic field. What do they say about that?
It's a very controversial area. There's a woman I know in Moscow, Natalia Lebedeva. She did the definitive work on, if you hold your cell phone up to your ear, like a lot of people walk around all the time, is that radiation hurting you in some way? And the answer for her research, no. She got the Lenin Prize for her excellent work in science. She's come to visit me in Palo Alto. Interesting woman, very smart. She worked for an organization called the Institute for Higher Nervous Activity. Like that. I don't know whether that's what she meant, but very competent. Whether or not there's danger for living under a power line, I really don't know the answer. I don't think anybody does. But a lot of people think there must be, and they choose never to live under them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what do you think about people that have this sensory?
Oh, well,
that don't...
Magnetic sensory, that's a real phenomenon. I mean, for example, if you have hemoglobin in your blood, which we all do, hemoglobin has a magnetic aspect to it. So it's not at all surprising that, in fact, homing pigeons get to where they're going because they can see the Earth's magnetic field, feel the Earth's magnetic field in their own blood. And some humans can do that also, that are better at it.
Fascinating stuff. Yeah. Fascinating stuff. Well, Edwin, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
And when we come back, we'll get into your time at SRI. When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Sean. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Sean now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Sean. This show is sponsored by True Classic. We talk a lot about everyday carry here, and one thing I've been looking for to round out my EDC is a perfect fitting daily driver t-shirt. True Classic is made with premium moisture wicking technology and looks great no matter if I'm in the gym or if I'm out to dinner. For a limited time only, get 25% off when you shop now with my exclusive link at trueclassictees.com/SRS. True Classic shirts are designed to accentuate your best features no matter what your body type. Tighter in the arms and chest, but with the perfect amount of room in your midsection. You can't go wrong in a True Classic. The best part? True Classic sells their premium products and packs to help you save. Get started with a 2 or 3 pack of t-shirts today and feel the difference for yourself. True Classic offers 100% perfect fit guarantee and easy returns. So if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now with my exclusive link at trueclassictees.com/SRS and save up to 25% off your first order. Please support our show and tell them that we sent you. No matter how you move, make 2024 your most comfortable year yet with True Classic. All right, everyone, we're back from the break.
Okay.
We're going to get into some SRI stuff. So,
Very good.
in 1975, you joined the ongoing U.S. government-sponsored work at SRI, formerly called Stanford Research Institute. You became interested in parapsychological phenomena, and in 1985 became the program's director. Can we dive into how you got involved with SRI?
Well, it was late 75 as a consultant. That was arranged by Ingo Swann.
Okay.
Because Ingo and I had worked together at Maimonides Medical Center and published some of our results. And he couldn't tell me that it was all classified. But he said to me, you know, you're a physicist. I'm involved in some work at SRI that involves physics, and I'd like to know whether you'd be interested if I were to bring it up. And I said, well, I need to learn more about it. Well, let me go talk to the people in California about it first. So I found out later Ingo threw one of his infamous tantrums and screamed and yelled. And so to defend himself, I think Hal hired me as a consultant. My job was, because being a physics manager in experimental work, not theory, there was a magnetometer that was being used at the laboratory. And the idea was that Ingo was supposed to use his psychic ability to distort the magnetic field around the magnetometer. And I said, okay, fair enough. I'm good at debugging these things. Let's see what happened. So I went and I bought a few dollar bar magnet, little tiny bar magnet. And the magnetometer was in the lab, and I was outside in the hall, and I just walked doing this with the bar magnet, flipping it back and forth. And the strip chart recorder followed my thing. In other words, it wasn't as well isolated as it should have been. So in a sense, I did my job as to show that it's, hey, don't put much faith in this, fix it or quit. Mm-hmm. It was funded by the Navy, actually. So that was part of it, what started it. And I ended up being a consultant all the way up till 79, and finally they decided to hire me as a senior research physicist. My consulting was not part-time. I was a full-time consultant.
Okay.
Yeah. So they hired me as a senior research physicist and went on from there.
What kind of stuff were you guys getting into there?
Well, the agency, first of all, people think of our program as a CIA program. They accounted for less than 2% of our entire funding.
Really?
Yeah, they didn't fund us.
Well, let's talk about. So
in fact,
you
it was
were on.
1%.
Were you on there when the agency started funding?
I was there while it was still funding it.
But not at the beginning.
No.
Can you talk about? Do you have knowledge about what caught the CIA's interest?
Yes.
In this program.
In fact, it's in one of my published books about it because the CIA released it. One of the things that's really fun in my briefing is to make fun of the CIA, which I do extensively, because the Congress ordered the CIA to release everything. Now, so there are like 5 or 6 copies of the same paper with different redactions on each of these paper. So I've got a letter signed by William Casey, the director of the CIA, where his name is not redacted. All the other versions of it, his name is redacted. And it says, released by the CIA with this number, so it's not, I'm not breaking any laws, right? They did it. And the only thing they redacted in the whole damn thing was the author of the memo to Casey starting the program. And they didn't redact his name. They only redacted his signature, and you can see that because a little bit of the part of his signature sneaks out underneath the redaction.
Wow.
Come on, guys. I mean, they didn't give a damn, they were just doing it all together.
But what caught their attention to give any funding whatsoever?
Very good question, and I think I know the answer to that. It was Ingo Swann, actually. Ingo was doing some work. First of all, back up. There's an organization in London called the Society for Psychical Research, and it was founded in 1882 by some of the top scientists of that era. And that spawned a number of sister organizations, one of which was called the American Society for Psychical Research, based on 73rd Street in New York, Manhattan. In fact, I was invited to give a talk there, so I went to my management at SRI. They did some background and said, oh my God, that's older than the American Physical Society, so go, which I did. But the ASPR worked with Ingo Swann. And it turns out that Ingo could describe some randomly chosen target above the tiles in the roof over his head. And a guy named, I think it was Ken Kress in those days, an agency fellow, S&T shop guy.
Science and technology.
Yeah, right. Said, well, if this is real, we probably don't think it is, but it has intelligence implications if it is real. And long story short, it was real.
Who was the first, I guess not who, what was the first agency? I mean, this went to lots of organizations caught interest in this. I mean, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Yeah, I know exactly how it moved.
Intelligence arms of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, U.S. Secret Service, Department of State, the Department of Justice, and the FBI. I mean, all of these organizations caught wind of this and expressed interest.
Well, let's put it this way.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Basically, the CIA was in deep trouble because of the Nixon administration. And they wanted to get out of the business themselves. They already had a big problem on their hands. And FTD, Foreign Technology Division of the Air Force, based out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, took it up after that. Our contract monitor was a guy named Dale Graff, and he's still around, delightful man, personal friend. And he was a contract monitor. And so we had funding from FTD, from the Air Force, for a while. And then a long, very complicated story, it doesn't matter how it happened, but Dale shifted over to the Defense Intelligence Agency. He left FTD as a civilian employee to the Air Force, and he's a physicist, and moved to Bowling Air Force Base, which is part of the DIAC, Defense Intelligence Agency Analysis Center is what that's called, in Washington. And then he became our contract. We got a lot of money from DIA.
What were they wanting you to do?
Unfortunately, not research. It's all intelligence collection. So they kept giving us tasking to do this. This was long before Fort Meade remote viewers were involved.
No kidding.
We did it for the most part until 1970. Probably 1979.
So was the funding to actually collect, or was the funding was to collect? It wasn't to research.
No, absolutely. And we bitched and moaned about it. We could do some research because we heard, well, the Russians are doing so-and-so. Well, is that real? So we would do research to see whether that had any validity to it or not.
What was it the Russians were doing that caught their attention?
Well, let's see, quite a number of things. One of the things were somebody down in Crimea had, I think there were rats running around, and somebody in Moscow was using their influence to change the behavior of the rats. And we said, okay, we're not going to do this with rats, but it involves psychokinesis. So we did some psychokinesis research.
Can you talk about psychokinesis?
Yeah, it means mind over matter. It's a long, long thing, and there are two ways of thinking about that. One is behavior of a physical system that you need statistics to understand whether something's really happening, and or what's called macro PK, that you don't need statistics. Like this, you just levitate to the ceiling. You don't need statistics. The guy's doing it, right? So I argue with my colleague in India right now. There's something called poltergeist. Have you ever heard of that term?
No, I haven't.
What that means is noisy ghost. And so there's a lot of work on poltergeist phenomenon. Very strange things happen. And I leave the door open that maybe something interesting is actually happening there. A very respected guy taught for 50 years at the Institute for Transpersonal Psychology. And he wrote a number of books on poltergeist. And he saw this one case where the classic case is it's a very religious family and with a brand new infant and a prepubescent teenager. It didn't matter what gender. So Arthur Hastings was his name. He's passed away quite some time ago. Arthur writes the story that he was witnessing firsthand. There was this teenager, that classic case, this little baby boy was lying naked on the bed, and he watched a set of rosary beads fly off the dresser, wrap the beads around the genitals of this little baby boy, and Arthur had to reach in to pull them off. What is going on with that? That's hard to fake, it seems to me. That's an example of large-scale something or another.
Was that real?
I trust Arthur, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Now, my colleague in India, who's a neuropsychologist, thinks, well, there could be what is called group hallucinations. And on this book, the last author here is a guy named Lloyd Auerbach, because the first version was written like it was designed by a committee, and it read that way. And I said, Lloyd, can you fix this for us? So he rewrote the whole book. I'll tell you a side story. And it's his story. You'd be interesting to have him come and talk to you. He's a ghost hunter and not a crazy one. And there's a aircraft carrier, the Enterprise, permanently docked in Alameda, California, as a museum. And he was on the board to get it set up safe for humans. And there are all kinds of funny stories he talks about that. That a whole bunch of engineers were sitting in the below deck aircraft hangar, and not open to the public yet. They see three guys in World War II military uniform running along a gangway high up. He said you could see them, but you couldn't hear them. And everybody in the room saw them. And they disappeared. You're not supposed to be here. And they didn't answer and just disappeared. Then poor Lloyd got the impression with all his buddies trying to make this place safe. They were joking with him all the time. Hey, talk to your ghost buddies. We need some more chain. We've run out of chains. And ghosts are supposed to have a lot of chains. Oh, yeah, right. They came the next day. There were mounds of chains all over the deck. Where the hell that came from? The story of his that he talks I like the best. One of the board members was really a grumpy old guy and just didn't want to prove anything and screaming and yelling. So they said to Lloyd, is there anything you could do not to hurt this guy, but to make the idea real to him? Well, it was a typical lightning storm like we had yesterday here, and a tree hit in the parking lot of this in Alameda, and the tree fell over and crushed this poor guy's car. He wasn't in it, thank goodness, at the time. So what the hell's going on with that? And Lloyd's written a whole book about it. In fact, I'm having lunch with him Sunday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So Lloyd talks about basically he's a ghost hunter, and not a crazy one, you say?
Definitely not.
This brings me This interview is not going the way I had planned, but I'm just going to go with it. But I just want to say, in your introduction, we had said that you believed, it sounds like you believe consciousness dies with the body.
I do.
And so if you believe your colleague, your former colleague and friend Lloyd, is hunting ghosts and he's not crazy,
How do I
how do you
square that round hole?
Yes.
Very good question. And Lois agreed with this. We talk about this a lot, that the assumption that this is a disincarnate entity, a ghost, even though they call it, they call it ghost, noisy ghost. But it may not be that way. There may be some other mechanism of the more normal type, not fraud, some other mechanism that might be involved in that psychokinesis. All psychokinesis, if it's real, and to me it's an open question, not true on micropsychokinesis, but macropsychos is still open for me. But it does not necessarily require a disincarnate entity. That's an open question. I might be wrong. Hey, I've been wrong before.
What do you think happens when we die?
Nothing.
You think we're just dead, lights out?
You bet. Yep.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, I can't say by experience yet. Talk to me 10 years from now, we'll figure it out. Done a lot of reading, and most neuroscientists believe that consciousness is a outgrowth of the brain, an emergent property of the brain. And if that is true, consciousness cannot survive burning the brain in crematorium after you're dead. Can't do it.
Have you looked into near-death experiences at all?
I haven't, but I've certainly looked into the research. There's an organization called the Templeton Foundation. They spent $5 million, on research labs all over the world to address the question of near-death experiences. And Templeton is well known for spiritual things like that. And they publish, you can go to their site and read it, that the idea was that they cannot find data to support that is a real phenomenon. The experience is real, but whether that, you see your dead grandmother and you go in the light, you see the light, all those things. Trouble is, it's an interesting report because they say those are kind of expectations now, didn't start off that way. When you have a near-death experience, and Joe had 2 or 3, I think, and he saw the rain going through his fingers, and I think he saw the light as well, if I remember right. Did he tell you the details of his near-death experience in Austria?
He was this when he was poisoned? He did.
Good. I normally don't mention that until... So those are interesting open questions, which gets to the point. People ask me, why the hell are you doing this research, any kind? And for me, the answer is, I'm just quoting Chuck Honerton, actually. He said, we may not be able to solve these questions about do you survive your possibly death and what is the meaning of life and all of those important, serious questions. It may be that we are adding tools to the toolkit that somebody 50 years from now will be able to answer those questions.
With what you've come up, the fact that you think that consciousness dies with the body and there is no afterlife, I mean, does that... Yeah.
Well, Jews don't believe in an afterlife to begin with, for starters, but that's not why I don't believe in it.
Do you fear death?
Not that I know of. In fact, it seems to me, there was, I guess I can use a Star Trek example, which I was really loved. And briefly, the Star Trek was going around some planet, and they had a visitor from the planet there who was a brilliant astrophysicist. They knew that the star for that planet was going to go supernova, and he was working on the details to stop that from happening. and he has a romance on board the spaceship, and he says to the woman, "I have to go down for my exiting ceremony." What are you talking about? When on our planet, when you reach 60 years old, you gather your friends and relatives around, and at the end of the party, you're dead. And he said, we do that because we need fresh blood. We need new people, new thinking. But you're trying to solve, no. And so she talks him out of going down to the planet for his exiting ceremony. And all the relatives come up and are ashamed of him. And finally he says, I've got to go. And she says, I now understand. I'll have the pleasure of being there with you. So in some sense, I feel that way. In fact, let me ask you this way. I've got a magic pill here. Mm-hmm. If you take this pill, you will live for the next 150 years with perfect health. Would you take that pill?
Probably not.
Why?
Because I do believe in an afterlife.
Okay.
And I look forward to getting there.
Okay. Fair enough. That's a good answer. That's one of the best ones I've heard. I wouldn't take it because part of life is the renewal. Can you imagine working for the same boss for 150 years? Forget it. It's bad enough our Congress on both sides of the aisle, they're all too bloody old as far as I'm concerned. We need some young folks.
I could definitely agree with that.
Yeah, so that's a serious critique. I mean, part of the problem is, here you are, World War II vet or maybe 50s, and you see a problem. And boy, you go through the process and you finally get elected to Congress. By the time you get there, the problem no longer is relevant, but you're stuck in that realm. Mm-hmm. And you see that all the time. And I don't care what party you're talking about, you see it all the time. That's a terrible way to run anything.
Agreed.
So let's not get into politics.
Yeah, let's not do that. But, man, the other answer to that is there's a lot of beautiful things about life, family, lots of stuff. But
sure. You get to see them growing up and all that. Yeah.
We're all just trying to get through it.
Yeah.
And everybody, I don't know any other way to put it, but everybody's got their shit. Everybody's got their ball and chain they're dragging around, with them as they go through life, and it gets heavy. It gets real heavy at times. And I believe when we go, we leave that ball and chain behind. But that's interesting. You don't fear nothingness.
Nope. No, I've never been confronted in the battlefield where I'm facing death straight on. Mm-hmm. We'll see when time comes. But right at the moment, no. And I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm retiring from Psi Research the end of this year. Because how would I refer to it? My not stepdaughter, it would be daughter-in-law. My daughter, Jamie, is married to a woman named Laura, as a matter of fact. And she is a grief counselor. She's Jewish, and a grief counselor at one of the big health organizations called Sutter Health. And we've become really close friends. She is helping me transition. And she bought me a book about, it's a centimeter thick, and it's entitled, You're Dead Now, Now What? And what that is it's not about survival of bodily death. What it is documents. It's a book of not to read, but to fill in, so that people left behind will know where what your passwords are, what your bank account numbers are, and all the details that people have to undo when you're gone. I loved it. I just absolutely loved it. And we could have an honest discussion about death, and it was actually fun. Believe it or not.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
But wow. Well, let's get back to SRI. So,
right. Speaking of death.
Yeah, we were talking about, the agency, what caught the agency's attention to give the funding. Who was the first intelligence organization to fund SRI? Was it CIA?
Yeah.
and then everybody else followed. Was it shortly
Well, the
thereafter?
CIA quit because they were in trouble already. So it was picked up then by FTD. And then Dale Graff went to DIA, and they were funding us. And then I landed a $10 million contract with the U.S. Army Medical Research Development Command in Fort Detrick. And the commander there was a 2-star general and MD. And I thought, oh, man, he's got 2 strikes against him. He's a doctor, oh, no, and a general, goodness me. Turned out he was the most fascinating man I ever met. We became really close friends, and Diane and I were when his son got married, at the head table with him. He spoke n number of languages, I don't know how many, including Mandarin. Just a very clever guy. And what he wanted to spend, he took, do you know the term MIPR? Have you heard of that in government funding?
No.
The Congress cannot, in fact, fund anybody except a executive branch agency. They can't fund SRI or me or you. So they have to send the money, called MIPR the money, to some other organization. So that's how we got most of our money that way, via Congress directly. But Gary Ratman took $10 million out of his own department funding, not money coming from Congress, to figure out how does this stuff work. And he was the first one to say, we are doing research here to figure out how this worked. Now, it's not well known and it's not secret. We had some remote viewers on board spacecraft, remote viewing our targets on the ground. And we want to know whether the Earth was a shield or not. It was not.
You put remote viewers in space.
We didn't. Gary Ratman did. Our job was just to run the experiment on the ground.
Let's talk about that.
No, let's not, because I don't know any more about it than what I just told you. It's not written up at the CIA anywhere.
Okay. All right.
Not because it's secret. It's just one of those things you try and see what happened.
How about daily life at SRI? What were you guys doing on a daily basis?
Having lots of fun. Because we had special clearances that most of the other people at SRI did not have. And we had one whole wing of the building, second floor, and cipher lock doors at each end. That meant behind those doors, we could do stuff that no one else could do at SRI. Like when we had birthday parties, we had wine and cake and all kinds of good stuff. Had parties and stuff. We worked hard and we played hard. We had Friday afternoon Sci Media Emporium on the upstairs third floor of the building, a lab. We'd show movies and have popcorn and beer. Neither of which, well, we weren't supposed to have beer, but we did anyway. But that play hard was very, very important because it was a team organization. And when I took over the team, it was really a whole shift. And a good one, I think. And they enjoyed me as much as I enjoyed them.
How were you guys doing your recruiting?
That was hard. Because you can't legally in California, maybe in the whole country, ask her questions on a recruit to join the research group that you are not supposed to ask. Does this bother your religious sensitivities? Really important question. I figured out a way to sort of tease that out of somebody because it's really important. We had an 06 Colonel Pete McNeilis sat on my head for 4 years. It drove me crazy. He was a devout Roman Catholic, and what we were doing absolutely violated his whole principles about everything, and it just caused us just a huge amount of grief.
How would you recruit your subjects, such as people like
that's
Joe?
a different story. The Army and Fort Meade. The big question is, how can we get more psychic intelligence officers. And today we still don't have, in fact, the folks down in Brazil are asking that same question. We have, we have psychologists looking at every sort of personality factors, doesn't matter. Health factors, yeah, it plays a role. Genetics factors, we don't know. But none of the normal tests of skill of any kind, external skill, the only thing we can do to find who's good at it is to have a room full of people try it and do it 2 levels. Pick the 10% best people in the room, have them come in one at a time for 8 sessions, and then decide whether they're any good or not. And when we did that, with as much as 600 people over time, 1% of them performed excellently under laboratory conditions. And that's frustrating. And that's why we're hoping in Brazil, if we get a neurological signal in an MRI, that's much better to find people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you went through 600 subjects.
They were in groups. For example, 2 alumni groups from Stanford, a group from Mensa. And they were pissed off that the Stanford group beat them, which I predicted would be the case. Mensa people too much in their heads. The U.S. Geological Survey group, which was right around the corner. And a couple, SRI itself. In fact, it was really interesting. SRI has its own internet system. And so I started asking, we're going to have a brown bag lunch. We're going to do some remote viewing. And one guy, I've forgotten his name now, just went ballistic. We thought we got rid of those morons, this fraudulent nonsense bullshit. Why are we doing this? Blah, blah, blah. Well, we had 50 people from SRI sitting in the room. And this guy was in the front row like this. Oh, boy. He did the best in the room. This can't be real, but okay, come on, we're going to do our 8 sessions on you. He scored beautifully, and we're still good friends. He says, I think I can fake it. No, I'm sorry, you're screwed with it. You have this ability, my friend. Own it.
Out of 600 people, we got 6 subjects. That's 1%.
1%, yeah.
And so, when you're trying to figure out if this is genetically passed on, what kind of experiments are you conducting?
None.
To try to figure this out?
None. That's very difficult. Our group we don't have the skill set to do that. The folks down in Brazil do. You need to do familiar work. You have to familiar meaning within families. And we have a couple of data points that suggest, like Angela Ford is an identical twin, and I had the pleasure of working with her identical twin. And at least with one trial, she seemed equally as good as Angela. And Joe claims that his fraternal twin was equally as good as he, but I never met her. She had passed before that. So 2 data points don't make a model.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's where we are.
What type of experiments were you conducting on
just
the
regular remote viewing, like we just did.
And when did it?
I mean, that's a bread and butter thing that I just did with you.
Mm-hmm.
Have laptop will travel, like the movie Have Gun Will Travel.
I mean, the experiments, did they not develop into anything else, or was it the same experiment over and over and over and over again for 10 plus years?
We've gotten very sophisticated about it. I mean, I brought in a whole new mathematical approach to it, which people have wondered, how do you know in advance whether a particular remote viewing is good, bad, or indifferent, particularly if you're doing intelligence collection? You don't want to invest a lot of money if it's bullshit. So how do you prevent that from happening? And until our group didn't know, but now we do know how to do that. Confidence calling, so to speak.
Was SRI experimentation strictly on, well, I know it wasn't strictly on remote viewing, but what else were you guys conducting studies on?
We did a bacteriological study, a PK on Salmonella bacteria. And the dependent variable is the mutation rate of the bacteria. And there's a whole group at SRI that studies that sort of thing. And it was kind of funny because it was triple blind. The head of that department knew what we were doing, but the person making the samples of salmonella bacteria, we had 9 test tubes, and she'd pour them into 9 test tubes this from the same batch, and label them 1 through 9, lock them in an empty fish tank. And one of our colleagues, Beverly Humphrey, would go and collect it. They'd put a tarp over it, and she'd wheel it across the campus to our laboratory, right by the active ingredient of food poisoning, right next to the cafeteria. We've got to be careful about that. But the idea was two ways. Participants are asked to take the 3 test tubes on the left and decrease the mutation rate by psychic means, who knows what, by psychokinesis. The 3 test tubes on the right, increase it, leave the 3 alone. That was one condition. Another one was randomly, depending on which participant, you could pick any 3 test tubes you want to increase the mutation rate. Pick any other 3, any ones you want for the decrease, and then the ones left over you left alone. That worked extremely well. And we have a different reason why that might work. It had nothing to do with psychokinesis.
What is the reason?
Well, there's a variation. There is a statistical variation in mutation rates anyway. So if you could use your psychic ability to find the ones that are faster mutating anyhow and say, I'm going to increase it there, you're not doing anything. You're just picking out ones that are more likely to be increasing and ones that are more likely not to be decreasing, using remote viewing, so to speak. In fact, we developed a whole procedure and published it called decision augmentation theory. In other words, ESP is not good enough to make major decisions. You should never do that because it's unreliable, but it can augment your decision a little bit in the right direction. And that works.
In 1985, I believe you were named director of Stargate.
Yeah.
Can we talk about how that happened?
Sure.
What those conversations were like?
Well, I was standing on very tall shoulders. Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ. Russell, they started Stargate, not named by that then. Russell left for greener pastures in 1982, and Hal left in 1985. So I inherited the directorship. I'm glad. I loved it.
I mean, that's a big deal. I'll bet you were glad. Yeah. What did you want to change about the program, if anything?
Well, is that an interesting question? Better communication. Hal was a very talented guy, still is, and I like the guy a lot, but he just hardly communicated with anybody on anything. We used to joke behind his back, his right hand doesn't know what his left hand is doing. He used to work at NSA, and I think that as a Navy guy, and that might have influenced it, but it was hard to get Hal to communicate with you. And with me, I'm the other way around. I communicate too much.
When NSA, CIA, FBI, Secret Service, when any of these government organizations would approach, who would they approach when they wanted somebody to remote view a target? Would they approach SRI? Would they approach Joe specifically? Were you a part of that?
Well, before the Fort Meade group were involved, which means up to from 72 to all the way up to 79 about, SRI did it all the operational work. And so Hal would get a notice from Department of State. One of the things we worked with was the Korean tunnels under the DMZ zone. Where the hell that came from, I don't know. But some of those things, they contacted either the people, they were the funders, so they would call SRI, and we were RFP, request for proposal, and we'd give it to them.
were you present during these remote viewings?
Which ones?
Any of them?
Oh,
All of them?
well,
As director?
From 85 onward, yeah.
What are some of the most fascinating ones that just stick out in your mind? I'll bring one up.
Okay.
That I want to ask you about. When I had Joe in here, he had talked about he remote viewed Mars, I believe maybe it was 1 million BC, and saw and there was a pyramid. Are you familiar with this?
Yep.
I'll let you pick it up from there.
I don't believe a word of it.
You don't believe a word of it?
No, because you can't get psychic functioning requires data feedback that it was correct or not. You cannot prove that statement.
Okay.
That's why I don't buy it.
Well, I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
What are some?
Because that's a fantasy. We had, in fact, do you know that there was a group called Heaven's Gate that had mass suicide in California? Because one of the remote viewers from Fort Meade said, the Kohoutek comet is coming by and it's followed by a spacecraft full of lizard people. He remote viewed that. And they're going to come and invade the earth and eat all your youngsters or whatever the hell it was. And 40 people, I don't know what the number is, I made it up, but a large number of people literally killed themselves out of fear. And I got called into what the hell's going on. I was asked by the cops about that. That's the danger of making remote viewing without feedback. He had no idea what the hell he was talking about. That's the danger.
Makes a lot of sense. What are some remote viewings that you witnessed that did have feedback?
Sure.
That were accurate?
Yeah. One of the things that the Department of Energy was interested in, could we use remote viewing to sense directed beam energy systems? And we had two that they paid for $50,000 for remote viewings for each, for one viewing on that problem. And one of them was called Project Rose, very classified at that time. It was a microwave, high-powered microwave generator on the in Albuquerque, New Mexico, at Sandia National Labs. And we didn't know that, of course, at the time. We were held blind. And said, here's the geographical coordinates where this person is going to be standing a week from today. Tell us what you see. And Joe absolutely bloody nailed it. He said, it's a, whatever it is, I mean, I can show you the PowerPoint on it, but he drew a, in fact, it'll bring an interesting thing up here in a minute, a contained environment, and he drew something that looks like a microwave generator horn, and some other details detailed about it. And he said, this thing is a testing, it's testing, destructive testing of something. He didn't know what it was. And it turned out that's exactly what this thing was doing. They were shining this high-energy microwave thing on electronics to see what the effects were on the electronics. It was called Project Rose. And however, about a month later, we gave Joe feedback by driving to that location. And on the way there, the Sandia had a solar collection farm, a huge, maybe 100-meter field of mirrors focusing the sun's energy on the top of a tower. And the tower was sparkling like crazy with all that. And we're stopped there. And I said to Beverly Humphrey with it, let's put a sack over Joe's head. He shouldn't be seeing this because it's in his future. And his whole responses were full of mirrors. And the target had nothing to do with mirrors, which raises a really interesting question. But he nailed it. We showed him the generator, and it worked really fine. We did another one on a high...
What was the interesting question?
Pardon me?
You'd said that rose an interesting question.
Oh, yeah. Okay. In fact, I'm designing a study now to study this very effect. Look, let's suppose you're doing a remote viewing. Somebody randomly chose something, and it was a gas station. And on the way to give you feedback, there's a building on fire. Oh my God, look at this. And that is far more interesting for you to remote view than the actual target system.
Okay.
And yeah. So the question then is, how do you prevent that? And I don't think you can, actually. So actually, Joe came up with this idea. We did an experiment to test whether this business of changing of entropy, does that help people remote view? And we did that by creating sort of an entropy bomb, as it were, that the experimenter would be out at the site, and half the time she would pour liquid nitrogen into a bucket full of balls, and that would evaporate in 8 seconds, and that would be a huge change of entropy. And with that catch the remote view, it's like a flashlight in a dark room. With some caveats, it worked beautifully. Now, there's some funny odd things. Outside a Catholic church, the priest would come out. What are you guys doing? Oh, it's an experiment. Don't worry, this big cloud of stuff's coming out of this box. A lot of very funny stories about that. But but Joe made the point. It was really, really interesting. He said, to prevent these things I was just telling you, the tasking was this. Okay, Sean, please access and describe the first thing you see when we take off the blindfold. In other words, instead of driving to the gas station and here's a building on fire, we'd have the blindfold. You wouldn't even see the building on fire, and it would take it off looking at and that worked beautifully. In fact, much more precisely than I imagined, because in the middle of this study, Angela Ford's twin sister passed away, and she couldn't come out to California. So I flew to finish up her trials at her house. Now, that means I can't take her to the site, but everything else worked just the way it's supposed to work out in California, except when I found out what the site is to be, I said to Angela, wouldn't tell her, said, please put on the blindfold. And we'd sit patiently on her couch as if I was driving to the site. And I'd say, okay, we're pulling into the parking lot now, Angela. And I had professional photographs of the site where it was predefined, where you stand and where you're supposed to look at first. That was all predefined. So I would take Angela to a blank wall, hold that picture for that site right in front of her, take off the blindfold. It was statistically equivalent to doing it in real time at the site as opposed to the photograph. That worked beautifully, a piece of Joe's research.
Wow. What are a couple of other ones that just blew you away?
It had to do with the directed energy system again, a high energy electron accelerator at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. And I cheated in some sense, at least in my briefings, and I'll fess up to it every time. Joe was to do remote viewing in 8-hour segments, saying, hey, track this guy that's going to be on site somewhere in the Bay Area. And after the whole thing was over, we had one of the women on our project was a right sitter for United Airlines, so she had a private pilot as well. And we flew over Lawrence Livermore Lab at a high enough altitude we wouldn't get into trouble. And I took pictures that flattered the data. Didn't need to, because the Air Force was funding this, and they did the analysis, not me. But in my briefing, it looks overwhelmingly delightful. And I say, don't believe this as good as it looks, because it isn't, because I took pictures to make it look good. I fess up to that every time. But it's very, very stunning. I mean, Joe, for example, described the headquarters, the office building at Lawrence Livermore Lab, the shape of the building and the right number of floors, and he got that right, because that's where the guy was planning for the execution later on.
Wow.
Pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Anything else that really sticks out? Anything in space?
Ingo Swann did a project going, quote, out of body to Jupiter. And he, quote, did a, quote, flyby by Jupiter. I said, Ingo, how the hell do you know where Jupiter is? You can't find Jupiter on a map. How did you know how to do that? So I have no idea. I just said, here, Jupiter, here I come. And he was the first to describe in advance of NASA that Jupiter had rings like Saturn. Pretty impressive.
I mean, what is going through your head? Well, hold on. Let me. How long?
I want to know what's going through your head right now.
My mind is blown.
Oh,
so,
dear.
what was the time between when he had remote viewed Jupiter and found out that there were and saw rings to actual imagery of it?
I don't know. I'd have to check, but it was not immediate. It was months.
It's only months.
Yeah.
And so, what's going through your head after they came with that imagery?
Oh, that's impressive. Are you kidding? Well, we did another one, the remote viewer. It turns out that Jupiter has a whole bunch of moons, and one of them is called Io, and it goes around Jupiter very rapidly. It's very close to the surface. So it suffers an eclipse every orbit. So I went to my boss at SRI because Bulletin Watch Company wanted to give an award for somebody with the most interesting experiment on time. So I said, hey, I want to go to get that. And so my boss said, are interested in winning the Bulletin Watch Company's, or do you want to actually do the experiment? I said, I really want to do the experiment. So he said, I'll fund it for you. So with this participant, we'd be up at 3 a.m. So I had the remote viewing was tell us and time when you remote view the moon of Jupiter and it's half lit. That was the definition of the eclipse time. Half lit by the shadow of Jupiter. I forgot how many trials we did. It was quite a number of them. And he was right within plus or minus 10 seconds. Now, the question is, in what time frame did he get that? Did he get it before because we had to hire a telescope at Chabot College to make the measurements for us, because how did we know when it was? Which they did for us. We paid them for it. So the question is, did this participant named Gary get it in Jupiter's time, which was 40 minutes ahead of the telescope, because it was 40 light minutes away, or did he get it in? So the question is, what do you think? In other words, is remote viewing faster than the speed of light?
Jupiter time.
That's when it appeared. But the question is, did he actually get the data at that time? I think what happened is he got the data. He had his experience at that time, but he was actually getting the data from precognition of the next day's photograph. We showed him the answer. And that's really hard to separate out.
Wow.
Some of these things are pretty hard to do, actually.
Yeah, I could imagine. Actually, I can't imagine. You know, wow.
Oh, come on, you hear. You see why I have so much fun with it. And it's challenging, and it angers me that we can't figure out how to do this better than we do.
Yeah, you know, and I'm learning a lot. So what's the Fort Meade piece? Are they an in-between?
Well,
so what I'm starting to understand is SRI's Stanford Research Institute, this wasn't their sole focus. You were the director of a program within Stanford Research Institute.
Oh, yeah,
correct?
SRI does a whole lot of stuff, sure.
So that I did not realize that. And so was Fort Meade the bridge between agencies and SRI?
No. Russ Targ and I completely agreed on this, that started with Ingo Swann. Ingo was, he told me once that I should not be his friend because he's a bitch on wheels, and that was an understatement. And he said, I hate flying out here to California to do your stupid experiments. why there's an office in New York City for SRI. Let me do the experiments there. And Hal said, sure. And Ed and Russ Targ said, no. He's not a scientist. You need supervision on this. Well, Hal said no. And that started something we're paying deeply for even now, an Ingo Swann cult. That Ingo went there and trained. He was a brilliant guy, but he's not a scientist. And that started the Fort Meade people went up and were trained by all this guy, and almost none of them produced actionable intelligence.
So these are two totally separate entities.
Yeah.
Almost competitors.
No, my job, was to do research to make their job better.
Okay.
And they never opened any of my classified emails.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, it's definitely a shame. They could have had a much better product.
When did the hemiseek come into play?
It never did.
It never did?
Mm-mm.
Do you believe in the hemiseek?
Not at all. The reason is it's bad neuroscience. It's just not right what they're doing.
How so?
And Joe, and I've had conversations with Joe about it because it was...
Let me just. Can you describe what hemiseek is for the audience?
Yes. Hemisync is supposedly this, that based on radio technology, that if you get slightly different frequencies in your ears, that you get the sum and difference of those frequencies, like that's called heterodyning. And that supposedly is what's hemisphere synchronization. That's where hemisync comes from. Except that was put up by Bob Monroe himself. And it has never yet to this day been put to a test. I've asked Joe that. Have you had any neuroscientists check that out? And the answer is no. And Bob Monroe was not a neuroscientist, but it's part of the milieu of this company. And people go and they have a wonderful experience. I don't mind people having experience about it. But in terms of whether it improves or doesn't or related to remote viewing, who knows?
So you don't consider anything to enhance this, or you're looking strictly at factual information?
Pardon?
You're looking at strictly factual information that's
Absolutely.
been tested through science.
It's weird enough as it is if I start putting goofy stuff in there.
Is there anything else that that you're not buying off on that has to do with the remote viewing space? Such as the hemisync.
Remote viewing flying saucers on Mars. You know, in fact, Joe makes this big point in his book, his Remote Viewing Secrets, and all the stuff that he writes. And we've given joint talks together at Monroe, actually. And I love the guy dearly, and we're brothers. And the question then becomes, if it's a study, and I didn't invent what I'm about to tell you, if it is a study, there has to be eventual answer to that study. Maybe it's not what you expect, it's some other answer, who knows, but there's some result of that study. If you don't have a result of a study, it's fun to do, it's fantasy. You have no idea what you're doing. And so if you have something, and a guy by the name of Stevenson, Ian Stevenson is his name, he did the definitive work at the University of Virginia on survival after bodily death work. Very clever guy. And even he said that he cannot separate experimentally whether someone's having an experience of a former life or they're using extrasensory perception to get the same data. And that's a real tough question. I didn't invent that, he did. But we've taken that and put mathematics behind it to where he can actually test whether it's decision-making or something else is going on. If it's decision-making, psychically decision-making, or is it a causal effect? And we can test that.
You just mentioned previous life. What are your thoughts on that?
Don't believe it. Because the evidence are self-reported, all of it. And if you want to know something that is really bad, we humans are horrible at describing our personal experiences accurately. We are. In fact, there are two jobs that people do. One is a magician, and the other is a therapist. I come to you as a therapist. Sean, I just met this fantastically beautiful woman today. She is funny and cute and brilliant and all of that. And you said to me, Ed, when are you going to understand you hate your mother? That's the point. That we, in fact, there's books written on it. In fact, there's even a short video online that you could look at called The Invisible Gorilla. I recommend the book written by these two people, and they outline all the ways in which we are masterful at fooling ourselves. So I'm skeptical about that because I get fooled equally well. In fact, Doug Henning was a really magnificent magician, and Chuck Hunt and I went to a Broadway show of him doing this stuff, and it's really amazing. So I told Chuck, I'm coming back here tomorrow, and I'm going to figure out one bloody trick how he does it. So I sat there in the center, seventh row center, and I could not figure out any of it. Or better yet, there's a guy, Dale, no. I'm blocking on his name. He'll come to me in a minute. And he's a brilliant researcher, and Daryl Bem is his name. And he was at our house for dinner in Palo Alto. And after dinner, a lot of fun. Diane was sitting at the head table. I was sitting to her left, and he was sitting to her right, and our daughter was next to him. He said, okay, I'm going to do a trick. This is a trick. Now, I'm going to push this quarter that I have through this solid oak table into a cup. So it goes clink. Yeah, that's a trick. Now I'm going to break the rules and show you how it's done. So he said it's sleight of hand. The coin is already in the cup before it goes under the table, and you think it's still in my hand. All right? So when he did it again in slow motion, knowing armed A, that it's a trick, B, when and where and how it's happening, in slow motion you could see it happening. At full speed, you couldn't see it. I don't trust my observation, firsthand observation of anything. Really. We're terrible at that. And so a lot of this BS online comes from that sort of stuff, unfortunately. I mean, I was blown away. Damn it, I know you're cheating it, but I can't see it that it's happening. In fact, I went to I was giving a talk at the SPR in the Society for Psychical Research in London, and they were bragging. I was the last on the docket, teacher day, they call it, and everybody was bragging their field research. They see this, that, and the other thing. So I put in this 20-second video called The Invisible Gorilla. And I'm going to blow it for you there. What it shows, and you can go online and see it, but now I'm ruining it for you. There is two teams, three people with black jerseys on and three people with white jerseys on, and each team has their own basketball. And the idea is that the people with white jerseys can only throw their basketball to other white jersey people. And the black jersey people, the same thing. They don't match their balls, all right? And your job is to count up the number of times a white jersey person tosses a ball to another white jersey person. Now, I set it up at the SPR. I said, we've been doing this research for some time and don't understand, we Americans are so much better at it than you Brits. So they're, oh yeah, I'm going to count to 5. And right in the middle of this 20-second video, a guy dressed in a gorilla suit stands right in front of the camera and goes, Ee! Nobody sees him. They do not see this gorilla. It's called the invisible gorilla. And I think there are 2 people out of 70 in the room that saw the gorilla. And the point being is, and they said, you biased us. I said, yes, indeed. And you guys bias yourself when you're out in the field. We're all susceptible to biases. And the book called Invisible Gorilla is very interesting because there are all kinds of other examples of the same problem.
How do you explain that?
Oh, well, terms. You focus on what you are biased for, and you tend to ignore the details.
So
Now-
you're so focused
Yeah,
on
you bet. That's why
who's
I bias
passing
them.
the ball to who
Yeah,
that you miss a gorilla
exactly.
front of the screen
Yeah.
banging his chest.
In fact, what they do, it's really interesting. They've done eye tracking. You know, you can put eye tracking on your eyes. The people are watching the gorilla, but they don't recognize that it doesn't appear in their consciousness, which is really interesting.
Say that again.
Okay, they can see that they're counting the balls going back and forth, but their eyes are noticing the gorilla because they can follow the fact that the gorilla is moving, and they eye track that that's happening. At the same time, they're trying to look at the ball at the same time. So they are seeing it. They're not just registering it in their consciousness.
Wow. What are some other examples of that?
Well, one I like a lot. It's online as well. You can see this. I come to you up, total stranger here in downtown Nashville, and say I'm trying to get to the Grand Ole Opry Theater. And I got a map. Back when the days when people had maps, and so I'm here, and you're saying, and you start pointing all this stuff out to me on my map. In the middle of our conversation, two colleagues of mine carrying an opaque door walk right between us, rudely so. And I change places with somebody carrying the door who has a map. 80% of the time, you don't realize you're talking to a totally different person. Even when the gender changes or the race changes. It's just amazing. It's just so we are not tuned at looking at the total unexpected stuff. It's fun to watch that happen. It really is.
Very interesting. Edwin, let's take a break. When we come back, I want to get into some of the stuff we were talking about with the Oversight Committee.
Okay, good. I'd love to.
How many of you guys out there are worried about brain health? You know, all we hear about is fitness. Everybody's getting ready for bikini season because spring's right around the corner. I'm personally more concerned about my brain. You look around, you see all these brain diseases that are getting out of control. I'm going to take everything I can to improve the health of my brain. And I'm going to tell you about my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods that help with brain health. All right, the first thing I do every morning is I have Laird Superfood Creamer. It's got adaptogens and functional mushrooms, which are great for brain health. I put this in my tea. Tastes amazing. Who likes vegetables? Cool, me neither. That's why I take Laird's Daily Greens. Just pour it in a cup, shoot it real quick. You got your daily vegetable intake. Plus, guess what? Yep, that's right. Functional mushroom extract. There's 6 different kinds in here. Once again, great for brain health. After greens, we got Daily Reds. This one doesn't actually have any functional mushrooms in it, but I can't stand beets. I think they taste like shit. And so I take 1 scoop of this, put it in my water, and I don't have to eat beets anymore. All right, we're winding down the day now. This is the next supplement I take every single night. Laird's Sleep and Recovery. Helps me sleep, helps me recover from my daily workout. And guess what? Yep, you're right. It has mushroom extract. Guess what? It's good for your brain. And I saved the best for last. Most of you know this. My favorite supplement at Laird's is Performance Mushrooms. Has a ton of mushroom extract. Super, super good for your brain. Take it every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. These are my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods. You can go over to lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. Save 20%. Ladies and gents, I would not have partnered with this company if I didn't believe in them. They take the cleanest ingredients. They try to source everything in America unless they find a better ingredient that's more quality somewhere else. I think we can all appreciate that. Once again, lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That'll save you 20%. Join me and my special guest for the next behind-the-scenes experience exclusively available on Vigilance Elite Patreon. The behind-the-scenes footage is raw and uncut. This is as close to the set as you can possibly get. You can expect anything from off-topic conversations, studio tours, the final moments before the interview starts, and everything in between. The behind-the-scenes content is constantly evolving and will continue to bring you more as we grow. You can gain access for just $15 a month exclusively at Vigilance Elite Patreon. All right, Edwin, we're back from the break and we're getting ready to dive into some of the stuff we were speaking about at breakfast when it came to the Oversight Committee.
Okay.
So what can you tell us about what you were experiencing with the Oversight Committee?
Well, when General Ratman with the Army Medical Research and Development Command funded us, he said he wants to have an oversight, people who can overview us. We actually had 3 committees. One was a scientific oversight committee. Another one was a policy oversight committee out of the Pentagon to make sure we were doing what we were being told to do. And then we had medical oversight. We had to prove, that it turns out that the Army has more strict rules on dealing with human subjects than does the National Institutes of Health. So we had to make sure that was the case. For example, we were forbidden to use women in psychokinesis experiments based on them. Because we don't know about this. Maybe there's a field effect, and if they're pregnant and we kill the fetus, all that stuff. So we had all those masters. The Scientific Oversight Committee consisted of 12 individuals who were the who's who of science during that era. 2 Nobel laureates, one in physics and one from the medical world. He was the Doctors Without Borders kind of guy. Their job had threefold. One is to review our protocols for each study before we actually collected any data to approve them. Well, it turns out we were pretty good at that, so that was a fairly fast turnaround time. The second job that they had, which they never actually used, was to have drop-in privileges unannounced to watch what was going on. They never did that.
They never did that?
No. We paid them $750 a day for their work when they came to SRI. Third one is that we had to write up, I guess my first time running the show, I had something like 13 different tasks that I had to do this year, and each one had a final report and so on. We submitted the final reports before sending them to the client, the government agency, to the Oversight Committee. They had the rights to respond in writing. And in Volume 2 of the Stargate Archives book, their stuff is all there. I published it, critiquing us. And then they would come to SRI and meet in person with us. And that was, for me, a thrilling experience. We won about close to 80% of the arguments that we got into with these guys. But the best part of it was the 20% we lost, because we learned how to do the product much, much better. If you say, were they all convinced about the reality of ESP? Absolutely none of them were. But they were all convinced we were doing the best science one can do in the topic. It was amazing. And we had one guy on the Oversight Committee who was chief of statistics, head of the statistics department at UC Riverside. Excuse me. And he was all wrapped around the axle over our fuzzy set arithmetic. Mm-hmm. But I showed him one of the examples that had no data other than just the example of, in fact, I'm going to show it to you later, of remote viewing of directed energy system. He saw that and says, now I get it. Well, I really went after him on that. I said, why are you accepting something that is unacceptable? It was only one trial and you're accepting it and you're rejecting years worth of work on this because you don't like the arithmetic? He sort of trottled off with his tail between his legs.
Was that the same directed energy thing that
Yeah.
Joe had remote viewed with the mirrors?
Yeah, Joe did all. We had actually 3, but we only published 2 of them. There was an underground nuke, which we nailed, but we didn't, never went anywhere.
Can you tell me about that?
No, we just didn't do it. Joe, I don't know if he actually ended up doing remote viewing it or not. I don't recall. The captain in the Air Force who was protecting, it was done by AFTAC. Air Force, what's it? AFTAC. Threat Assessment Center. That's AFTAC.
Did the oversight committee present any challenges for you guys?
Yeah, it was a good challenge. They said, you know what you should do? Design your experiments that everybody's cheating and make sure that they can't, even if they were cheating, it wouldn't affect the result. That was a challenge.
How would somebody cheat on a remote viewing project?
Well, that was before we did everything precognition. It's really hard to cheat when the target hasn't even been chosen yet, so how can you cheat?
Mm-hmm.
But there sensory leakage, for example. Somebody who knows the target comes through the room and signals to the remote viewer what the answer is.
Why would they do that?
Oh, God knows why people cheat, period.
I mean, have you experienced that happening?
No, we never saw that.
Are there any other methods?
Oh, sure. On the Gonsfeld, where, everything has to go through electronics, so the person in the Gonsfeld is listening to stuff. Was there sensory leakage inadvertently because the crosstalk between the experimenter and the sender? So that it's not really cheating, but it's a way that results get cloudy and you can't believe them.
Would you find that the remote viewers are looking for some type of edge?
Quite the opposite. They have these experiences and they're meaningful to these people. They don't want to be accused of cheating themselves. This is real to them. They're not cheating.
How would the remote viewer experience a failure? I think you had mentioned that,
sure,
that Joe was correct 40% of the time?
Oh, he was 44%, yeah.
44%. So how do they, because I could imagine there's got to be some type of a psychological component to this as well. I mean, athletes deal with this. A lot of people don't, not everybody knows how to deal with failure. Failure can get in your head. You see it with athletes. They get into a slump. It takes,
sure,
something miraculous for them to get it back. Maybe somebody's making bad grades. They get into a slump. Somebody just from my own experience being an operator in the SEAL teams, people, if you have a bad house run and
yeah,
you can get into slump with anything, right? And so I would imagine with a 44% success rate, which you're telling me is phenomenal.
It is.
How do they take failure?
Well, it turns out that's wholly individually dependent. Joe's just fine of it. Hey, doesn't work all that time. Who cares? Mm-hmm. Angela Ford, same thing. Mm-hmm. When we're doing associational remote viewing to make money on the stock market or something like that, she only gets hits 20% of the time. And that's fine with her because it makes a lot of money. So, but the other side of that, we've had people we've had to dismiss. And Ingo Swann was one of them. Ingo Swann would scream at Hal, "You're 5 minutes late, you're ruining my rise time," he would scream at Hal. And then he starts blaming.
What does that mean? You're ruining my rise time.
That's Ingo saying he's preparing for his study. He's getting risen for it to do the study. I'm just quoting Ingo. I have no idea what it actually means. Ingo required us to change all the fluorescent light bulbs in the entire lab to solar spectrum because the regular ones are destroying his remote viewer. He was really to blame everything else on his failure except himself. And that came later in his career. That's why he himself quit. We had some other people. In fact, I've been trying for years to get Joe McMonagle and Nevin Lance, a psychologist, to write the risks of remote viewing, which there are serious risks. One is, depending upon the personalities, you begin looking at your own persona in terms of your ability to do remote viewing, and that is a huge psychological mistake. We've had to let people go. People at Fort Meade have had to let people go who go, to use a technical term, crazy for doing this stuff. It's rare, but it happens. So most people handle it just fine. I mean, hey, fine, no problem. I'll come back tomorrow.
So you're saying that some people that have this ability and realize that they do have the capability wind up driving themselves crazy. How so? And why?
I don't know why. I'm not a psychologist.
Does it bother them that they have the capability?
No, it bothers them that they failed.
It bothers them that they failed.
Yeah, those few people. I asked Nevin Lance, the psychologist, I said, Nevin, how do you integrate what your remote viewing ability is with the rest of your life? He said, I don't know. I wish I could integrate the rest of my life as well.
What are some of the other risks?
I don't know. I think that's the main one.
That's the main risk.
Yeah.
Is just dealing with failure.
Yeah, if you start believing your stuff too much, it seems to me. That I'm just overlaying my own thinking out loud rather than any serious stuff about it.
So you're saying basically remote viewers will get emotionally attached to their
Big
capability.
Time, you bet. And it's really disastrous for them as well as to the unit.
Okay. Well, in 1992, it sounds like you started some type of a relationship with the Russian KGB.
I did. I'm an honorary member, not of the KGB. Turns out, I first went, I think it was even before, 92 was the first year. A expat Russian named, her Christian name was Laura V. Faith. Her Russian name was Larissa Valenskaya. Very, very talented woman. She worked with Kogan in his classified research laboratory on psi. Why the hell the Russians let her out, I have no idea, but she immigrated first to Israel because she's Jewish. And then she came to the States, and over a long series of time, she ended up getting a citizenship, becoming a Christian, and then teaching Russian at the Defense Language School in Monterey. And we hired her out of that. She got her clearance. And so I went to Moscow with her probably 4 times, one of which was all the way out to Novosibirsk. And she was very protective of me. So on one time we were, I guess one of the last time we were together on that trip, I was giving a talk at Moscow State University. She was translating for the students. And, I'm dressed like, I'm more dressed now than when I normally dress. I had a T-shirt on, and the students are looking like students. And 2 guys in suits walk into the back of the room. And uh-oh, 2 guys in suits. This isn't a good deal. Turns out they were from the Ministry of Defense. And they wanted us to come with, Larissa and I to come with them. And we went to, do you know what a SCIF is? Have you heard that term, SCIF?
Spent a lot of time in a SCIF.
Me too. So we went to a Russian version of a SCIF. And in there was Alexei Yurovich Savin, this guy who I gave you pictures of, who ran the Russian remote viewing spying program. No slouch, this guy. He has two PhDs, one in philosophy and one in mathematics. And he had a group of remote viewers, 120 remote viewers in his program. Yeah, we probably never had more than 25 at any given time. And men and women, and their remote viewing group was called 10,003. And Joe and I both have medals about this big that we're honorary members of the Russian remote viewing group.
Wow.
Yeah, I meant to bring my medal with me, but I have a picture of it. You can see it. And he was never, I've never met him in uniform, but he was reporting to the head of the general staff, which would mean in our world that would be equivalent to reporting to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. That's how high up this was. Well monitored by the Russian hierarchy military. GRU loved it. When I was there once with Joe, we had a group meeting with a whole bunch of remote viewers. They're remote viewers, and I got to work with one of them, Elena Klimova, who was equally as good a remote viewer as Joe. He trained them in hand-to-hand combat, weapons training, that sort of thing. And I said, Alexei Yurovich, what about remote and remote viewing you don't understand? He says, well, when the bullets are whizzing over their heads, they're highly motivated. Because he took them into the Chechnya War. He retired, Savin did, and we became really good friends. And I've given talks to his students and what have you. But we were sitting around a table after a 2-day conference, the first day of which we were all slugging down. I mean, that would be a Russian shot of vodka. Not this, that. Mm-hmm. He had to swig it in one gulp. I had 11 straight of those. I should have died. I mean, I was really miserable.
I'll bet you were.
Because I don't drink that much at all. The next day I was filling my glass with water. No one noticed. Well, maybe no one said about it. But in the middle of that, the way you refer to senior Russians is not just Alexei or General Savin. You use the middle name, which is really important. Yurovich means son of Yuri. It's a really important part of the Russian culture.
Okay.
So in the middle of all this, he had his staff. He was still working for them. He was still in the military. And his staff was there at the table. And Joe was with us. And so I've got pictures of him and Sabin. In fact, I gave it to your colleague for you, showing they were completely blitzed on vodka. But I said, Alexei Yurovich, and he interrupted me and spoke to me the only time in the 20 years I've known this man in English. He said, Ed, we're our friends. Call me Alexei. And his staff went, Then he switched back into Russian, and it was being translated by Victor Rubel. And said, I know you've been trying to get my organization chart. Here it is. And I know you're going to report a contact report. You have to write it up. Yes, sir, that's true. What you have to do is let the people at DIA know I want a joint program with you guys. And I said, on what? He said, well, you have the same problem we do, and that's terrorism, because people were blowing up subway stations in Moscow. And I said, I would be honored to join you on that. So I wrote up a 30-page relatively classified document and handed it to the 3-star in charge of DIA in the Pentagon. And he was all excited. Oh, this is really great because it's cheap. A bottle of scotch, get all everything you need. And there's, not putting anybody in harm's way. It's ideal. And they want to do it and we want to do it. And the 3-star said, well, okay, I'm going to Moscow in a few weeks. I'll look him up and we'll get moving on it. So I walked out of his office in the Pentagon, and you could practically hear him throwing the paper in the burn bag. Never happened.
So it never went anywhere. It's interesting because I was wondering, what does the oversight committee think? I mean, you're dealing with classified information, a lot of classified information at the time. I can't imagine a relationship with the Russian KGB going over well. And I mean,
well, that was FSB by then. The KGB was long since dissolved. Mm-hmm. But I had to get approval because I had SCI level clearances to do this, and I got them.
And they approved it.
You bet.
What did you think of the Russian remote viewing project? Was it more advanced than us? Did they come farther along?
I talked to Victor. Victor Rubel was in the Red Army. He's now an American citizen and delightful man. And after Larissa passed away, he was my minder in Russia, and damn good at it. I mean, he was protecting me no matter what. But Victor said, the Russians never declassify anything. I mean, I've got a 40-minute video from Russia Gazeta company, which has is probably the go-to newspaper for military issues. We were full front page cover on Angela and I there. And what happened is just rather astounding that I gave a talk in English and it was being translated into Russian. And I showed the example of this, of Ingo's clay model of this radar site. That piece did not show up in the 40-minute video they published. Fortunately, I have a friend in the audience who sent me a video of that. So they're a little nervous about that. I had the same problem. I was giving a talk. I was invited with 4 other Westerners to go to Hong Kong on extrasensory perception stuff, funded by a guy named Bingo Wu. That's his name. He's a very wealthy character. And the 5 Westerners were there, plus 100 young Chinese kids, I mean really kids, who were trained by Qigong masters. But supposedly all kinds of psychic ability. And I eventually had to go up to Bingo Wu later, and I said, don't ever do that again. This is child abuse with these kids. Because they had to conform to the Western standards of activity. For example, they claimed to be able to put a matchstick in a jar, seal the jar, and then by psychokinesis break the matchstick. So because they sort of believe their own story, they said, Ed, you can make your own, here's a bottle, and you can put your own matchstick in there. So I wrote some stuff on my matchstick so I know it was my match, and I put it in there, and we could use clear wrapping tape to keep making sure that it wasn't opened. I then put some symbols on the bottom of the can to make sure it was my can. And this poor girl, she was probably 15 or 14, she had it in her forehead for 40 minutes, and nothing happened. And she was distraught. And fortunately, there was a guy there named Simon Huan, who is speaks totally fluent Chinese, but he's a British. He speaks English with a British accent because he was on the British government a liaison on matters of trade with China. And I said, Simon, please comfort this girl for me, because I was not angry with her in the slightest. And eventually and so I have a picture of the 3 of us hugging each other. It was really sweet. And I went up to Bingo Wu and complained bitterly about it. But she could not do it, and she was distraught.
Did any of the kids accomplish that?
Nope. And one of the things that they had 100 kids, 100 of them, and they divided them into 2 teams on a basketball court. And all of we Westerners were sitting and watching this happen outside. And the idea is these blindfolded kids were going to throw a ball through a hoop. It wasn't a game of basketball. It was just free throw through the hoop. Except I got pictures I can show you from my computer. The kid's like this, looking through his blindfold. It's so completely, utterly obvious. But what the hell can we say? Nothing. One example they had there, and it was a teleportation thing. There were 2 boxes, one labeled the English letter A and the other box labeled English letter B. Very clever. They had an object in box A with a small TV camera in box A and a small TV camera in box B. And the idea is one of these Qigong kids would arrange, God knows how, to have the item in box A appear magically in box B and be tape recorded by the video. Neat idea. Except the kid was left alone, not supervised while this was going on. And oddly enough, the 2 video cameras both quit working. Isn't that odd? Yeah, right. So the guy who ran all that said, and translated into English, we would like to offer you a job to come and direct our laboratory so we do this correctly. So one of those rare times that was my ethics were in good shape. I said, look, there are great scientists in China. You don't need an old guy from the West. Tell you what, if you'd like, I would help you pick the right person from China if you want me to do that. Simon came up to me and whispered in my ear. He said, Ed, I'd never let you take that job. Why? Because you'd like to leave China one day.
So it sounds like we were a lot more advanced, at least in their eyes.
Oh, in China for sure.
What were some of the similarities that you saw that how the KGB or how the Russians were running their program versus Stargate?
They were not particularly open about it. They were pleasant.
So they were there to collect from you, not share.
Yeah.
What do you think about the number of remote viewers? I believe you said there was 120 something remote viewers as compared to what, R6?
Well, we had SRI only had about 5 or 6 at any given moment, and Fort Meade wasn't much better.
So we'll double that number, 12. They have 120. But I mean, you're talking about experiments that were done where the kid was left unsupervised, the cameras cut out. And
well, that's in China, yeah.
I'm guessing miraculously the
kid broke. Come on, it's obvious what happened.
But I guess what I'm getting at is, were we pickier, or have we just not found the amount that they have found yet?
What do you mean? I mean, we're not being picky. You'd never leave the participant ever alone with the apparatus. We never do.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what I'm getting at. I guess what I'm getting at is, at the time, let's just say, would 12 be a fairly accurate number? 12 remote viewers that the U.S. had at the time?
Never at the same time, correct.
1%.
Yeah.
So 12, less than 12 at any given particular time.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And
Russia,
Russia,
only a few of them at Fort Meade. Joe McMonagle and Angela Ford, maybe one other person produced actionable intelligence. The rest of them didn't.
So we're talking 3.
Maybe, yeah. Joe would be better off telling you, or Angela better yet.
Less than 10.
Yeah.
They have 120.
And
what
they
I'm
never
asking,
show us results. Not one result have I seen of their remote.
So that could have been total bogus.
Well, I did have a measure. Joe and I were there at the same time, and we got to do a joint remote viewing with Elena Klimova and Joe. She was the top Russian remote viewer. She was damn good. And I had control of that, so I know what was going on.
Same principles, same testing,
just what we did here.
And they developed that on their own.
Well, I don't know about that, what they do when I'm not there. That was what I ran. I had control of everything. I don't know what they do on their own.
Oh, so they shared literally nothing.
They never share anything. And Victor said it's part of the zeitgeist of Russian military. They never declassify anything. And I didn't show them any classified stuff at all, period.
Very interesting. Going back to SRI, we're talking about remote viewing. What are there any other sensory? I mean, we're talking about non-lethal future type weapons, correct? So when it comes to remote viewing, were we researching anything else that maybe was similar to remote viewing that I don't know about?
Well, there's been a lot of efforts in the field at large, parapsychology field at large, to look at remote sensing of various kinds. Like, can you separate different categories of music, for example? Joe did his first remote viewing ever on camera called Put to the Test, and I have that video. That the ABC people sent a person who's a location scout for movie industry out to me for 2 days worth of training about how to pick sites. And then I was hands off after that, and she chose 6 sites about around the Houston area, and it was done. The lawyers had control of it, so nobody could do anything, and so on. Long story short, Joe remote viewed it and nailed this site, which happened to have been a Houston channel, ocean channel for shipping. And right in the middle of the trial, a huge Russian vessel docked, right in the middle of the trial, where there was an outbound experimenter there, and Joe was back in the studio. But he nailed it. And he said, I hear loud noises from this thing. I have no idea what it is. There's something large there. I don't know what it is. Blew the mind of the interviewer who didn't buy the story to begin with. But I called up Joe, and he called me rather when it was all over, and I said, boy, congratulations, you did this remote viewing your first time ever on national television? How the hell do you do that? He said, you think I did remote viewing on national television? I wouldn't do that. I did it over breakfast before I went to the studio. Doesn't matter when you do it, You give yourself the tasking. They're going to do something, I'll figure it out. And then he faked it on camera.
Wow. Do you understand what I'm asking? Are we looking into anything that might be, remote viewing it's hard for people to believe. It's something that we still don't understand. And so what I'm asking is, are there other types of ESP that we're looking into other than remote viewing that I don't know about?
Well, I think other people, the fields, there are 300 members of the Parapsychological Association, and I think almost none of them are doing remote viewing.
What are some of the other things they're researching?
Well, there's the Gonsfeld, which is remote viewing like, but they're all psychologists. That's why it's called parapsychology.
Mm-hmm.
So they're interested in, what are the personality variables that make this person do good, or is someone who is really creative, does that affect the performance in the Gonsfeld, and so on and so on. Those kinds of questions. Yeah. They're not looking at mechanism. We're the only group that I know of that is looking at trying to figure out the mechanism, how this works. In fact, Ray Hyman, there's a joke. The 2 biggest critics, and this is their true names, Hyman and Alcock. I swear to God, they're the critics of this field. But Ray Hyman I think he's still alive, a psychologist from the University of Oregon. I know the guy pretty well. And they formed an organization called PsyCops, the Committee to Investigate the Scientific Claims of the Paranormal. It's no longer that name. It's just called Skeptical Inquirer. But PsyCops, Jessica Ott's an amazing statistician. She and I went to Buffalo at the 20th Congress of PsyCops. And Ray Hyman was giving a talk at the beginning, and he said to the assembled skeptics, do not underestimate parapsychologists. They are the best methodologists he's ever met. I went up to him after. I said, Ray, my God, took a lot of courage to do that. He said, yeah, but it's true. So even Ray, in front of those people, said, there are classes of things we no longer need any further evidence for its existence. What we should be focusing on now is how the hell does it actually work? And he's right.
You know, when I interviewed a gentleman, John Alexander, and he was talking about spoon bending. He was talking about plants having consciousness. I mean, were you a part of any of that type of research?
None whatsoever. I would not be. Although there was a variation on it. Bev Humphrey and I went covertly undercover. There was a course on spoon bending up at Lake Tahoe in California.
Mm-hmm.
So before going up there, I bought some really heavy-duty soup spoons that had the handles look like a Greek letter omega, which makes it damned hard to bend. Okay, so we get up there on a Friday night, and it's Friday night, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, as food, sleep, and logic deprivation, which turns out to be a big deal, so you don't get your head in it. And God help me, I've been telling you this. we're sitting with pyramids on our head in front, underneath the big pyramids. And I tell people, you know, if you put your bananas under your pyramid, it'll be sharp enough to shave with later on. And we got around to bending stuff at 2 in the morning. I mean, early in the morning on Monday. I don't remember what time. And I'm sitting on the floor cross-legged. My whole body is falling asleep from my hips down. And I'm weaving the tines of forks into little knots. Nope. So I have no idea what's going on there. I'm not in a shape to know what I'm doing or not. I was conscious enough that the guy running the show, I came by me and I reached and grabbed one of our big spoons. And I said, can you bend this? He said, oh, yeah. And he wrapped it around, not the ball of the spoon, but this part of the spoon. So driving home, I said to Bev Humphrey was with me, I said, maybe we saw some genuine PK here. So got back to SRI, and one of the people on our projects, Gary Langford, is a metallurgist himself. He said, do you have any of those spoons left over? I said, oh, yeah, get me one. So he goes, does the same thing right in front of me. He says, it's shock deformation. That if you do that and you hesitate, it'll freeze on you. But if you just keep going, you can do it. I learned how to do it then. I can't do it anymore, but I was able to do it myself. Thus went away my belief that we saw genuine PK.
It's what was it? Shock what?
Shock deformation.
And how does that work?
Well, you start it like that. And if you start it and stop, nothing will happen. If you start it and keep going, it's easy to bend. It will feel like rubber or something really smooth.
And these are metals.
Yeah.
Metal spoons.
Oh, you bet. These are the ones with the omega shape.
And he bent it.
Yeah.
And so, but there is a scientific explanation on how that happens.
Yeah.
Was there anything else you looked into that was similar to any of this?
No, that's the only weird stuff we ever looked into it. We didn't do healing because, you know, what defines healing? Healing, helping sick people. And there are a lot of people doing that. For example, I was funded by an organization called the Samueli Institute in Alexandria, Virginia, run by a fellow that used to be part of NIH, alternative medical approach to medicine. And so he was looking at these odd new medical things. One of which was he funded a guy at Duke University who, I think it was Duke, in North Carolina, that guy by the name of Mitch Krukoff, very clever a heart specialist. And Mitch wanted to know, good question, what other things could he do to improve his ability to help heart patients? So he had, I forget how many other things they looked at, vitamin, exercise, diet, and so on, one of which was intercessory prayer, people praying for their well-being. And they did a 5-year study. They called it the Mantra Project. And sure enough, after all things said and done, they did what's called a factor analysis to figure out, was there anything in this mishmash of a whole bunch of stuff that mattered? And the answer is yes. The only thing that mattered was intercessory prayer. And so, because Mitch is a well-known guy, he got a $750,000 grant from NIH to study intercessory prayer in terms of, does it actually help his patients? So it was pretty interesting, because what I didn't know, if you get funded by NIH, you can't have randomization done by somebody in the project. So there's kind of a satellite companies around medical schools who do nothing but randomize participants into control and effort groups. They don't even care what the study is. Okay, so he did the study, and one of the funniest damn things, there were solid Christians who wouldn't do this because there were non-Christians praying for help, praying for their help. Oh, please, come on. Turned out it failed categorically. So I talked to Mitch Krukoff about it, and I said, that fits our model of decision augmentation, meaning that in the 5 years of you had your people with a bias in favor of this working, pressing the buttons to randomize your people, not cheating. Nobody, I'm not accusing anybody of cheating, but using unconscious ESP to sort patients in such a way it looks like it was a genuine effect, but it's not. And since this other group was doing the randomization, they didn't give a damn. No wonder it didn't work. And I think my bet is, 50 years from now, the only part of Psi, one major part of Psi that will survive is this decision augmentation model that we put together. And you should look up, you should get Jessica Utz to come here. She, I've known her for a really long time. Her name is Jessica Utz, UTTS. She used to be head of the department in statistics department at UC Irvine. I can send you her contact for her. I'll do it.
I'll reach out.
Yeah, she is terrific. She has this ability she published a book called Seeing Through Statistics. And there's not one equation in the book. She wanted to have a book that people who read newspaper articles who mention statistics can get some idea what the hell they're talking about. And I said, hey, how come you have all these trees in the damn cover of your book? She says, think about it. Oh, seeing through the trees, the forests. Oh, please. She became, in 2016, the chief statistician in the whole damn country. She was head of the American Statistical Association, became chair of that. And I'll send you the link on my YouTube channel. She gave it the presidential address, which was 70 minutes long. 7 minutes of it was her ability to say in front of this collective body her belief in extrasensory perception and what she's done in that domain. I called her up and said, geez, you're brave. She says, no, I'm telling you the truth. And it's just a brilliant piece. And the introduction is longer than her talk in the 7-minute section. I thought I knew her really well. We were good friends and spent time at her house. And she and her longtime, not her husband, my common law husband, if it were. And we, she said, it has to happen. Very, very impressive. That's real stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to
she'd be good for you to interview.
Have a chat with her.
Yeah,
that would be fascinating. So in 1995, it sounds like Stargate came to an end. What was the decision that led to that? Why did they end it?
Good question. That's a really good question. First of all, there was what's called a CDA, a Congressionally Directed Activity, that the Congress ordered the CIA to do a 20-year retrospective of this whole program. And if they felt that there was quality in this program, they were then to take over the program from DIA. Okay? And so they hired the American Institutes of Research to do the study. It's supposed to be a 20-year retrospective. And they produced what's called the AIR report, American Institutes of Research reports, great big thick document. They wouldn't give me a copy of it. Okay. They gave Jessica a copy. They had Jessica and Ray Hyman as counters to each other, a skeptic and a believer. And I walked into Senator Cohen's office at the time. He was still senator. And I said, hey, I don't have a copy of the AI report. He said, oh, here's mine. Take it. He then said, do you think you can refute this? And I said, well, yeah. And he said, well, write an article and pull no punches, which I did and got it published in the Journal of Parapsychology. Everything I said in that article was wrong. They only looked at 1 year over instead of 20. That was correct, but that's not why they closed the program down. And it wasn't until we had released by the CIA all the stuff, they said why the program closed. What happened was, and we have the quotes, and it's in volume 4 of the Stargate archives, that the Cold War was basically over. And the Congress was saying, we've got all this money going to the intel community. We don't need to have that much money anymore. So the Congress ordered CIA to slim down, get rid of all these small programs. And if you don't do that, they threaten to close the CIA, actually. Not our view. That's released by the CIA themselves. And I think the reason it closed is that we just were on the chopping block along with a whole bunch of other programs. Negating everything I said in my original paper.
Man. What do you think of that?
Well, when a guy from the Pentagon and I spent with Joe 10 years trying to get Stargate started again, the working stiffs and defense analysts and so on loved the product that we had, but upper management said no. And I think that's too bad, especially with terrorism these days.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm convinced that no way in hell are they doing it secretly.
You don't think so?
I do not. My clearances have all dissolved, so I don't really know.
Why do you think they're not doing this? Under a different name, on a different program?
Yep.
With...
I hope they are doing it, but I don't think so. Because was so much pushback. The only reason our program survived is we had a bunch of heroes. John Glenn was a hero. Senator Cohen was a hero. 2 other people, and I can't remember their names right now. They protected us from the wolves who were trying to shut us down. And same thing happened with Porosabin in Russia. They tried to shut him down, and the head of the general staff was supporting it, so they couldn't close it down. People are terrified of this stuff. In fact, Charlie Tart wrote a whole book about, article rather, not a book, about the fear of psi. For example, if you really believed in telepathy, get out of my fucking head, man. I'm thinking about stuff that you have no business knowing what it should be. And people really get scared of that.
Do you believe in telepathy?
I believe that it's impossible. And the reason is this. You and I are going to do a telepathy experiment right now. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 1,000. What is it? Come on, out with it.
703.
I take my pistol, shoot myself in the head. I carry myself to the grave, knowing you got the right answer. Oops! I just told you got the right answer. So the question is, where did you get the information? Did you get it out of my mind or the feedback? The only way I can prevent it, the only way you could possibly get it out of my mind is to kill myself. But the minute you find the answer, if you have access, if there's an answer book, which there isn't when I'm dead, it's not an experiment anymore.
Please help me understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Because I'm not receiving it.
Okay.
You pick a number from 1 through 1,000. I say 703. You kill yourself. Why do you kill yourself?
Because if I say, you got it right, Then the question is, from where did you get the information? Out of my mind or from the feedback you got later?
What feedback?
I told you the answer. You got it right. That's feedback. Yeah. If you were precognitive enough, you'd look into the future, you're getting a pat on the top of your head because you got the answer right. Whatever. The way to think about this, if you were in college and a scuzzball and you're having an important exam that is going to affect the rest of your life, so you sneak into the professor's office and there's an answer book in there from the questionnaire and you study it really carefully or maybe even photograph it, boy, you're going to do really well on the exam.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose you could do that precognitively. You're going to do really well on the psychic exam, so to speak. In fact, we use that terminology in our writing, peeking into the answer book. If a study does not have an answer, it's not a study. Now, the answer may not be what you want. It may be different than what you want, but there is some result, and the result we consider as the answer book, and you have access to that by precognition. That, in fact, Sonali and I wrote a paper together collapsing the problem space of informational side, people getting information by psychic means.
So are you saying I looked into the future to get 703, saw you tell me, good job, came back, said the number?
Yeah. Now, if I'd kill myself, you never get that. Now, we didn't invent this kind of stuff. I mean, we concretized it by doing the arithmetic and all the stuff that you need to do to make sure that it's real. It simplifies things. Precognition simplifies the whole game. And we don't know how to stop looking into the future. You could say, well, I'm getting it from direct. Well, how do you know? You don't know that. The big mystery is how the hell the information gets there in the first place. For example, Sonali in India is going to generate from a collection of photographs, one photograph tomorrow, but you're going to remote view it today. How the hell does that work? And it turns out we figured out to divide the problem space into two and a half actually. Problem space number one, how does that information get from India tomorrow to right here today? That is 100% a physics problem. Doesn't depend upon my nose or me or you or anybody. It's a physics problem, and they worry about it. In fact, there's even a whole discipline supported by the American Institute of Physics called quantum retrocausation. It is possible for information to go backward in time from the future to the present, but the present cannot go backward in time to the past. Don't worry about why that's the case, but it's true.
I want to know why that's the case.
Because the past it's quantum mechanics. The system has already been measured. It's collapsed. The state vector has collapsed. You can't undo
what's been done.
What's been done. But until it's been done, it can influence the present. Now, that doesn't mean that's the way it works, but at least it's a plausibility argument, how the physics domain. There's a guy in physics department, excuse me, of Amsterdam, in university there, called Eric Verlinde. And he said we should throw away gravity as a force. It's not a force, which it isn't. It's geometry. And there's a real problem with gravity. There's no quantum base to it. So that's, of the four basic forces, that's the only one that doesn't have a quantum mechanical base. So let's get rid of that and talk about entropy. And he derived Einstein field equations, Newton's equations, and all the stuff of physics based on entropy. And I want to go talk to this guy because if it's an entropic force, then there's a carrier. The problem is everything that we know about and getting information that can be used has a carrier associated with it. You are listening to me and getting information because the carrier is the sound waves going to your eardrums. If you have an alarm clock going off in a vacuum chamber, you can't hear it. So we need some carrier right now, and we have no idea what it might be of information coming backward in time. But Fairlinda has an idea that might be worthy of thought. So that's half the problem, let alone how it gets into your brain. But once it's in the brain, oh, by the way, the physics people can worry about and not care about extrasensory perception. That's a physics problem. All right, once it's in the brain, leave aside how it got there for a moment. Then it's a neuroscience problem. They don't give a damn how it got there. And the article we wrote, working with the Brazilian folks, this is testable about hyperconductivity in the brain and the white matter and so on, blah, 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 all this technical stuff. It's testable. Might be wrong, but at least it's testable. The problem is what transfers whatever this is coming in into something the brain can recognize. We know about retinas in our eyes. We know about the sensory systems in our nose and so on, but we don't know a psychic retina, so to speak, for remote viewing.
What do you think it is?
No idea. I really have no idea.
I mean, you don't lose sleep at night thinking about this?
Oh, I think about it all the time.
You don't have theories?
I'm not smart enough. I'm not a theorist. That's the problem. You figure it out, I'll test it. It's very difficult. Well, what we're hoping for, and that's why we're taking Angela to do what's called a case study, just her mushing her hand to an MRI machine. If we are lucky, I mean really lucky, her brain will be different, quantitatively different than large number of base brains that they look at. Highly unlikely that it will be. But if it is different, then we can say, well, it's different because of this, that, and the other thing. That gives us a clue of how to see whether we can find psychics that way.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, big time. We're not counting on it by any stretch. A better approach to find subjects is to get involved in the synesthesia community, because since I mentioned over breakfast that all of our participants have synesthesia.
What is that?
That's where you get crosstalk in your sensory systems. You see black and white things in color, and so on. It's crosstalk of your sensory systems.
Oh, we spoke about this at the beginning. We spoke about that when you hear music and feel it in your... Okay. Yeah. Okay. Man, it's almost like there's some type of unknown organ that's at work that's receiving that information, just like your nose, ears, eyes, mouth, touch.
Probably it's going to be more distributed than that. In fact, the only thing that I'm aware of, and I could be wrong on this one, that the Russians are big on identifying each part of the brain as associated with some behavior, and that's simply not true, with one exception. That is, there's a very small part of our brain which is dedicated to face recognition. And Russell Targ, for example, that part is not functioning for him. He can go to a party with his wife and not recognize her from other tall, similar women because he cannot recognize her face. The same with me. So if we're meeting for lunch, he'll hear my voice. I'll say, "Hey, Russ, good to see you again." At least he knows it's me. And that's a very standard problem. Some people have this, that for reasons unknown, that part of their brain is not functioning properly. So I don't expect a little chunk over here for consciousness, another little chunk over here for liking salt. Seriously, this conversation with you has inspired me to maybe not resign and quit. It's too much fun.
Keep going. Keep going. With everything that you've studied and are there any key things that make you believe everything that you've studied, over the course of 49 years?
It's not an event. It's collectiveness, the whole thing. I mean, for me, it's self-evident of the number of successes in the operational work. We're not cheating with that, and there are skeptical people in your business looking at this and, hey, we want to come back with more study. I mean, even the CIA came back with us 41 times with new missions. They wouldn't do that if it weren't useful to them.
After it was shut down?
No, before it was shut down.
Before.
Yeah. So, no, it's more the collective thing. For me, probably the most convincing evidence is that 17 of the 19 end users came back with wanting more stuff. Now we can go to statistics, and Jessica Utz will bore you to tears on the statistics, but nobody buys statistics.
Why bother?
Good question. I've thought a lot about that because, I've put a lot of effort in, so a lot of colleagues around. I mean, I don't want to give the impression I'm the only guy doing this. I'm not by any stretch. I guess I'm relying on Chuck Honerton's view of that, and I tend to agree with it, that we humans are faced with really interesting questions about, do we survive our deaths, for example? Everybody's interested in that, including me. Can I have a brief comment on that before I go a little further? I was invited to be a participant at the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture in Kolkata, India. I was the resident materialist of the bunch. And long story short, there was one of their monks was beating up on me and saying that there's something called promissory materialism. I don't know if you've ever heard that term. You're right. I can't write down an equation for love, but I promise you by next Thursday at 2 in the afternoon, well, maybe 1,000 years from next Tuesday, we'll have an answer, right? But so he started defending me on that, promissory materialism. And he was a bright guy, totally fluent in English and in PowerPoint useful. So I went up to him afterwards. I said, Swamiji, your whole philosophy, I love much better than mine, that you survive your death and you get to do all this other stuff. I wish that were true. Mine is last breath and that's it. And I said, but you have to modernize. You're basing it on philosophy with 3,000 years old. And that was before we knew about brains and about genetics and all that good stuff. He said, you have to modernize that. And we worked for about 5 years together, he and I, over the net, over wasn't Zoom in those days, email, to try to figure out ways in which to modernize this. And we figured out he couldn't do it. So it remains in the realm of philosophy. At least he was interested in it, and so was I. So that was a side step. But you asked me why do it?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think humans, including me, want to know the answers to these more spiritually oriented questions. Do we actually survive our death? Or better yet, how do we communicate with one another? We need to do a hell of a lot better job than we're doing now, for sure. And things of that nature. What is consciousness? Is Tononi right about consciousness? And all of those questions, maybe psi research as it currently exists may not answer those questions, but at least it's no new tools in the toolbox that someone later on will be able to use them and help them answer those questions.
What do you think consciousness is?
I think it's an emergent property of our brain. Straightforward. And Tononi, I buy Tononi's story tremendously. I will send you a link to that book, by the way. You should get it. It's fabulous.
Thank you. Edwin, we're wrapping up the interview, and with all the stuff that you've been involved with and all of your studies outside of remote viewing, what do you think we should be looking into?
As humans, you mean?
Is there anything that's come across your radar that you think that has to do with the subject?
Oh, okay.
It could be totally random, but what I'm asking, when it comes to ESP, human sensory, what haven't we touched? What do people not know about? What should we be looking into?
That's a good question. I mean, if I knew what we haven't touched, I'd go touch it. Mm-hmm. I'm more concerned politically where we're at as a culture, not only our country, but similar countries around the world. And that's a big threat to everybody. And this stuff's not going to help that at all, I don't think. But that to me is a bigger worry for me at the moment.
I think that's a worry for a lot of us.
No kidding.
But, well, Ed, I just want to say thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure. It was far more interesting than I thought it would be, to tell you the truth.
Oh man, I could go on here, but
How long have we been at this?
we've been going for about 5 hours now.
Oh, jeez.
So, but in between 4 and 5 hours.
Doesn't feel that way at all, actually.
Goes by quick, doesn't it? But is there anything that I should be asking you that I haven't asked so far?
What do I do for fun? That's
What
important.
do you do for fun?
Well, I used to play a lot of golf. I'm horrible at it, but I still like to play it. My wife tricked me into it, damn it. Because I said, I'm not a Republican. I don't own one pair of checkered pants. Buzz off. So she conned me into it, carrying her clubs one day. And I said, oh, geez. And you're a physicist. Trouble is, being a physicist and knowing about golf, those are incompatible. You should not worry about in your head what's happening to the ball and how it's going to, no. The other thing is I do a lot of walking in the San Francisco Bay Area, long distances, 11 miles at a crack.
That's pretty amazing for, can I say your age?
Yeah, of course.
An 83-year-old man. You look.
No, you screwed it. 84.
84?
Yeah.
Oh, man. We are in amazing health.
No, I'm on my 84th trip around the sun. I've been there. It's boring. Same old sun.
One last question.
Yes, sir.
With all of the remote viewing and I've listened to, I researched Joe for a long time before he finally came out here, and there was a lot of stuff when it comes to outer space, are we alone, that kind of stuff. What do you think about that? Are we alone?
Well, who is it? I forget the long since dead philosopher, or semi-philosopher. He said his view was we're serially alone, which is pretty interesting. And the way he worded that was, we've been only to announce ourselves as a species to outer space since the invention of radio. So if there are other critters out there, and the probability of critters being there is virtually unity. If you look at the total number of, the number of galaxies, the number of stars in each galaxy, and the number of planets that are M-class planets like the Earth, I mean, the probability that there's life elsewhere is, in my view, damn near unity, for sure. Now, whether we'll be able to meet it is another question. But Carl Sagan, and what he said was we're serially alone, because in the years that it's been, 150 years since we had radio, and intelligent species like we are going to put ourselves out of business very quickly with global warming. We're going to kill ourselves off. So give us 1,000 years from the invention of a radio. The next 1,000 years, we'll all be gone. He says that's inherent to other species as well. So what's the probability of two 1,000-year chunks in 5 billion years? It's very small that they'll overlap. Pretty interesting argument. Whether it's true or not, who the hell knows?
That is an interesting argument. I've never thought of it like that.
Because we are, no one's paying, we are very serious. I wrote my first scientific paper in the Journal of Geophysical Research in 1962 on upper atmospheric heating by high altitude water vapor. And we even knew then that we are in a climate shift. We had no idea back then, that as humans were involved in it. Now there's no question.
Well, thank you.
I won't be around long enough to know whether we're burning ourselves up.
Well, Edwin, I just want to say it was an honor to interview you and sit here and have this conversation. And
the honor is returned to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Very happy that we met, and I just wish you the best. Thank you so much. When I'm doing research for the show, booking travel, or communicating with guests, I always browse the web incognito. But did you know incognito mode is not enough to hide your browsing history? All your online activity is still visible to tons of third parties unless you use ExpressVPN. Without ExpressVPN, you're vulnerable. ExpressVPN is the best on the market because it reroutes 100% of your traffic through secure encrypted servers, and it's easy to use on all your devices. Fire up the app and click one button to get protected. It's even rated #1 by top tech reviewers like CNET and The Verge. In my line of work, online security is paramount, and that's why I choose ExpressVPN. Protect your online privacy today by visiting expressvpn.com/Sean. That's expressvpn.com/Sean. And you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Sean. No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts. Hey everybody, I'm in downtown Franklin, getting ready to head into the office to wrap up DJ Shipley's episode for the Sean Ryan Show. With that being said, it's becoming increasingly more challenging to reach our audience. So if you don't mind helping us out, please hit that like button, leave a comment, hit the bell, and turn notifications to all. That's not just this channel, that's everybody's channel that you like. All right, love you guys. Hope you enjoy the show, and thank you. And one more thing. Happy Thanksgiving.
War's not fair. I think that was a lesson learned out of that. Doesn't matter how good you are. If you don't get the chance to fight, the chance to show how good you are, doesn't matter.
Hey guys, let me tell you about this subscription service that I've been working real hard on called Vigilance Elite Patreon. Basically on Patreon, we have it broken up into 3 different tiers. We got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Let's dive in. Our tier 1 patrons get all the behind the scenes footage of the Sean Ryan Show. That could include behind the scenes photos, that could be side conversations that we have in between breaks, that could be specific questions that our patrons give us for the guest on the Sean Ryan Show, and a ton of bonus content that doesn't really fit into any specific category. For our tier 2 patrons, they get access to our tactical training library, which consists of well over 100 videos. We've broken those videos up into separate categories, and those categories are rifle fundamentals, pistol fundamentals, drills, tactics, driving, gear and weapon setups, and everybody's favorite, mindset. Also on tier 2, you will get a live update from me on the 1st and the 15th of every month, where we talk about the upcoming guests on the Sean Ryan Show, plus all the benefits of tier 1. Our top tier, which is tier 3, gets full access to all the other tiers, plus they get full access to me, where we do video teleconferencing, VTC, once a month. We discuss anything from tactics to current events to who's coming on the show. I take suggestions, and it's very interactive. No matter what tier you choose, the support is greatly appreciated, and it is the only thing that makes this show drive on. So thank you for all the support. See you on Patreon. First deployment in the SEAL teams, you get in, biggest loss in SEAL team history happens. Then you get through green team, and right after you graduate, maybe less than a year afterwards.
Yeah, I mean August of 11.
Extortion 17 happens, which again is the biggest loss in SEAL team history.
I remember looking over and seeing Jay. And I remember him sitting upright, and I watched him get shot one more time, right in the face. And it looked like that was it. He hit the ground so hard, you knew he was dead. So the way it was, it's the front door and there's a long ass hallway going down, and there's a dude who's in a sandbag position with a belt fed at the end of the hallway. And it's just chewing down the hallway. Boom, spins him around and dumps him. He gets back up, grabs him, and gets shot again.
So hold on. Did you eliminate the threat?
Yep.
He's dead.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't hit you?
He did.
He did hit you.
He hit me in the chest plate. I unloaded on him, got off 3 rounds in a bolt lock. I think he took a double stack to the elbow, so it blew out his entire arm, and then he took one to the face that basically removed his jaw, removed his nose, and you could look inside him. You could hear that dude, the impacts. You'd hear him smack. You could hear him screaming, and it was very satisfying. And as we go to divide, this dude opens up on the front door and lets it go, and you just see splinters of wood, and it just fucking traces us. It's not reality until it's reality. That's not gonna happen. Yes, it is. Whether you want it to or not, it's happening right now.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. I want to start by giving everybody a couple of updates on what we have going on here at Vigilance Elite. And I want to start off by saying thank you to everybody that left us an iTunes review. Guys, the Sean Ryan Show now has 10,000 iTunes reviews in only 14 episodes. That is unheard of. So if you haven't left us a review yet, please head over to iTunes. There's a link down in the description. Just leave us one word if you're short on time and help us get to 20,000 reviews. I would really appreciate it. Moving on to our patrons, our subscription network where we put behind the scenes content. Guys, it is patrons like you that make all of these one-of-a-kind stories from these gentlemen that are on this show possible. These stories, most of these stories have never been told before, and it really is your support that allows all of these productions to happen. So thank you very much. Moving on, we're now getting into the YouTube short game. So we have all these different artifacts. A lot of them are from guests on the show. Maybe you've seen some of them in the background of the show. And we are now doing a studio tour of each and every piece on YouTube Shorts. You can click the link right there, and it'll show you the YouTube Short, the first one. So we'll be doing that. All right, let's get on with it. Ladies and gentlemen, and now what you've all been waiting for, my next guest. He is a former Navy SEAL and a former development group, also known as SEAL Team 6 operator. He's got the better part of 17 years of operational experience. He's also the founder of Tribe Skates, which is a skateboard company that employs only Gold Star family members. If you don't know what a Gold Star family member is, it's basically a family member who has lost an immediate family member in war. That's who he employs, which is very solid work. He's also the founder of GBRS Group, which is the premier training group in the United States and most up to date at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my next guest, Mr. DJ Shipley. DJ Shipley, welcome to the show, man.
Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, it's an honor.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's good to have you. We've been wanting to get one of you guys over here for a while, and you know, finally it happened. So, but just a quick snapshot of your career before we get started. 17 years in the military, most of, pretty much all of which is in naval special warfare. went through but straight into the SEAL teams and then over to Dev Group.
Yep.
So medically retired. Now you are the owner of 2 successful companies, one being Tribe Skates, where you employ everyone employed there is a Gold Star family member, correct?
Correct.
And you guys make skateboards, apparel. You gave me one of those boards. It looks really awesome. It's going to look great here in the studio. And then the other company you co-own with your best friend and former teammate, Cole Fackler, GBRS Group, which in my opinion is probably the most relevant, premier, exclusive training group in the country right now. I mean, you guys are definitely the most relevant and up to speed, fresh out, and from Tier 1 unit. So
That means a lot, thanks.
yeah, so if you haven't checked out GBRS Group, check them out. So when you guys are hiring, are you only hiring SEALs? Are you only hiring Tier 1 or?
Tier 1, we got a couple Air Force guys we've worked with. A couple guys from the Army side. Call in and bring some favors and some niche stuff. We got a couple long range guys that we pull in when we need to, and now we have a full-time recce guy for Chris. So, CQB is the bread and butter, but I'm not afraid to branch out. But yeah, it's got to be the Tier 1 resume.
Cool. What are you guys teaching? Are you teaching, well, last night at dinner we were kind of talking about it. It was private lessons, it sounds like, groups, all the way up to SWAT.
Yeah, I mean, we do everything. Military, local law enforcement, got a couple government contracts, stuff like that. And then the civilian market. The open enrollment stuff scared us. It did, after the Chris Kyle thing especially.
Yeah.
A lot of people on the yard line, a lot of people brand new to guns, a lot of people that really want to shoot somebody, really want to become famous, and there was no real good way to vet them unless you do private. So we do phone calls, talk to them for an hour, and then we Google search the shit out of them. You got to do a little bit of vetting.
Yeah.
And set up a call with those guys, and if they have 5 or 6 friends of all equal skill set or the same in-state, then we'll set up a training event. We'll drive down there, we'll fly in, bring them up to us, and kind of do everything.
Cool. And you guys are based out of Virginia Beach?
Yeah, we've got a gym there, we've got kitchen, showers, kill house, got everything.
What? No shit.
Yeah.
Damn. How long you been doing that?
Almost 2 years now.
2 years?
Yep. Yeah, we started at 19.
Damn. Well, it looks like it's online looking in, from the outside, looks like it's exploding. So
yeah, that's awesome.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
But, well, before we get started, I always give everybody a gift. There you go.
Oh, Jesus. There we go.
Merry Christmas.
Somebody must have told you. Dude. I mean, you talked to Pat. Did she tell you how much I eat this shit?
What's that?
Did she tell you how much candy I eat? Dude, I do, man. I have a sweet tooth, bro. Thank you. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about the gummy bear stuff last night. I love it.
Yeah, so before we get started, I have a subscription account, and as much as I'd love to tell everybody that Gummy Bears finances everything that's going on here, really it's my patrons on Patreon that support the show. That's how you're able to sit here, how I'm here, how all this was built. And so one of the things I do for them is I tell them who's coming on before they get here. And I let them, comment and a bunch of questions, and then I pick one to ask. So this is from Will on Patreon to you. He says, I know his company does a lot for Gold Star families, and I'm sure he's experienced his fair share of losing friends, either through physical or mental combat. Would he be willing to give any advice on how he deals with these feelings?
That's the first one?
That's the only one I'm going to give you.
So no softballs. Okay. How I deal with it personally?
Yeah. We get a lot of questions on how to deal with loss, and I've done some videos on it, and it's just everybody's always curious, how guys like me or you and our colleagues deal with that, get through it?
You know, each one's different. For me, for the longest time, I just ignored and override. I just compartmentalized everything. Didn't happen to me. It's not me. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
It's easier just to not accept it to be reality. When you do a dangerous job long enough, it'll eventually get you.
Yeah.
Unless you're fortunate enough to retire, you can't let that be your defining moment. Almost like you're waiting for it to happen. The Gold Star thing happens. You do a dangerous job. Firemen, police, military, doesn't matter. We all have our Gold Star community. People that die in the line of service. And for me, it's a show of their loyalty. Like, want to see how far they'll go. They just showed you. They just went the whole way. Like, what an honor to be part of that organization where people will give up their lives for people they've never even met. Like, that's how I process it now. When I see it and I see the families, it hurts. It sucks.
Yeah.
There's so many dudes I miss. You know, you're at Harris Teeter buying groceries and I look over and there's a whole family.
Damn.
Yeah, the 2 platoons with their husband. What are you gonna say?
Yeah.
Go up and give them a hug and pretend like it's okay. It's not okay. But they did exactly what they wanted to do.
Yep.
At that moment, like, he was right where he wanted to be, surrounded with the best people on earth, dudes he loved, dudes he would have gladly died for. And they got the opportunity to show how committed they were to the cause. So I honor their sacrifice now. It took me a long time to get there, but that's what I do now. I just honor them.
Good for you, man. That's a great answer. You know, I think a lot of people experience loss, and one thing I always tell them is, you know, you have to, you know, it's good to mourn, but you got to think of how that person would want you to live, you know, and I don't think that anybody that I know, and I'm sure anybody that you know, wants you moping around for the rest of your life because they died doing what they want to do. And so it's always good to keep that in mind. But, well, great answer. So let's get on with it. So we're going to just start with childhood and go down a timeline of kind of your all the way up until now. But you've been surrounded by the SEAL teams your entire life. You're born into it. Your dad was a SEAL. Several family members of yours are SEALs. And then you wound up joining at a very young age. But let's just start right at the very beginning with some of the childhood stuff. What was it like, you know, growing up with your dad being an operational SEAL, going on deployments all the time, and that's a very high standard to live up to as a kid. So let's start there.
So yeah, when my dad graduated BUDS, my mom was 6 months pregnant. So he checked in Team 1, she gave birth to me, and I essentially grew up in a platoon hut. He was the only guy who had a kid at the time. So basically got raised by wolves, which was cool. We transitioned, we moved over to the East Coast in like 89, like I was young for. I don't remember anything. Started up school, typical stuff, but he was gone the entire time. From the time we went to the East Coast, I forget what the rotations were back then. I mean, they were 6-8 month deployments, and he did 8 of them back to back. So, I mean, he was gone.
Yeah.
Gone 200, 300 days out of the year. I mean, you remember the workup schedule. Gone a lot. Grew up on a small farm, 5 acres, but God, man, we had everything. Chickens, ducks, geese, guinea hens, pheasants, quail, raised Chesapeake Bay retrievers, cows, horses, everything. And I had to take care of it all. Slopping hogs at 5 a.m. Hot water heater blows out, pipes freeze, like the whole thing. And it's like, I remember doing that my entire life. Just dealing with the farm life. And then he'd come back home, we go hunting, and it was like, now looking back on it, it's kind of surreal. It was awesome. It was great. Like, your dad's Superman.
Yeah.
Like, how fucking cool is that? But back in the 90s, like, you remember, nobody knew what a Navy SEAL was. No one. So, like, my dad was in the Navy, your dad's in the Army, it doesn't really matter, nobody gets it. as we started coming up, you know, Charlie Sheen, that whole thing, like people started to know, but nobody really knew. There wasn't a war going on. It was 80s and 90s, small little skirmishes, but losing people in combat wasn't a thing. We never had to live through it. It didn't happen. It'd be a training accident every now and then, and that was it. So yeah, kind of went through that whole thing, found my outlets, because I spent a lot of time alone. You know, me and my mom, had my sister growing up, and
Your sister older or younger?
Younger. 5 years. So yeah, it was kind of just the three of us, living on that farm, making things happen. He'd come back home and gear up for another deployment. And we kind of just picked up where we left off. But it was weird, like people who aren't in the special operations community or don't know anybody like that, they think when your dad's in the military, it's, I don't know, like Gunny Highway, like flat top haircuts and yes sir, no sir. Like, my dad treated me like I was a new guy. Like,
really?
Yeah, like we were best friends. We were, like, that's who I wanted to be.
Well, at what point did you know you wanted to become a team guy?
It was always just assumed. I mean, it was always said. Like, we were always doing something. Like, when I'd have friends come over and stay the night, we wouldn't do typical things. We would do, we'd do a physical challenge. So we would run out, we'd pick up 10 logs, we'd throw it over here, we'd run back 10 push-ups, do 5 pull-ups, run over here. We'd do like an O course, like a circuit. And if I didn't win, like, I better win. It was one of those things. So it was always kind of assumed. And then when I hit skateboarding, that's all I wanted to do. I was addicted, man. I bought in hook, line, and sinker. I lived out in the middle of nowhere in Chesapeake, Virginia. And we had a little cul-de-sac next door. Some older kids skating. I kind of got in that. And when he would leave on deployment, I'd have 6 months of no interruptions. I'd knock out chores and straight over there, and that's all I did all day. I obsessed.
Damn.
Started competing, and that's what I wanted to do.
You started competing?
Yeah.
What, like the half pipe and shit?
No,
like
I
that?
did street. He built me a big vert ramp in the backyard, so we did the whole thing. Rode it all, but I really like street, park. And that was kind of the punishment. I'd get hurt. They'd be like, you broke your arm. They're not going to let you in the Navy. You can't be a SEAL. If you get a plate and screws, they're not going to take you. You're going to ruin your entire life over riding a skateboard.
No shit, so it really was just assumed you're going to be a fucking team guy.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I didn't know any better. I didn't care.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember, maybe like middle school, I remember talking to my mom one day and I was like, would Dad be upset if I became a veterinarian? Because I love animals, I do. I really like dogs. Like a kind of a weird obsession, but a healthy one. I like dogs more than people, and I wanted to be a vet. And it was kind of just pushed off, like, why would you want to be a vet when you can be a Navy SEAL? True. There we went. So quickly dismissed. You can't be a professional skateboarder. You can't be a veterinarian. You could be a Navy SEAL. Some things kind of fell into place that forced it to hand a little sooner than probably it should have.
Yeah. You talk about being addicted to the pressure to perform during your childhood, and then you kind of talk about it again later on, and I think when you got to Dev Group. But what were you addicted to performing to when you were a kid? What pressure? Was it to your dad?
Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of pressure, but for me, I wanted praise. I have this long analogy I get into where I equate everybody to a certain type of dog, that dog's upbringing. And I'm a Labrador. I am. I just want to people please. Just bounce that tennis ball on the ground and let me go chase it. I'll do whatever you want to. Just pet me on the head at the end of the day. And that's all I wanted. I just wanted him to acknowledge me. That's all I wanted. It's like, I'm not good in school. Like, we go out and we hunt and I shoot everything. Like, I get a good boy doing that, but I didn't enjoy it. I didn't. I did it because it was a thing to do with him. I didn't care what we did. If that dude would have been a fly fisherman, I'd be fly fishing. Like, I didn't care. I just wanted to be next to him. But I didn't enjoy hunting. I didn't. Set him a deer stand. I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I shot him. Went duck hunting, snow goose hunting, and I had a blast. But If you asked me what I want to do at 4:30 in the morning, it wasn't go shoot snow geese. Not back then. I wish he just would have wanted to do anything. So,
Yeah.
but the pressure to perform, everything became a competition. And then I just started competing at everything. Not good things.
Yeah.
You know, doing young childhood stuff. But yeah.
So you joined at 17 years old.
Yeah, I got into a little bit of trouble when I was 16, and long story short, had to go to court, and the old man threw me at the mercy of the court, and said, "Your Honor, he can't be charged with this. You know, we have to get this off his record because he's going to go to the Navy and he's going to be a Navy SEAL."
What was it?
It was an assault charge with a robbery.
With a robbery?
Mm-hmm.
What were you? What were you robbing?
Me and a bunch of my buddies got into a fight, and in the course of the fight, reached into somebody's jacket and grabbed their phone and spiked it on the ground. And because of the dollar amount associated, because it was a physical altercation, it became robbery, and his parents wanted to press charges and make it a big deal. At the end of the day, we bought him a cell phone, and it got expunged off my record. I mean, it came up years later, but yeah, I mean, so I had to get a waiver for that. I had to get an age waiver, underage possession of tobacco. So I had a bunch of waivers going in, which wasn't good. Didn't really help my case, and the judge looked at me and deal, community service, and let me leave. And I didn't realize at the time, but he had already gone to school and talked to my guidance counselors, all my principals, and had signed me up for summer school. So that was my sophomore year going into my junior year, and had already signed me up. So the end of my junior year, I graduate, or we finish that year in June, and I basically do summer school until August, and then I'm gone. Already had me signed up for delayed entry program, everything. Like, I was going to the Navy.
Damn.
Like, there wasn't any doubt about it.
Yeah.
No SEAL contract, no A school.
Nothing.
Undesignated, send it.
So how the hell did you get to BUD/S then if there was no contract?
I passed the screen test at boot camp.
That's it?
I didn't realize how dangerous a maneuver that was. Like, my entire career, for the people that don't know, if you don't have a SEAL contract, I tell people, do not go to MEPS. Do not sign that contract, because now they own you.
Yeah.
And they do. If I would have gotten sick, if the whole class would have gotten the flu, and they just don't give you the screen test, I'm going to the fleet for 4 years. Like, that's a long way to get back from.
Yeah.
No A school, so if I didn't make it through BUD/S, I was going to be a deck seaman, be a bosun's mate. I didn't get in. I already had a trident. I didn't have a rating.
Damn.
Yeah.
So, just for the audience, they don't know what the hell an A school is. An A school, basically, I kind of describe it as it's almost a marketing play of the teams. Like, they need SEALs, but so many people quit that what they do is they find all the jobs in the Navy that have a shortage. Most of them are the ones you have to be either really intelligent to get into or the complete shit jobs. And it's kind of a mixed bag of nuts there. You pick one, you go through the training, you go to BUD/S, whatever, 85% people quit, and then they fill those job descriptions. So you didn't have any A school. You went right from boot camp to BUD/S. So were you 17 when you got to BUD/S?
Mm-hmm.
No shit.
Yeah, he was getting ready to retire. So the way we did it is he retired, I think, on the same day that I became active. We did a 1-for-1 swap. We had the exact same name. He's a junior, I'm the third, and we just swapped him. So he pulled strings. I graduated boot camp. I came back to Little Creek. I was a white shirt, a little scruff rollback waiting for my BUD/S class.
Yeah.
Did that for 3 months and flew out to California with a sea bag and sent it. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a driver's license the entire time I was back. I didn't have anything. Like, I didn't know anything. Like, my senior year, I was in BUD/S. I knew nothing. I didn't know anything. I didn't have a cell phone. I had nothing. I just sent it.
So you grew up in the teams.
Yeah. Oh, he'd take me on training trips. It was a blast. I got to AP Hill for the demo courses, and a bunch of the guys I worked with later in the teams, I remember them when they were new guys. And they remember me.
Damn, that's crazy.
Being out there taking a skateboard out of AP Hill and doing kick flips over cases of beer for the guys, and yeah, man. Oh, dude. Like, we did the whole thing. I'm like, my childhood was fucking awesome. It was.
Cool.
Like, growing up in the teams, it was cool. But my entire time, because I never saw the reality of war, I thought Buds was, I thought that's what we were doing for a career. Because you go to Team 2 back in the day, the Rudy Bosch eras, and they do log PT, buddy carry ruck runs and all kinds of weird shit. Like, it was miserable. Like the PT, 2 mile ocean swims every week, like it looked like it just continued. So when we went to Buds, I was too young to be in good shape. I was in good enough shape, and I was just too dumb to quit. I didn't know any better. Like when people would quit on the very first day, I couldn't get it through my mind. Like, this isn't gonna stop anytime soon, boys. And it'd confirm my biases when I'd look down the beach and see SEAL Team 1 doing log PT. I'm like, yeah, dude, they're paying us to work out. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me. Like, I didn't care. I was superhuman. Like the whole chafing thing, I didn't get it.
Didn't bother you?
No, nothing. When I graduated Hell Week, my dad was, he was contracting then. My mom flew out to pick me up, and she was having me take pictures. There's a famous photo. They've got that Buds class book they did. The Only Easy Day Was Yesterday. That's on my Buds class. You can see a bunch of pictures of me in there. And my mom came to pick me up. We had to spend 24 hours in the barracks, and then you could go out in town and do whatever. My mom wanted to take a bunch of photos, do all this, and I missed the bus back to the barracks, like that 500 yards. And I sprinted the whole way back there barefoot. Went back to my room and checked in, and dude, it was probably 8 a.m. the next morning. Mom took out a bunch of the boys out for Marie Callender's breakfast, did the whole thing, the whole den mother, and then made me go run the O course so she could take pictures of my dad.
No shit.
Yeah, man. Went out and ran a full O course.
When you got to Buds, I mean, probably everybody over there knew your dad, right?
A bunch of the cadre did. I guess kind of my quasi-godfather was the XO at Group 1 at the time. So he picked me up and actually walked me through the quarterdeck, and it started. A bunch of the guys were old Team 2 dudes, so they already know.
Full benefit?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Full Benny.
How about everybody around you? Were they getting full benefit because of you too?
Yeah. Yeah, they did, but a lot of it was just isolation, which is fine.
How many guys did you start with? Do you remember?
I'll mess the number up. I mean, I thought it was in the 200s. I mean,
yeah.
It was a ton. I started with 246 and I got rolled and graduated with 247. And I think 20 originals, something like that. It wasn't many.
Yeah. If you had to pick one portion of Buds, that was your hardest, what was it?
Second phase, pool comp.
Pool comp?
I got rolled for that. Just bad advice.
Yeah.
Bad advice. I mean, when you do it, you have to do a bunch of sequences. They hit you with the whammy knot, they do the whole thing. It's a whole series of procedures you have to do exactly correct. And the advice that I was given was, they just want to see you not panic. They want to see you calm, cool, and collected. Don't get wrapped over the procedures. Just show them they are not going to rattle you. Done. And I went down, they smashed me, and I didn't do basically any of those procedures. They completely flustered me, and I did everything I could do, and then I came up, fail. Ooh, there's one. Same thing happened again. It was the final check was a J-valve flick. That was the final thing, and I kept missing it. I was just overcome by events. I let them rattle my cage, and they did.
Yeah.
Got rolled back the next year, or the next class. A couple weeks. But it was what I needed. I needed it.
So you graduate, and you head over to Team 10?
Yep, we finished up Buds. We all went out to Kodiak, Alaska for winter warfare training. And at the very end of that, they asked for 10 volunteers to deploy early with Team 10. There was a weird cycle. Everybody was getting kind of messed up, and they needed people to go right now. I think they were giving guys a month off in between getting your trident and checking into the team. So guys wanted to go home, they wanted to see wives and see moms and all that stuff, and nope. Every dude in that class under 19 years old's hand rocketed in the air as fast as they could.
No shit. So they had to.
Everybody.
They had to make a decision.
Mm-hmm. We had so Cole, he had orders to Team 1. We already knew we were going. He had orders to Team 1. He traded in the middle of our class to go to Team 10. He was from Virginia Beach, and he was big into surfing, and he wanted to stay out there. And I guess he didn't want to break up the bromance, so yeah, he swapped right there.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we drove straight across.
How did they pick the 10 guys?
Volunteer.
So there was only 10 volunteers?
They needed 10 people, and yeah, 10 people volunteered. Did you know you were going to war? Oh yeah, for sure. They told you? Yeah. I mean, there was no, at Team 10, they weren't doing a UCOM rotation anymore. Yeah. There was, it was men manning. I think we only had 2 groups. We had one going to Afghanistan and one going to Iraq. And that's what we knew. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, before we get into that deployment, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll pick up there. Cool.
What's going on, Patreon? Join me on Vigilance Elite Patreon for a live video teleconference. All right, so we're back. You just graduated SQT. You volunteered to go to war, show up to Team 10, and you're 19 years old on your first deployment to Iraq. Yep. How was that? Humbling. Yeah. Was there any, before we get into that, did you have any time with your platoon before you went out the door, or did you just show up and it's like, hey, guess what? I graduated early, and I'll be heading out the door with you tomorrow. We showed up in, don't quote me exactly, I think we showed up in August, and we deployed in March. So, a little bit, a couple months. We got to hit the major blocks. We got CQB, land warfare. Missed all the pro dev, so wasn't one of the guys went to sniper school or any of that as new guys, so no new guy schools at all. They gave us hazmat demo driver, which I couldn't do because I didn't have a driver's license. You had to be 25, so I couldn't do that. I couldn't get a rental car. Yeah, it was basically just I was like the lowest life form on earth. But we had 9 new guys and 9 old guys. So it was good, man. The mesh was good. The learning curve was high. The standard in that platoon was extremely high, but it should have been. I'm glad it was now. I didn't understand at the time. I thought they were being dicks just to be dicks. Yeah. But if I could have done it all over again, I wish I would have paid attention more. A lot of that resistance came from feeling like I was already part of it, because I'd been born into it. So it was hard for me to let go of. You know, a little bit of arrogance, I'm sure. The fact that I knew everybody, like I already knew them. Like the CMC was my dad's best friend. I've known him my entire life. Damn. So it's weird to see him in the hallway like, hey, Master Chief. And see him on the weekend, you're like, hey, Master Chief. You know what I mean? What was your dad thinking? What was his reaction that you were going to war right off the bat, 19? I mean, he was happy for me. Was he? Yeah. He was pretty stoked about it? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you could tell he was nervous. You could tell my mom was really nervous. I mean, Iraq in 2004 or 5, being shot never entered my mind. Like, Navy SEALs hadn't been shot. That's not a thing. Like, we're good. It happened sporadically. Nobody's died yet, not in Iraq. It was the IDs we were worried about. It was like they were hitting them all day, every day. So when we got there, I mean, that was pretty surreal, like flying in, you know, take off 19 years old, and, you know, you're on the C-17, getting ready to land, and people start, you know, 2 hours out, they're breaking the no vans, body armor, helmet, nods, loading guns. I've never deployed before. Apparently this is completely normal. Like, we landed like we were going to be under fire the entire time. Like, you had no idea. And when
I mean, now that you've deployed, you open it up and there's a guy with a flatbed pulling off ISU 90s like I thought we would be shot down. Like the way they were flying in, it was crazy. Everybody's getting sick. Just, it was early in the war. It was a different environment. No one had any real combat experience.
Yeah.
Even the older guys in the platoon had been to Afghanistan, but it was more of the presence patrols. It wasn't sustained combat. They hadn't had it before. So we were all kind of new guys together.
Where
trying to
were
figure
you
it
guys?
out. Baghdad.
Baghdad?
Yeah. So we split. We did PSD for a little bit, and then we do 2 weeks of that. So doing the all the dignitaries in Iraq.
Real quick, PSD's personal security detail. So a lot of teams were doing that for the Iraqi government officials.
Yeah, it was a way to stay busy, way to be employed. Like, hey, if they have to put us here for this, maybe they'll let us do DAs too. So we had a strike force set up. And because I was so young, I mean, a lot of the new guys got pushed over to the strike force. Like they didn't want a 19-year-old kid standing in front of CNN, driving around the president of Iraq or whatever else we were doing. So I was lucky in that sense. I got to go over we did a weird conglomerate with Team 10 and Team 4 from the East Coast. We all deployed together in the same compound. And I think we had 5 and 7, the same thing. So we were just overflowed with people. So we got to work with everybody. It was pretty cool.
So what were you guys doing then if you weren't on the PSD team?
Doing raids.
Raids?
Yep.
How many raids were you doing?
A couple a week.
Couple a week.
Yeah. 4 or 5, like staying busy. But they were all mobility packages. We'd pull out of that base and there was no armor. There was no armor in the turret gunner. So I'd rock the 50 up front. And it was bad, man. Like you just see the rubble on the side of the road, expecting to hit one, you just wouldn't. And we make it through and you come back and you're like, okay, gotta get some pancakes, here we go, gotta make it back. We'd drive back and nothing would happen. You're like, every day was a breath hold, just waiting to get hit. And you'd hear it, like SIG acts would get reported, all the significant activity, all the IDs that were hit the day before, and it's the same route in and out. You have to drive there to start everything. It's like, Marine convoy here, Army convoy there, 10 people killed here. God, like when is this gonna happen? And because the curfew was so strict that time, you never saw anybody. We didn't do anything during the day. So at night, I didn't see an Iraqi, an actual local, for months.
Oh shit.
No, not until we started doing DAs. We just didn't. It'd be a couple dry holes and you're like, are there people in this country? Like, where are they? The curfew was so stringent right then. You didn't see them. And then all of a sudden you got on a good target set. Now there's a bunch of people out. Now you're like, oh, okay, this is it. It's weird, man. Like, Iraq was a weird animal, especially then being so young, just not really knowing.
Yeah.
Like the training, I felt, the training was good, but the mindset wasn't. Like I had no idea mentally how to prepare for that. I just didn't. It was like we're doing land warfare in Arkansas. Like, I don't know what that has to do with driving around Iraq right now. Like, yeah, I'm really good at running a saw on a 60. Like, but we're gonna get blown up right now.
Yeah.
Target discrimination. You'd see people on the rooftop, ski mask, carrying dishkas or, PKs, whatever. Are they good? Are they bad? Are we gonna shoot these people? Like, don't fire until you're fired upon. And they wouldn't shoot at you. Are they good? He's like, sometimes it's neighborhood watch. That's a lot of pressure on a 19-year-old kid to not shoot a dude with a PK. Like, you want me to wait until he shoots me? That's kind of a weird thing to say. But
damn.
No.
Well then, how far, so
we
you're on
get
your first deployment and the biggest loss in SEAL team history happens.
Yeah, man. So we're in the compound. Everybody was there. 4, 10, 5, 7, we're all in there. We've got a centralized jock, and new guys never came to the jock. We just didn't. You stayed out of it. We stayed in our own little bat cave doing new guy stuff. But I remember I was walking back from the gym one night, and the double doors open, and there was a huge TV screens, typical jock, cinematic screens all over the place. And this frantic O stuck his head out and grabbed me, and he goes, "Are you at SEAL Team 10? And I said, yeah. And he goes, "Go get your OIC right now." And I looked over his shoulder, and I saw what looked to be the side of a mountain and a big smoldering thing sitting on it. And I ran back out there and I grabbed him as fast as I could. and told everybody. All the new guys stayed put, and all the old guys ran into the jock. And it only took a couple minutes, and you could hear it. You could hear grown men wailing. And they knew. Like, I got goosebumps thinking about it. Fuck, man. You didn't know. So I was supposed to be in Echo Platoon. I was. And my LPO of Golf Platoon pulled me out because he knew my dad. So I was supposed to be in Afghanistan, and now I'm in Iraq. But all of our best friends that volunteered all went to Echo Platoon. And Echo Platoon is on deployment in Afghanistan. So I think all of our best friends are dead. We think everybody's on the same bird and they're all dead right now. And we hear nothing for like 2 weeks.
You didn't hear anything for 2 fucking weeks?
Nothing. Everything converged in Afghanistan, and they put us on River City, and we heard nothing. I saw pictures of dead guys in the gym when it came out in Navy Times.
Damn.
We didn't know anything. We didn't have email accounts back then. Like, it wasn't like you were on some secure access. Like, you didn't get anything. They shut down the phones, and when the CMC finally came in, he briefed on the entire thing, and they broad brushed the actual ground element. I didn't find out about Marcus Luttrell and all of those people for months later. I'd never heard the story. He was so overtaken by the helo going down that, Marcus who? Like, I had no idea. Never even heard that story. He came in, and I remember asking him, everybody walked away, and I grabbed him. I was like, are any new guys dead? He said, nope. And it was a sigh of relief, selfishly, because the new guys are who I knew. And then I thought, oh, fuck. All of that experience is gone right now. He didn't have a total. He just said no new guys, but you knew it was an entire bird full. Like, you knew that. It's like now the names started to come out. And I remember they set us all down. We were sitting down outside of a bunch of trailers, big gravel, big fire pit, and we put up the Proxima, like typical team guy shit. And they're playing the memorial service they shot at Little Creek. They're playing it for everybody. And, you see Seth Lucas come into frame, they pin his old man's award on him, and I'm fucking bawling my eyes out, and it keeps going through and through. And it gets to a point, Patsy gets up and speaks on Danny's behalf. And I remember I said it, what the fuck is an SDV2 guy doing there? And then SDV1, I'm like, what the fuck is that? No one knew. No one said anything, at least not at that time. It didn't make any sense to us. Are they just augments? Are they just, they're just assisting Echo. We had no idea it was a QRF. At least I didn't, for a long time. And then it started to come out about the lone survivor and everything else, and we started to piece the story back together. But until I was back at stateside, mid-second deployment, or mid-second workup, 2006, I finally heard the story from someone who was there. I had no idea. That helo was the only thing that mattered. Like, that was our entire world.
Did that, because we were right around the same age that time, and I was in too, and did that hit you? Like, did the magnitude of what happened actually hit you being that young?
Nope.
And you didn't know anybody? You didn't know those guys. I didn't know them either.
No.
It didn't hit me.
No, the old guys I didn't know. You knew some of them. Got really tight with their wives afterwards, all the kids, obviously. But no, like, they were, you were platoon chief, Echo Platoon. I don't know you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not in Echo Platoon. Known from a reputation, stuff like that. But at that time, there's no way you could understand the magnitude of what that did to the community.
Yeah.
You talk about a dose of reality. That's reality. Like, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like, these people are actively trying to kill you. It's like to me, it wasn't real yet. It was like a cowardice thing. Like, oh yeah, they playing IEDs, like this and that. But team guys weren't getting shot. Like, they weren't dying. Like, had a couple.
Yeah.
Random ones. But not like that. Not like that.
Yeah.
It's like SEALs don't die like that. Like, you can't just take out that many. It's not a thing. So, yeah, heavy dose of reality on the way back. But, yeah, the magnitude wasn't probably until extortion, actually.
No shit.
Yeah.
That long.
Yeah.
It didn't hit me until we relieved those guys over there, and it didn't really sink in until we started seeing some of the intel reports, and I remember I was with a good friend of mine sitting next to him, and they were showing deets on there, and he just started fucking crying, and they were stripping his clothes off, and he was like, I remember when he got that fucking tattoo on his rib cage, and I was like, oh shit, this is fucking the real deal. But yeah.
Yeah, man, it's a real deal. Like, there's some evil people on this earth, really committed to the cause.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. It's really hard to train for that scenario, though. It's like how good everybody was on that helo. Like, they were all bad motherfuckers, dude. They were awesome. And it didn't matter. It's like, God, if you just would have let him sit on the ground and then ambushed him, like, some coward's ass shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like, war's not fair. I think that was a lesson learned out of that. Doesn't matter how good you are. If you don't get the chance to fight, the chance to show how good you are, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take another quick break. When we come back, we'll get into your second deployment.
Cool.
All right, DJ. So we're back from your first deployment, and it's 2007. I think you're 22 years old now, and you're getting ready to go back to Iraq again for a second time.
Yep.
And you found yourself in somewhat of a historic firefight that's been talked about a lot. So I'd love to get your take on what happened and how that deployment went.
Yeah, kind of leading up to that, we'll kind of segue back to it. We, on our turnover route, when we first flew in there, so we had our platoon, our sister platoon, and we were relieving SEAL Team 4. So that was Mike Day's platoon. So our turnover route with our sister platoon is when Mike Day's incident happened. He got shot 27 times.
Shit.
That's how we kicked off the deployment.
That's how it started.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking hey, man.
So we had one of the guys in the sister platoon got shot, got medically retired, took a crazy round through the arm, and it had a bunch of nerve damage and it balled his hand up. He's out. He was one of our corpsmen too. He's an awesome dude. So we automatically lost him, and we basically just combined forces.
Were you on that operation?
I wasn't. That was
No?
our sister platoon, and it was one of the handover ops. So it was Team 4 heavy, and then a little bit of Team 10. You know, the HQ element, a couple of senior guys just to see how he did business. These are what the routes are like. This is what the target set's like. And it just so happened they were going after an AQ cell that had just shot down a Marine helo. So they had all their guns, had their body armor, had helmets, had night vision, had the whole thing.
Fuck.
So we kind of rode that wave pretty much the whole deployment. It was super busy, a different area, working for the West Coast teams. So it was great. We were busy, like super busy. And it felt like how I thought it would feel.
Really?
Yeah.
Like this is what you envisioned when you joined?
Like even some of the animosity stuff, like we'd go to the chow hall and they'd bitch about it because we'd come in wearing tank tops and now you gotta wear, like even the stuff we would complain about, it made you feel like, I feel like a Navy SEAL now.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I'm in a strike force, like this is how it's supposed to feel, like we're gelling, we're going out every night, like this is what it is. But the reality hadn't set in yet on what we're actually doing because it hasn't happened to you yet. So it's not a real thing.
Yeah.
A couple months into deployment, we're steady, engaging with the enemy, it's fine. And one night we go out and we're in a really bad section.
Where were you guys at?
Just outside of Fallujah, but we were operating this little town called Karma.
Okay.
And it was good, but a lot of palm groves, a lot of nasty shit out there. We were not trained to do. So kind of come into play later about our inexperience. But one night we do an offset infill. We're patrolling a target, and we get about 200 meters out, and you could see the entire posture shift of everybody in that assault force. Everybody switched. You could smell it. Like, this is a fucking ambush. Like, it just is. Walking down the road, the houses we were walking past, like, you were waiting. It was a breath hold the entire way. And I say that because people started doing things they've never done before. The pace they were moving, we've never moved at that pace before. When we would do patrolling and training, like, there's a lackadaisical patrol and there's a patrol to contact, like, we're gonna get hit right now. Everybody was in patrol to contact mode. Like, it's happening right now. You're waiting for a trade to throw RD sims and kick the whole thing off. Like, it's right there. And I remember the last 50 feet sprinting to the building. They had a big overhang, and we've been getting ISR updates. There's multiple guys on the roof. You're like, okay. So as we patrol up, there's a bunch of guys in the courtyard of this, and it's an Iranian influence cell that we're kind of going after now, and they fight completely different. We lock down some guys on these sleepers out in the courtyard, and we maneuver up. Made silent entry. We go in, we're doing our whole clearance, and I bolt straight for the stairs. It's a huge open room. I don't know how to describe it. Just a huge open room with little offshoot bedrooms. Made no sense to be a house. It was like a structure. And they had a 2-tier landing that came up and banked, and then it basically just opened into the roof. Just an opening in the middle of the roof, and you walked up and you're surrounded 360, 720 by the roof. Stacked up the train and got right there, right at the last little breach of it. So I'm about this high underneath it. And I stood up and threw on my laser, and there was a dude sprinting at me at full blast with a pistol in his hand and unloaded 6 shots at me.
No shit.
Yeah, so he unloaded. I unloaded on him, got off 3 rounds in a bolt lock. So dropped to my knees, and we called exfil. Ran around the back. Everybody got their guns up and running, and grenades started coming off the roof. So in rally, what had happened is...
So hold on. Did you eliminate the threat?
Yep.
He's dead.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't hit you?
He did.
He did hit you.
He hit me in the chest plate in one of the magazines. So pistol caliber, like 45, dead center. Dead center. So snagged me there, which I don't know how he did it, with a downward angle because that was presented. So blind luck, snagged me in the plates, we're good. I don't know where the other 5 went. I don't know how they didn't hit anybody else. But I mean, he was probably within 6 feet. I mean, he was there. What you didn't realize, in the ISR update we did not get, is he was standing at the base of the stairs waiting. They never told us that. He's standing there waiting for us to come up, and there is another shooter in a sandbag position with a belt fed, a PK, aimed at the top of the stairs, and he's pulled off a suicide vest and laid it at the base of the stairs and pulled back a command wire, and you can see him. He's holding it. He's waiting to clack it off. And we never know. So if I would have made entry, if I shot that dude and would have continued to go, that guy would have cut me in half. So just blind luck that I got bolt lock and I forced to retreat. So we start trading grenades on the roof back and forth. A bunch of different maneuver elements are happening. We've got 3 or 4 guys that are fragged from the grenades, our chief included. I think a corpsman, our terp, our JTAC. So a bunch of guys. Not bad, but bad enough. I mean, it's your first time being wounded, like, takes you by surprise. Like, you're wounded eagle, it's like, oh no. Like, how bad? You instantly think the worst. But we had to win the fight. So we're trading grenades on the roof, we're doing that whole thing. And one of the guys wanted to send one of the mams from the courtyard. He grabs him, terp, perfect English. He's like, I know who that is. Oh yeah? And he's like, it's my cousin. Like, terp tells him again, like, send that dude up there and tell him to tell his cousin to come down here. Like, we don't know who's up there. The slant was really weird that night with how many women and kids were supposed to be there. It was bad intel. It was kind of just hodgepodge, and we sent that dude back up there. And he's calling out to his cousin, you know, whatever he's saying, and he got halfway up the stairs and poked his head up, and that dude let it go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Killed his own cousin. And here we go. More grenades are coming off the roof. So the whole force now, we're basically locked down inside of this building and grenades are coming off. We don't know how many dudes are on the roof. And now there's multiple maneuver elements of bad guys in and around the city. And we have to fall back now. We got a super badass new guy that posted up with a saw. Basically, everybody wants that opportunity. Rock the front of this building so we can all run underneath it. That dude stepped out and just sent it. We all ran back and we got our first fire mission in, like a first like no shit fire mission.
Damn.
So that was cool. I didn't know I'd been hit yet.
You didn't know you've been hit yet?
Mm-mm. I had no idea. I kept having a bolt lock, so I'd fire 3 rounds, bolt lock. I dumped out a mag, grabbed a new one, and when I did, it cut my fingers. So where the round hit it, it had blown out the back of it, like a big spider web. So when I grabbed it, it filleted my hands open. So I dropped the mag, grabbed a new one, got the gun back up and running, and for whatever reason, I grabbed it off the ground and put it in my back pocket. Like, I don't know why I did it. I did it. So when we got back on the helo, we're flying out after that whole thing. We got all the medevac guys out. They were fine, minimal injuries, nothing crazy. We're flying back on the helo and I'm sitting next to Jay Redmond. And I held up the mag and I'm looking, I'm trying to focus it with my nods back and forth. And I don't know what it is. Like, it never even entered my conscious thought that I took a round there.
Damn.
I didn't know what it was. Put it back in my pocket and we get back to the ready room and we're going in for the debrief. And I dropped my gear and I looked at it and it's still in disbelief. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I hand it to one of the other guys and he's like, that's a fucking bullet, dude. Oh, that is a bullet. That is a bullet. Dead center. But it was weird when you look at the bullet and the angle it came into. We did a lot of breaching back then. We landed a lot. I used to run around with the charges capped in. And I had them all capped in and I had my primary charges in a pouch right there. And it nicked the edge of the pouch where the caps were exposed to. So obviously if it would have hit that blasting cap, that would have been a hole.
Damn.
That would have been a bad day.
So for the audience, just real quick, I'm just going to interrupt. When he's talking about the caps being exposed, basically a breaching charge is a bomb, you know, that they use to blow a door, blow a hole in the wall, blow whatever up. And the blasting caps are extremely sensitive. So if that would have hit one of those, it would have been the end of the road for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were running on big charges and we blew everything. We blew everything. That was the SOP back then. If you could blow it, you blew it.
So you didn't even fucking feel. You didn't even feel the fact that you got fucking pegged by a 45 in the chest plate.
So thinking back on it, the guys behind me said they saw me. Like, take a reflex. I didn't feel it. The next morning, when I stood up and I arched back, it felt like I did too many sit-ups, like sore in the sternum. Kind of hard to take a full breath, but nothing like what you'd imagine. Like I imagined I would have known instantly, like, oh my God. I didn't. The adrenaline was so high that's kind of what we use for like a training analogy now. Like when that adrenaline dumps, you won't know.
Yeah.
You won't know. Like in a proximity, a gunfight that is that close where you see muzzle flash and you feel it, it's very different. It's not being shot at from 300 meters. It's not hitting the wall. It's inside of 6 feet. It's a very different experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been shot. I don't know, you know, what that feels like, but I always imagined it would knock you on your fucking ass.
Yeah, I mean, luckily it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No shit.
So, yeah, we got through that one. That was like reality is set in now. And it's like, okay, all the stuff in training now everything is slowed down. The CQB is super crisp now. It's all real world. We're very current. And it's good. Like business is great. We're going out every night, every other night. We've got assets. It's awesome. As good as it ever could have been. And we go back. This is, so the firefight you were referencing was the one with Jay Redmond and those guys. That was September 10th. So almost on the anniversary. And everything that could have gone wrong went wrong, but in a positive way. Zero loom. There wasn't an ounce of moonlight out, nothing. And for the guys that don't run around with night vision, those things aren't perfect. They're not, man. If you don't have any ambient light out there, they don't work very well. They just don't. So we were going back to the exact same spot, 2 houses down from where that thing happened. So we called it the Karma House. Like, bad karma, here we go. And we were going to land on the X, gonna blow the front door and take this thing down hard. That's what we did back then. So flying helos right to the front door, and this is what we're doing. And we knew from past experiences exactly what kind of resistance we were going to meet, and we planned for the worst. Like, I went in on that thing completely knowing in that first room I was going to get shot.
Damn.
Like, they had belt feds, they had suicide vests, like, these guys are committed for sure. If we go in right now, that first room is going to be sketchy. And we landed on the X and we ran through that thing like we've done a million other times, and there was no one there. Dry hole. And then we get an update that all those guys had left and had ran out the back. And now they are in adjacent, essentially a cornfield. But if you imagine, imagine an endless field of nothing, just a plowed field. And then right in the middle of it is about 500 yards of 6 foot tall, I don't even know what you'd call it. It's like straw, but it's not. I mean, you can't see anything. And they're trying to walk us down on top of this guy. So we all switch over. It's probably 6 or 7 of us. And we all get online and we're all starting to walk down. We've all switched over to fires and we're listening. And 2 of the new guys and 1 of the EOD guys had not switched over to fires. We literally interlocked arms. That's how bad it was. You couldn't see shit. We couldn't lose anybody inside there. We'd never walked through the palm groves before. We didn't have a dog. We didn't have the experience. And looking back on it, it's one of the most dangerous things I've ever done, because you knew the guy in there had a gun, like for sure. You knew that they run around with S-vest and you know they're committed. So now we are walking on there. So if you imagine just a big open field with a big sparkle in the center of it, and we're gonna walk towards it. And we're gonna walk until we find this guy. Okay, so we do. Completely committed, interlocked arms, and we are walking forward and we're getting the updates. 15 feet. 10 feet. You're standing on him. And you see everybody looking down like, he's not here. 3rd person from the right, you are standing on him. And we all look over to the right, nothing. Like, what the fuck? So we're all on a line, standing right there. And Jay calls an audible. He's like, whole maneuver element, take a right-hand turn, because we know there's an open field. We just have to cross, and now it's completely open. Now we can regather our shit and we can assault from this side. By walking through all this crazy brush, we can approach it from the open side and just walk into the brush a little bit, maybe call him out, do something else. And when we turn right, this element stayed. They didn't get the word. So now we have a bad guy, our element, and then another element. Now we're in a Polish ambush. We turn, we walk out, and we enter this beautiful manicured open field. There's not an ounce of cover anywhere in it. There's not a rut. There's nothing. There's not a rock. There's a single tire, and it's about 20 feet, 30 feet from the edge of the brush line. It's just out there, and we're standing there in a team guy gaggle, standing around like wondering, what the fuck? Is this guy really there? Is it a dog? Is it some animal? Like, these guys are clearly lost. And we don't realize that that bad guy is in there, probably 6 feet inside, and he's looking at us. And we're from me to the wall. I mean, we're close. We're having a full-on conversation. And at one point, we're trying to relay to the other guys, because now we know we've lost 3. Now they're lost in brush country, and we have to reconsolidate them so we can deal with this guy. Because now we know the reality. We've turned the entire profile. Blue forces, bad guy, blue forces. We've got all the rest of the guys over here on the west side. And now we're trying to do a link up. Like, we have to get them around to reconsolidate with us. The blue force picture and knowing where everybody is it's challenging at times, but you really have to know then. We basically walked right up to the edge. It's, Jay's there, our corpsman, our terp, the JTAC, and a guy we'll just call Matty is standing there with me. And we're all in kind of a team guy gaggle. And Jay hears something in the bushes, and I think he believed at the time it was the guys. and he screamed out, "Hey." And when he did, that dude let off the biggest Hollywood belt-fed burst I've ever heard.
Oh,
and
shit.
Everybody dropped. It was like, we used to do the new guy scenarios. You know, you're doing land warfare, the first contact and all the head shed dies, just, and now you got to drag around like, you know, playing war games. That's what it was like. Everybody hit the deck. And there was a tree probably 30 feet that way. And I remember I turned, I heard it, watched them drop, and I was sprinting so fast to that thing. I remember the dust kicking up in front of me when he was tracking me. I dove behind the tree and he pounded on that tree for what seemed like an eternity. I was on my back looking up. I mean, you can imagine, helmet's cockeyed, there's no ambient light, I can't see shit through my nods, and there's just dirt blowing all over me. I mean, I am consumed by this. I don't even know where he's at now. I don't know if he's on his feet chasing me down, like I'm just overcome with withering fucking fire. And then it stops. And he pans back over and he starts to engage the dudes. This thing goes on for a little bit, and we're trying to reconsolidate. The JTAC has went out and he's trying to grab people now. He's behind a tire. I remember looking over and seeing Jay, and I remember him sitting upright, and I watched him get shot one more time, right in the face, and it looked like that was it. He hit the ground so hard, you knew he was dead. So there's an audible that has to be made. We have the JTAC, and behind this tractor tire, that I mean, it's a tractor tire. It's not big. It's about that high off the ground, serves no purpose, and he's behind it, and I'm directly adjacent from him looking at him. Like, I have an out this way. We can't because we have all these dudes that are shot up. And I remember it was like the scene from Black Hawk Down. Come to me. Fuck you, come to me. Ready? Yep. And I got up and I ran as fast as I could, and I dove like a baseball slider in behind that thing. And it was such a sigh of relief to feel another human next to me. I was so thankful that he was there. And now we have to figure out how to get out there and bring those people back here. And this whole thing's happening very, very fast. So Jay's been shot multiple times. He's discombobulated, he's talking, and this guy's still trying to shoot him, but he can't see shit because it's black. So if you're quiet, he can't hear you. The bravest thing I have ever seen in 17 years happened on that night. I watched Maddie get up and run forward after he'd already been shot and grab our corpsman and is dragging him backwards, just like on the movies. Corpsman pulls out his pistol and is shooting into this bush line. And Maddie gets shot again. Boom, spins him around and dumps him. He gets back up, grabs him and gets shot again. Dumps him and he gets back up and continued to drag him back until we got them all back to the tractor tire. You know, we're all pulling them in there and we basically just dogpiled on them. Just plates on plates, just trying to build up a human wall to not let these people be shot again. And he's still shooting at us the entire time. He hasn't let up. He just doesn't know where we're at now. So if we can keep everybody quiet, we've got hands over mouths, like people are screaming. We had, the corpsman got shot through tib fib, shattered his leg. Maddie got shot through the brachial artery, hit his humerus and shattered that, and it flipped over the back of his neck. And I remember, because we talked about it later and it made sense, he looked very confused at one point, in between dragging the corpsman back, and he said he was looking for his arm. When it broke, it snapped and went over his neck, and he looked down and just saw this. Couldn't see it. I mean, there's no moonlight, you can't see anything. You can't see under nods right there, it's just gone. You look down and there's a stump there. So he doesn't know. He's been shot in the leg. Jay's been shot in the leg and the side plates. I think he took a double stack to the elbow, so it blew out his entire arm. And then he took one to the face that basically removed his jaw, removed his nose, and you could look inside him. It was as bad as it could have been. So we get them back and we go into TCCC mode. Tourniquets on there, we're packing wounds, we're doing that, and thank God for that course. I don't know where we'd be without that. The live tissue training and all that. That was, I was so prepared for that. We were in and out of that blowout kit so fast. And I joke with Maddie about it. He was, I put the tourniquet on him. He was begging for me to stop. I was like, two more turns. Finally got the blood to stop. I mean, I had my fingers inside his arm, feeling out that thing. The medics working on Jay and the corpsman, putting on tourniquets, pressure dressings, all that. And I remember having a distinct conversation with Maddie. He's begging me for quick clot. He's like, quick clot, over and over and over. I remember from talking to the surgeons during the training, he's like, if you dump quick clot in there, the only way to remove it is to cut it out. And it's inside of his bicep. And I mean, to me, I have the bleeding stopped. I have it under control. And I'm not pouring quick clot in you because they're going to have to cut it out of you. Like, I'm saving you. You're not dying here. Like, you don't need that quick clot. We had a bunch of hemostatic dressings. Like, I'm packing this thing. It's fine. And he wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. So I told him, yeah, and I grabbed a thing of quick clot. And I mean, this is underneath a tractor tire where rounds are coming over. I was like, I've got it. And I pretended like I did it, and I went like that. And he's like, thank you so much. So yeah, you never got quick clot. So the next thing, we have tourniquets on them. We are talking about what we're going to do now, and he is still engaging. And the JTAC J starts prepping a fire mission, and it's close. It's the closest, at that point, is the closest fire mission the coalition forces the entire war.
No shit.
Yeah, 40.
Estimate.
10 meters, 15 meters.
10 fucking meters?
I mean, close enough to where you could take a grenade and throw it.
Holy shit.
I mean, like, it was... And they started walking him in. By this time, the other element we had maneuvered away. Nobody was firing because we didn't have a picture. We didn't know where this dude was coming from. We didn't know where our forces were. And we thought that if we were to engage this guy, we would have hit our own blue forces. So there was a big lull in the fire, and we were basically just being withered. Like we were just getting chewed up. I mean, strobes are getting shot off helmets, like it's in there. And they're everywhere but hitting human beings. So we've essentially taken the tractor and we've stacked up plates in between them on our sides, and now we're just working on people. We're laying on top of people, doing whatever we can. And Jay's prepping for a fire mission, and he's asking for 25 mic and 40 mic, and basically to start walking it in. And I remember a distinct conversation. They said no. They said it's too close. And he said, we're gonna fucking die anyway. Juliet Alpha, send it. Gave his initials, and they started dropping it, and you could feel it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. You could feel the vibrations start to get closer and closer and start to bounce you off the ground a little bit, and kept coming. And then they started going tally on target. And I mean, you could hear that dude, the impacts. You'd hear him smack. You could hear him screaming, and it was very satisfying. Like, just let him go. Like, let him go. Like, we're not walking back up that tree line again. Let that dude die. We called in for a medevac. They landed right on the X, right there where we were. We loaded him on there, and I jumped in. The corpsman had already been shot, so we had him, Maddie, and Jay Redmond. And we talk about the typical team guy shit sometimes about, if this happens, just put me out of my misery. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
If I get hit by an IED and it blows my dick off, just finish me. Like, people say that shit.
Yeah.
That would have been one of the times. If my face looks like this, put me down. And he was the most coherent, the most calm dude I have ever seen. Sitting upright, leaning forward, letting shit pour out of his face so he could breathe. And he didn't say much, man. I don't know if the shock hit him. I don't think he knew how bad it really was. So I'm working on Maddie and the helo. We're kind of doing the whole comb thing, running down his fingers. We're finding bullet holes. We're trying to patch all this stuff up, and we get him back. Those helo pilots flew that bird so fast. I thought they were going to suck us out of the bird. Like, we had to shut the doors. I've never been in a 60 that flew that fast, ever. I mean, to this day. That thing,